I don't suffer, no be small. But say I get sense. Poverty no good at all. Now it make I join this business. For one night, no be tea. It's once again, everybody be there. If anybody follow Mugu, my brother, I go chop back. National airport, National stadium, President, my sister, brother, we need Mugu, I be the master. Oh, Iboma, I go chop your dollar, I go take your money, disappear. For one time in love, refinery, navigator, the contract, now you wife. But you won't pay me some more money, make I bring her. With the move, I pay the master. I don't see them fire. That's why when they run enter my parable, I go show them fire. National airport, National stadium, President, my sister, brother, you be the Mugu, I be the master. Refinery, the contract, now you wife. But you won't pay me some more money than I bring up. I be the master. Now me be the master.
May your reign see prosperity. May Nigeria continue as a united country. Thank you, Anambra. A lot of my friends are from Anambra here. Thank you very much. God bless you. Going forward.
Turanci ko turawa, gyara zabi don kowa, ba ma shakka. Lallai ba ma shakkar 'yan
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
Oh, that's yeah, we mo. Yeah, we mo. Oh, that's yeah, we mo. No basa ye ga ponto mo. Iye de gugeme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
Why feeling?
Ayandaba. Ayandaba.
Susu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia.
Ase kwa nefo jabani si akuna nyego mkambasi ozo. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akuna mota wakuna toga book.
And there it is right there. A yendeba, a yendeba, a yedeba, yendeba. So a yendeba, and all that. So it's nearly 24 hours later. Session meant to be yesterday, but reasons we have to postpone it till today. But here it is, nevertheless, still trying to fulfill the righteousness in some form. So still fulfilling the righteousness, even though belatedly. So fulfilling the righteousness, so you'll be righteous as well by clicking on the like button. Click on like, click on subscribe. If you want to come and join me on the screen, there's a hyperlink that says StreamYard right there. Share the links just as widely as you can. Super chat towards the stream. Those are the 5 things that I always ask every time I come out. Like, share, subscribe. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want the conversation. Super chat towards the stream as a lubricant towards what we do. So all those things. So like I said, belatedly, but nevertheless, African time somewhat. So this was meant to be the session yesterday, but there's a good reason why I didn't actually come out yesterday. I had a 5 a.m. thing that I had to, not a 5 a.m. I had a 9 a.m. thing that I wanted to attend to yesterday. And because I couldn't come out the time that I wanted to come out, I decided to defer it till today. So I was sufficiently rested to attend my 9 a.m. Thing that I had to do. So all that. So that's why we've had to push it till today. So we have to push it till today, but here we are. So here we are. We'll be reacting then to Tinubu's appearance in Anambra. So a state visit to Anambra State to go and commission projects, countless. Charles Soludo, actually, I'm not quite sure pre-1999, but in this Fourth Republic, I would make bold to assert. I will make bold to assert that in this Fourth Republic that we're in now, Charles Soludo is the first governor that Anambra State has had yet in this Fourth Republic, because they've had no governance all the way through from 1999 till when Charles Soludo came into power. They've only just now had a state house in nearly 30 years. I think we're 27 years now into this cycle of democracy now, this experimentation. In all of those time period, they've not even had a government house. But they do now, of course, because Charles Soludo has built one. Infrastructure and clever infrastructure as well, by the way. Charles Soludo is not building infrastructure in the wicked style, just building shining, sparkling flyovers everywhere, just for the sake of it. It's strategically building infrastructure. This is Charles Soludo. Is strategically building infrastructures in Anambra State that would tie the economy of that country, state, rather, not a country, is strategically building infrastructures in Anambra State to tie all of the wealth hubs of that state together in order then to expand the economy. So when Charles Soludo finishes his second term, Anambra State will be one of the top 3 states in Nigeria. It would never surpass Lagos State, of course, because it's impossible to surpass Lagos State, but it will push hard towards Lagos State. And it will be the yet one example of a success story in the Southeast. Because in all of the history of Nigeria, we've not yet had one successful state in the Southeast. But now, for the first time in the history of the Southeast, they now have a real governor, a proper person in charge. Charles Soludo is not in Anambra State House to loot any money like Peter Obi, who was stealing everything, or Obiano, who was stealing everything, or Mbadunuju, who was... No, it's not there like his predecessors to steal. because all of the opportunities for Charles Soludo to steal was already availed him when he was the CBN governor. So there is nothing in Anambra State that Charles Soludo can steal that it was not opportune to steal a million times more at the CBN. So all of his wealth already established. So however rich Charles Soludo wishes to be rich, however rich Charles Soludo aspires to be rich in life, all of that opportunity for that wealth was already availed him at the CBN. So he's as wealthy as he should probably ambition to. So now, him now being the governor of Anambra State is essentially an opportunity for him to establish his credentials as an administrator in crafting a nation state, not a nation state, but one of the federating states of the nation. So it's an opportunity then for him to establish his credentials as an administrator within a political paradigm, oversighting an entity and propelling it towards the future. And we have seen the exemplary work that Charles Soludo has. In the 2 years that Charles Soludo has been governor of Anambra State, he has done more for Anambra State than anyone since the inception of that state. Is by far and a clear distance, and whoever succeeds him will have to go some to ever surmount the achievements that Charles Soludo has already achieved. So that's Charles Soludo, and of course, I've been a virulous admirer of progressivism. Tinubu now visits Anambra State then to hang out with a party man, not so much a friend, but a friendship in the alignment of progressivism, because Charles Soludo is a progressive. Tinubu is a progressive, as you all know. So there's an alignment in ideological thrust. And that is why Tinubu especially made time. Do you know that the last time that a sitting president visited Anambra State is to commission then that field brewery that Peter Obi built all that time ago, that's not worth anything anymore, according to Charles Soludo. So that's going to be the hub of what we're going to be discussing. And Tinubu also visited that state in order then to assert his dominion over, I wouldn't even call Peter Obi a rival of Tinubu, because Tinubu is only being rivaled by Atiku Abubakar. But Peter Obi is just that, you know, when you're trying to eat something, you go to some dodgy buka and you are trying to eat this sort of cholera food that is always delicious, but you know it's going to run your stomach. So you're in that buka, you are trying to eat, but because you are in a buka, there are flies all over the place. So as you are trying to eat your food with one hand, you are swatting away the flies with another hand. So that's really the analogy that describes Peter Obi's relationship with Tinubu. It's just an annoying fly that he's swatting away as he's trying to eat his eba in some dodgy buka. So Tinubu now goes to Anambra State now, firstly to josh around with his new now party man Charles Soludo, but really to assert his dominion over Tinubu. Is not over Tinubu, but over Peter Obi. So is in Anambra State to commission and hang around with his new now ideological friend Charles Soludo, but more importantly to assert his dominion over Peter Obi. So what Tinubu essentially is doing in Anambra State is to ask Peter Obi 2 questions. So he's gone to Anambra State now to have Peter Obi in the prostrated position, and Tinubu then puts his jackboot on the neck of Peter Obi as he asks him 2 questions. Who is your daddy? That's the question that Tinubu has gone to Anambra State to ask Peter Obi. Who is your daddy? That's the first question. And the other question, which Peter Obi will answer in February 2027, is call me daddy. So it's a call me daddy visit that Tinubu has gone to Anambra State to do. So So there are about 2-3 ways to attack this, but I'm not quite sure if I want to go long. So we could attack it from here, going at it from Charles Soludo's speech, which ultimately cascades in Charles Soludo. You'll see where it cascades to in a moment. We could attack it from there, or we could just do a readout and do some clips, and then we could attack it from there. So maybe we just do the readout and do some clips, because that's just it's cleaner, it's tidier, and it's less time consuming. So so let me actually let me pick it up from here. I'm not going to react to Charles Soludo's speech because it's about 20 minutes long, and I don't really want to carry that burden. So I'll do the readout instead. They call me Daddy visit of Tinubu to Anambra State to invite now our Agulugbajwe, as Enigmatic often calls him. Let me see if I can get this one to come up. This is the one I want up, but it's acting a bit silly. All right, I'll bring this one up, and hopefully that one comes up at some point, as ever systems issue. But let me give you this readout, then I'll play you a few clips. Hopefully people turn up, and then we have a conversation. You tamed Atlantic Ocean, now you are fixing the economy. Soludo applauds Tinubu's reforms. So it's quite actually, I'm going to refresh this screen just because I need to put something up and it's not showing up. So I'll play you a 1 minute musical clip just to refresh this screen, because I need something to be on the screen. I like you to read along whilst I'm reading. So let me play you a clip, and so I'm able to put something up.
I wish I go back to the old days when I used to be the kid in the 3rd grade, playing in the street with my homies all day. Cause we live so fast, now we can't relate. We come a long way, money can't wait. And no worry about a thing, happy all days. This is how we live, we cannot complain. And nobody leave, keep the old plans. Hey, when I'm better, Mingari Zuda Kari Party. Ko ɗomin mawni ɗomin darti yow goto fone ɓorni bokke as a party an winam bedda omin garti min gari zuude kadi party ko ɗomin mawni ɗomin darti yow goto fone ɓorni bokke as a party. Ay cugagam ne weeli fof ko souvenir film hanki wona hande hanki jamma mbaale sim min ñalla fije nangue jamma lengi mbaɗa tin on saha courant ala wura men ko ƴaro finde sifti nammo ala cifti ala inde iɗi nawo wilde iwi.
All right, so thank you, my Aboki friend from the north. So hopefully you can still all hear me. Let me know in the comment section if you can still all hear me. So the Tinubu visits to Anambra State, of course, the subject of discussion. We were going to do a reaction to Soludo is a speech, but we thought it was too long and winding. So I'll do this readout instead, and then I'll play you a few clips. If anybody wants to come and join, come join. You tamed Atlantic Ocean, now you are fixing the economy. Soludo applauds Tinubu's reforms. So there it is. Governor Chukwuma Soludo of Anambra State has praised President Bola Tinubu for his courageous determination to fix Nigeria's economy. So if Soludo is, there are certain opinions, of course, that you have to listen to. And if Soludo is picking on especially things like the economy, then you have to listen to him. And why do you have to listen to him? It's an internationally renowned financial expert with an international global reputation. So he has a global presence within the financial sector. That's one, that's Charles Soludo. But more potently, he has a first-hand experience of the workings of the Nigerian economy by virtue of being a former Central Bank of Nigeria governor. So when Charles Soludo speaks, especially when he speaks to matters finance, matters economy, you tend to pay more heed to him than to some semi-literate guy that's just talking nonsense. You tamed Atlantic Ocean. Now you are fixing economy. Soludo applauds Tinubu's reforms. Governor Governor Chukwuma Soludo of Anambra State has praised President Bola Tinubu for his courageous determination to fix Nigeria's economy. The president visited Anambra State on Thursday to inaugurate several major projects executed by the Soludo administration. Speaking during the inauguration ceremony, Governor Soludo commended the president's economic initiatives and urged him to keep up efforts to fix the country. The governor said, "We know the state of Nigeria's economy with all its unsustainable dysfunctionalities. When you assumed office, you had the courage to tame the Atlantic Ocean in Lagos, and now you are courageously and systematically getting the economy to work again. There is still a lot of work to do, we know, but there is no doubt that in less than 2 years, important building blocks are already falling into place. We urge you, Mr. President, to stay on course." Earlier, and by the way, this is the governor of Anambra State. You know, Anambra State and really the expansiveness of the Southeast violently opposed to Tinubu. Very insular, as you know, the Southeast. You know, very tribal in mindset, and they have a siege mentality over there, don't we? They cluster around tribe, and then the war chant. So for somebody like Charles Soludo, the governor of one of the preeminent states in the Southeast, to be so effusive in the eulogy of Tinubu, it then speaks to the quality of, because Soludo is a man of facts, figures, and you know, it's not man given to emotions. Is a man given to the reality that obtains. And because he's a field expert, he understands the reality of what obtains, and from that reality is what he's been impressed by what Tinubu has been doing. And for the fact that then he's the governor of Anambra State, the preeminent southeastern state, to be so effusive in eulogy of Tinubu, then that speaks then to the quality of the work that Tinubu has been doing. So that counterweights all of the ethnic dog whistles and the tribal jingoisms that you hear from Peter Obi and his acolytes. You tell how you are fixing economy, so Soludo applauds Tinubu's reforms. So once again, this time I'll speed. I just go through it quickly this time. Governor Chukwuma Soludo of Anambra State has praised President Bola Tinubu for his courageous determination to fix Nigeria's economy. The president visited Anambra State on Thursday to inaugurate several projects executed by the Soludo administration. Speaking during the inauguration ceremony, Governor Soludo commended the president's economic initiatives and urged him to keep up the efforts to fix the country. The governor said, "We know the state of Nigeria's economy with all its unsustainable dysfunctionality. When you assumed office, you had the courage to tame the Atlantic Ocean in Lagos, and now you are courageously and systematically getting the economy to work again. There is still a lot of work to do, we know, but there is no doubt that in less than 2 years, important building blocks are already falling into place. We urge Mr. President to stay on course." Earlier, President Tinubu, who was honored with the chieftaincy title of Dike Siumba of Anambra, you know, he should actually change his title from Jagaban to Dike Siumba, you know. So the DKC Umbra of Anambra State, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, just to pinch at Peter Obi and his raw meat eaters a little bit, you know, the barbarians from the back beyond. So to pinch at the barbarians from the back of beyond, earlier, President Tinubu, who was honored with the chieftaincy title of DK Mba Anambra, praised Governor Soludo for his visionary leadership and infrastructural development in the state. Describing Soludo as a friend and a competent leader, the president said, "I am honored to be here. I commend my friend, Governor Chukwuma Soludo, who is a visionary and competent leader, for the work he is doing in Anambra State." The projects Tinubu commissioned include Emeka Anyaku Center at Nnamdi Azikiwe University. So that's one infrastructure. The new government house, that's a real big infrastructure. The Solution Farm Park, which is an important infrastructure for the gaiety and the and the enjoyment of Anambrarians, and the 8-lane Aroma Government House Boulevard in Oka. So it's just and all this within how long has Soludo been there? Just a little bit over 3 years. So more projects then than his predecessors in just one term in office. So that's Tinubu right there in Anambra. So it's let me give you one more readout on that space actually. Now I'll play you a few clips. Tinubu vows to fix Anambra erosion, revive gas plant, reconnect rail. So this is infrastructure now that will propel then, because the whole of the Southeast, they've been so locked in the dark wilderness of the back of beyond for so long. And the only thing that pulls them out then is infrastructure. Well, Buhari made the first steps with the second Niger bridge. Tinubu now going to solidify it with heavyweight infrastructures using Anambra as a hub. So that would then lift the Southeast out of the darkness that they have been for so long in the back of beyond, to bring them more into the enlightened mainstream. So this is what Tinubu is seeking to achieve alongside his body man, Charles Soludo. Tinubu vows to fix Anambra erosion, revive gas plant, reconnect rail. So if this doesn't get him votes in Anambra State, then we know that the tribalism is just is too heavily baked into the DNA. President Bola Tinubu Thursday in Oka pledged to address key developmental challenges confronting Anambra State and the southeastern region. This include erosion, under utilization of, that should be utilization, isn't it? This includes erosion, underutilization of gas reserves, and Anambra's exclusion from the National Rail Master Plan. Speaking at a civic reception held at Alex Ekweme Square during his state visit, Tinubu assured the people of Anambra of the federal government's commitment to upgrading road infrastructure and fostering stronger national unity through inclusion development. Tinubu's special advisor on information and strategy, Bayo Ononuga, revealed details of the engagement in a statement he signed on Thursday titled Anambra President Tinubu's pledges to tackle erosion, reactivate gas plan, and integrate state into national rail system. Responding to the state governor Chukwuma Soludo's request, the president acknowledged the persistence of abandoned federal road projects in the region. He emphasized the strategic importance of completing roads linking Anambra to Kogi states to facilitate easier access to the South-South and Abuja. Abandoned federal road projects that link Anambra to Kogi can then become the fastest gateway between Abuja and Anambra State, Anambra South and South-South. I agree, he said. Tinubu addressed the state's exclusion from the National Rail Master Plan, assuring residents that the Federal Ministry of that the Federal Ministry of Transportation would rectify that omission. I am standing before you to say that the Ministry of Transportation is aware and will include the connection of the connection in the master plan and give attention to it. The president stated. Tinubu pledged federal support for ecological investments to tackle erosion and acknowledge the state's vast gas reserves, noting that its omission from the National Gas Master Plan should be addressed. And this is quite important, actually. This is quite important for Anambra State to be added onto the gas master plan. Nigeria has a derivation protocol, a derivation system, whereby the states, regions, and places where natural resources are derived from, they get a special, with the oil space, for instance, they get 13% derivation. And I'm of the mind that a similar deal applies to these sort of gas resources as well. So if Anambra State is then added to that gas reserves master plan, depending on the quantum of the reserves of gas that is found in Anambra State, then they then get a derivation allocation. So that's a very important thing that's just happened there. Tinubu also pledged federal support for ecological investments to tackle erosion and acknowledge the state's vast gas reserves, noting that its omission from the National Gas Master Plan should be addressed. Commending the state government's efforts in improving security, Tinubu reaffirmed the federal government's commitment to collaborating with Anambra and the Southeast to ensure peace, stability, and shared prosperity. With our progressive ideological alliance, we will continue to partner with your state to deliver shared prosperity in Anambra and to all Nigerians. As your president, and yes, so he's in Oka to just remind Peter Obi just who he is. As your president, I have always said, and I am saying the same thing now. In our national anthem, we sing, though tribes or tongues may differ, in brotherhood we stand. We will continue to be brothers. We are one family, a single family, diverse, living in the same house called Nigeria. We are only staying in different rooms. Our diversity may lead to prosperity. We must work together to be a united Nigeria, he said. So Tinubu expressed deep appreciation for the chieftaincy title of Dikin Simba of Anambra State, conferred on him by traditional rulers of the state in recognition of his contribution to national development and unity. The traditional ruler of Obosi and chairman of Anambra State Traditional Rulers Council, Igwe Chidubem Iweka, conferred the title. He also recalled a 2005 title, Omonife of Oka, bestowed on him by Eze Gibson Nwosu. So I've said it actually. This is reading, but I've said it and I'll repeat it. By the time we get to 2027 February, the election would have been won and lost. And it will be very difficult for anybody after the results of the elections are announced to argue that they were either rigged or cheated or anything. We're seeing all of the states coming in. Akwa Ibom has endorsed Tinubu, hasn't he? And which one is it Bayelsa that's even not only endorsed but moved to the APC? So we now hear what Charles Soludo has to say. So by the time we get to 2027, no matter how unzobu igbotic you are, you will find it a struggle to claim that you won anything. You know how you, you know what we anyway. During the visit, Tinubu inaugurated the Emeka Anyaoku Institute for International Studies and Diplomacy at the Nnamdi Azikiwe University, Awka, an academic center named after the former Commonwealth Secretary General Chief Emeka Anyaoku. Tinubu also toured and commissioned multiple components of the Solution Fund City in Awka, including the Anambra Country Club, Family Fun House, Water Park, and Amusement Park, which were built by the Soludo administration. Other highlights include the launch of the Government House Mini City, the Anambra Tour of Light, and the unveiling of statues honoring 5 of the state's historical icons, including Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe, Professor Charles, Professor Chinua Achebe, Professor Kenneth Dike, Dean Ojukwu, and Mrs. Margaret Echo. So there it is right there. So call me daddy visit. The president also commissioned the newly completed Emeka Anyaoku Boulevard, welcoming the president. Soludo described the visit as historical and consequential, noting that it symbolizes a new era of collaboration and shared progress between the federal and state governments under a united progressive ideology. The last state visit by a president was in 2012, ostensibly to commission a brewery and another private enterprise. This visit is not just to commission projects. We have over 500 kilometers of road, flyovers, and bridges completed and waiting for commissioning. What you commissioned today, Mr. President, are mere symbolisms of the audacity of our dreams for a new Anambra state. Like the Americans will say, you haven't seen anything yet. Soludo praised Tinubu's economic reforms and federal infrastructure projects benefiting the region, such as the rehabilitation of Enugu Onitsha Road. So that's what though that they've already completed. Though they say, oh, it's building new infrastructures. It's rehabilitated the Abeokuta something road. All of the major roads in Nigeria are being rehabilitated. A lot of them completed, some of them near completion, including the Enugu Onitsha Road. On top of that is building its legacy projects from Calabar to Lagos, Sokoto to Badagry. Soludo praised Tinubu's economic reforms and further infrastructure projects benefiting the region, such as the rehabilitation of the Enugu Onitsha Road, the second Niger Bridge access roads, and ongoing erosion control measures, describing them as game changers for the Southeast. Highlighting a long-standing ideological alignment, Governor Soludo recounted the ABGA progressive roots and its policy of supporting the party and government at the center since 2011. He affirmed that ABGA is ideologically and strategically aligned with the center, stressing that both the APC and ABGA are committed to federalism, inclusion, and people-focused development. So this is more the language of politics. That look at your government, look at your president in China. They said a president. This is more where we want to be than somebody just relentlessly dog whistling at ethnic jingoism, just maddeningly. In Anambra State, we are firmly and comfortably progressive. We are implementing bold people-centric programs, free education, healthcare for women, youth empowerment, and massive agricultural initiative that aligns closely with the renewed hope agenda. Bear with me 1 second. Let me just play you. Let me play you a little song of music. Just bear with me 1 second. let me just play you. Let me play you this.
Karka bari su kashe maka sanda kake nema ba mai taya maka ruwa na dukan ka su ko suna daka in baka ci ba su ci maka kai da kudin ka kana haka abu ma sai an saya maka in ka samu kawai ka
Akwala Simon no jura mata aluwo da ji maro mata Maria Bambika yaro mata la fi ko president to kuja ban Akwala we akura mata aluwo da jo ṣùgbọ́n arọ́pẹ́dá Maria Bambika yaro mata dugbenu ló máa gbẹ bí àsìkò Harmattan Olúwa dákun jọ gbẹ́bẹ̀ mi benefit mo fẹ́ jẹ mi ò fẹ́ jẹ̀bi ẹni tó wà nǹkan àwẹ̀ kó má rí mi ní kọ́nà níbẹ̀ kó wá gba lámbà bí Olúwa bọ́nà Báríkà ya Rasulullah mákìmí pàdé lọ kíjù máàtì bẹ̀rù Ọlọ́run tákùlà láìlà ìlàlà Báríkà ya Rasulullah mákìmí lọ kíjù máàtì bẹ̀rù Ọlọ́run tákùlà láìlà ìlàlà àwẹ̀ tán ojú tajọ̀sán Ọlọ́run ló mọye ládá 30 bag. Nothing should tamper with my ego. Èmi mo lẹ̀sìn mi sẹ́ mo lè fi brag. Ẹgbẹ́ Ọlọ́run tóbi, Allahu Akbar. Ẹyọ̀ ń bá nábì, sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. Olúwa ló ń ṣọ́ wa, àwa ò ní ìdí ajá. Tí Fọlárìn bá mú bí ìtàyà bí ti ajá. Torí ìdí gan lébè wọ́n fẹ́yìn bí ìjì àwa. Fùrọ̀ tí ò bá ti tóbi tó fùrọ̀ ìfánà kò lè fíríkì àwa. Kò dẹ̀ lè fi ìtì àwa. Tinúkẹ́ńdó pitì, ó ń gbé màlúmi tìwòtìwò ló dèndé. Irú àyẹn níbo ló ti rí, ta ló tún fẹ́ fi jọ òbí tó bí ni. Wọ́n ló ń dó yátì, bó ń dó ṣéke, bó ṣe ń jó disco ló ń jó rékè. Fún Anambra jẹ́ ká patronize.
All right. Enough of all that. So enough of all that. So I think you get the gist of it actually. So that's Tinubu's visit to Anambra State. So we continue to capture it. So we continue to capture it with some of the clips that we do have. I'll send the link again. If anyone wants to come in. Nobody in the studio yet. If you want the conversation, do come in. But let me play you the clips. All these clips now. Oh, let me see. I've got quite a few clips. But let me only play you the one that let me play you only the ones that pertain to okay. Let me play you the ones that pertain to this topic, because a lot of these clips were
Have you noticed that thinking for yourself is now
They keep coming for my family. They keep coming for your father. They keep coming for Ashwaju, Bola, Ahmed.
All right. So that's Tinubu's son telling us that his father is the greatest thing that's ever happened in Nigeria. So now, previously you used to know Tinubu as the Jagaban of Bogu, which I think is a place in Niger State or somewhere, or Benue State or Plateau State, a place in the eastern regions, in the Middle Belt. Yeah. So previously you used to know Tinubu as the Jagaban of Bogu, but I know him as the Jagaban of Bogu no more. Know Tinubu as this now.
Yes, for the next one. Twenty Abika, Simba Anambra. Dika Simba. 20 Dika Simba.
Dike Simba Anambra. Dike Simba Anambra.
20 Azon.
Dike Simba Anambra.
Hello. Dika Simba.
Oh, Dike Simba Anambra. Oh, Dike Simba Anambra. Jagabano nke Nigeria nine. Oh, Dike Simba Analudo go no. 20 Dike Simba. Oh.
So there you have it. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, the DK Simba of Anambra. So that's his new title now. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, Grand Commander of the Order of Niger, and the DK Simba of Anambra State. I wonder what title Peter Obi has in Anambra State. Even in his own home state, this guy goes there and best him. But for all of the goodies that Tinubu took to Anambra State, what was the response of the people of Anambra State to all of these goodies to stop the erosion, put them on the real map, put them on the derivative list, and have a lot of federal input into Anambra State? So what was the response of the Anambrarians to Tinubu coming bearing gifts to Oka? So we have been able to capture their response, and this is what the people of Anambra thought of Tinubu coming bearing gifts. Watch this.
May your reign see prosperity. May Nigeria continue as a united country. Thank you, India Anambra. A lot of my friends are from Anambra here. Thank you very much. God bless you. Going forward.
So that was the response of the Anambrarians to Tinubu going there. Tinubu, like I said, that was a call me daddy visit to Anambra State, and very swiftly the Anambrarians responded and called him daddy. So call me daddy. So here is another call me daddy now. In this next clip that I'm about to play you now, this is the language of surrender from Charles Soludo right here. This next clip that I'm about to play you now. So this is the language of surrender. As I said, it was a call me daddy visit that Tinubu made to Anambra State, but Charles Soludo is too senior in his own mind and too proud as a person to frontally call Tinubu daddy, but he found a surreptitious way to call him daddy. So this next clip is essentially the language of surrender and Charles Soludo calling Tinubu daddy.
President, and this is very important, and we need to repeat this point. In 2011, before I joined APGA in 2013, APGA took an official position to support and work with the political party and government at the center. Indeed, in that year, APGA adopted the sitting president then as its presidential candidate. And I want to report that that policy by APGA has not changed. Coincidentally, Mr. President, at this moment in history, the party, a government as the center, is one. Then, as the foremost progressive party in Nigeria, APGA is ideologically and strategically aligned with the center. And so far, Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, the progressives are working well together. And are working well together. And I said to Anambra, yes, APGA dominates the place, but even the others, for all those who profess progressivism, who profess progressives, those who are in All Progressives Congress, we are All Progressives Grand Alliance, those in All Progressives Congress, APC, are our brothers and sisters. And that's why, Mr. President, in preparation for this particular trip, there were issues raised that we wouldn't make it, there is no partisanship about it. And when they told me, and I said, they must allow APC with their colors and uniforms to come out in mass to also welcome the president. All in the spirit of progressivism. We are progressives together. At the end of the day, we are all brothers. The only thing is that here in Anambra, we know who is the leader of the progressives. Mr. President, I want to put on record that it is in time for all progressives. It is time for all progressives, for all the federalists, and all parties with social democratic, centrist, and left-of-center credentials to unite, to advance the purpose of a united and progressive Nigeria. We request you, Mr. President, as the leader of the biggest progressive party in Nigeria, you lead the one of the biggest. I leave the first one, the oldest one. The APGA is the oldest, but the APC has overtaken us as the biggest. We must unite. We must come together. All those who profess federalism, all those who are centrists, all those who profess left of center, ideologically, because we must give this country ideologically driven governance. And Mr. President, as the leader of the biggest of the bunch, we urge you, Mr. President, to lead all of us in this new movement. Finally, Mr. President, I want to thank you again for this great honor to Ndi Anambra with this historic state visit. The Presidential Lodge is ready, and we are looking forward to your next visit. Perhaps it won't be a bad idea to relocate to your office and operate from Anambra for a week or two. Ndi Anambra, uno tokwali etu ae. Uno toka president bieba bia nonyala 1 or 2 weeks. Where President, they said they will be happy to host you here 1 or 2 weeks. That day, Asorok will relocate to Anambra State. May God continue to bless you. May God bless the Jagaban. Bless the Renewed Hope agenda. May God bless Anambra State. And may God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you very much, and God bless you all.
So there it is right there. So that is Charles Soludo declaring for Tinubu. Right there, you heard it yourself. So Charles Soludo declares for Tinubu. Bayelsa not only declares for Tinubu, but actually moves to the APC. Akwa Ibom declares for Tinubu. Kano State declares for Tinubu. By the time we get to 2027, what argument would you have to say that you were rigged out of an election? Because the election is already being fought and won, as we're all saying it. So what would be the argument? You know what? Anyway, I suppose that wild space, they always come up with a wild something. But let me play you one last clip, and then if nobody turns up, then we just call it a day, and then a short little session. So let me play you one last clip. So do you know that the most the most insulting thing that anybody can do to you is to slap you in the face? I think we all know that. And it's even more insulting if it's done publicly. For somebody in a gathering of people that are within your circle, somebody slapped you in the face in that gathering. There's nothing more demeaning than that, than for somebody to slap you in the face. But for somebody to give you a backhand slap, that just takes the biscuit. That just crowns it all. That solidifies the insult. So if anything surmounts a frontal slap, it's a backhand slap that you don't even merit the white of the palm. You only deserve the back of the hand. So a backhand slap is the worst and the most egregious thing that anybody can do to someone else. So imagine then, as the Senate president, then Godswill Akpabio raises his hands and then takes a swipe towards Peter Obi, not frontally, but backwardly. A backhand slap from Akpabio to Peter Obi. That's going to be the last clip that we play. And then if somebody turns up, then we carry on.
And yet, when somebody makes a statement that the labors of our heroes, and yet, when somebody makes a statement that the labors of our heroes pass, I in vain, I beg to disagree. Let our brother Peter Obi show leadership like Edwin Clark did by resolving first the crisis in the Labour Party. For a man who wants to run Nigeria, you have one of the smallest parties in Nigeria, and you cannot even resolve the crisis in that Labour Party. Is it the crisis of Boko Haram that you will come and resolve in Nigeria? I would like us to be known for what we did when we had the opportunities. As I speak now, I can tell you about the dualized thoroughfares in my state. I can tell about the flyovers in my state. I can tell about the best international hospital in my state. I can tell you about the monuments of government houses that are built, both for the governor and deputy. I'm one of the best digitalized governor's office in Nigeria. I can tell you about the best international stadium in West Africa. I can tell you about the free and compulsory education that I did for all Nigerians. I can tell you about the unity I brought in religion by sponsoring over 5,800 Muslims to the Holy Land and over 12 to 15,000 Christians to Rome and to Jerusalem. But then, those who are aspiring as presidential candidates and trying to cause division with their mouths, using the social media, tell them to resolve the small crisis in the smallest party they have in Nigeria first, before they come to talk about the larger Nigeria. But for the social media, it is unregulated. I wish you luck as you have a field day. I'm saying this because this is what Edwin Clark would have advised if he were alive. So I've started to speak his voice. May his soul rest in perfect peace. And on that note, may we rise to observe 1 minute silence in honor of this icon.
So there it is right there, a backhand slap from Peter Obi is it's not an easy target to mock. A 40 away, that's what we call that in Yoruba land, a 40 away. Good to see Adama, the Hajia of the platform, and that's Choma, of course, the princess of the platform, the queen mother of the platform, not the Dupsy, of course. So all our star ladies are in the house. So good to see you all. We play the Kegite music and then we say who turns up. Let's play the Kegites. Let's not play the Kegites actually. Let's just in honor of Tinubu's visit to Anambra State. Let's just play this little soup song that the Anambrarians used to celebrate him.
May your reign see prosperity. May Nigeria continue as a united country. Thank you, India Anambra. A lot of my friends are from Anambra here. Thank you very much. God bless you. Going forward.
And there it is right there. who is your daddy? I think the Anambrarians answered that. But joining us, AY, always a delightful session anytime AY deems to turn up. Joined by Midwest people, one of the longest standing members of this platform. So that's the assemble so far. Anybody else that wants to hop on. Been there all the way throughout the readouts and everything. So AY, you're up first. So now our papa with this, so we no get another one. Do you agree?
One man.
Wow.
One man. You started campaigning for Tinubu, to be honest. Just say that's what you you are
I'm not for Tinubu, by the way. I'm only for Nigeria.
No,
I don't
come
even
on.
like Tinubu. I hate the guy.
I want you to be for Nigeria, but now I think you are for Tinubu. Well, again, the politics. You know, a couple of weeks ago, we were having discussion. I made the assertion Soludo will likely be joining APC in after the election. That is exactly what you are seeing right now. And Tinubu, I said Tinubu, Soludo is going to go to APC. So Tinubu understands national politics. He knows what is going on, right? What you see Tinubu is doing, I think even that day Man of Prestige was here. What you see Soludo is doing right now, Soludo, we have to negotiate, even though APC cannot win Anambra State ordinarily. But what Tinubu is gonna go into agreement with the president now. Okay, you know what? Leave the election for me. I'm gonna come to your party after the election. Because right now I don't see formidable opposition to Soludo in Anambra. It's not there, even whatever anybody is gonna say. Nobody is challenging him. I personally think the person that would have been able to challenge Soludo in Anambra was the late Fayuba. Ba was in control of a senatorial district. I think he would have been able to give Soludo a run for his money. Like, it would have given me a lot of stress. However, I don't see Anambra voting for APC candidate. I don't see that happening. From what I know, it's not going to happen. The reason, at this point, Soludo don't have an option. Once he win the election, I think Soludo is basically done with the state. So he's going to be involved with federal politics. So he's going to be looking for appointment. He's going to be looking for, if they can give him some position. I'm not going to say vice president. You know, APC is a demon party. They don't care. They don't look at your face, man. APC is all about it. It's their whole kind of game is kind of like more difficult than even the PDP. But Soludo will not lose the election. He's going to go ahead and win, but he's going to return to APC. I think the Tinubu have.
Are you breaking up, or is it my connection? Can you hear me clearly?
No, I'm good. Yeah, I can hear you. So
all right. You were breaking for a moment. But no. Soludo is playing. You are right. Soludo is playing a negotiation politics, which is the politics that anyway, carry on. But I agree with where you are. Carry on.
Yeah. So the politics you see Tinubu play right now, Tinubu is playing very, very dangerous politics. Now he finished with South. Literally, he has captured the South Side when he recaptured. Now, Edo, Delta, Rivers, Cross River, Akwa Ibom, they are in the pocket of APC and Tinubu right now. The Bayelsa you see, if you follow up the politics of Bayelsa, Wike is putting pressure on the PDP leadership, on the governor, to submit to Tinubu. That is why you see him forming a parallel as PDP executive in Bayelsa, and they are declaring support for Tinubu. So in doing that, he's trying to force the governor to say, listen, see that you fall in line or we're going to kick you out. So So he has actually captured the South. So now I think the next phase is in the Southeast. That is the phase you are seeing now. I don't know much politics of Enugu State. I understand that the governor of Enugu is in line with APC. Hope Uzodinma is there. Eboyi is APC. Hope Imo is APC. If Anambra can support Soludo, support Tinubu, he's not gonna win Anambra really, but he will be able to pull out.
It's not likely to win Anambra, of course not.
He's
Peter
not
Obi
gonna
will
win
win
Anambra.
Anambra,
But with
it will score at least a 300%.
That's what he's looking for. He's looking for 25% in Anambra.
Yeah, no, he will get 25%, maybe even he will score at least 3 times more than he did in 2023,
yes.
which will be an endorsement. That's an endorsement. If he scores 100 to 200% more in Anambra, that is probably the biggest endorsement in the country, and he's going to use infrastructure to get that vote. When it starts to pump in the machines to cure that erosion, something which is the bane of that state, it'll be very difficult. There will have to be an extremely ungrateful bunch of people for them not to acknowledge that. So he will use infrastructure to get their votes. So sorry, carry on.
Yeah, you have a point, because I even saw he said he was going to include the railway, Anambra railway to the blueprint in Nigeria railway blueprint. He's going to include the Anambra state. I mean, if he can do that,
one man. Where do you get that assertion? This thing that is giving you confidence is going to get 3 times. What do you think like that?
What it means is true.
It's adding them to the gas pipe gas master plan, which then puts them in the derivative.
When is that one? You think that one is a project that it can be done now?
No, that's not a project now. That's just a policy change. So you can do that fairly quickly.
Well, don't deceive yourself. You and you are just deceiving It cannot. Let me tell you this. Even if they started the gas pipeline today, the Anambra people will still not vote for Tinubu. Forget Southeast is they are not. There's nothing Tinubu can do that will change. Forget about it, unless you are talking about maybe they will use power. He will use his powers of incumbency to rig election for him. But leave it to the people. They are not going to vote for Tinubu. Forget it.
No. Sorry, AY, you still have the floor, but let me just say this, and then you picked up from there. Nobody is saying they are going to vote for Tinubu, but what I am suggesting is that Tinubu will get 2-3 times more votes than he got. Maybe he got 5,000 votes. He could get 15,000 votes. Peter Obi will still get 200,000, whatever, and still win by. But if Tinubu can double,
what difference does that one make? Does that one give him 25%?
No, that's an endorsement. So that tells you a shift in mindset. That's I think that's more. Tinubu, I don't think Tinubu, even on his best day, will ever dream of winning Anambra now. He never. The hell will freeze over first before Tinubu wins Anambra. But AY.
Yeah, actually, I agree with one man. So we are not saying he's gonna win Anambra. It's not gonna happen. Like I clearly stated that. So what one man is saying, if Tinubu score 1,000 in 2023 in Anambra, Tinubu have the potential of scoring 3,000. That's actually a fact. Because when you have the governor openly supporting you, the governor have loyalists that will look for vote for you. So that's just the honest truth. Where it's going to be very, very difficult for Tinubu to amass reasonable amount of vote in Anambra, it depends on the candidate. If it is Peter Obi, then he's going to struggle again in Anambra, in any state in the Southeast. If Peter Obi is contesting and is coming with that momentum, Tinubu will still struggle very well in the Southeast. If Peter Obi is not contesting, trust me, he will be able to do well. That's just the truth. The other thing is, politics is different. It's just like in South now. I will tell you this. people might argue Peter Obi cannot do better than he did in 2023. It's not going to happen in the South. Trust me, take it to the bank. The reason is that now in Edo, for example, you have all the political leaders moving to one party, moving to APC now, from the governor to the speaker to deputy to almost all the political leaders, the local government chairman. So the structure of the politics, PDP is nowhere to be found. In Edo now, Peter Obi will still do well in Edo, but not what he did in 2023. In Delta, the same thing. All this whole structure now, political structure of Delta, they are in APC. So it's going to be different kind of politics. But yes, if Peter Obi is contesting, he will still do overwhelmingly well in the Southeast. That's a fact. You can't dispute that. So it really depends. But the game Tinubu is playing a very, very smart game there. Because the last time I watched Alex Oti interview, bro, that guy, for me, he seems to be one leg here, one leg here. That's what I just... Like with the interview, the question they ask him, his reply, I think he has soft spot for Tinubu too. So, politician, like I have said, you can never trust this guy. So I think Tinubu now is trying to capture, kind of like protect his vote in the South. Of course, in his home zone, he's gonna clear that area. So then he will move to North and fight for votes. So that's the politics. Then outside politics, the IMF loan, he paid it off. That's a good thing. But we have a lot of work. Just like the way you were postulating now, one man, that a lot of roads, he has done a lot of roads. I don't think so. I don't share that idea. I think Tinubu needs to give more, communicate with the people what he's doing. Issue politics aside, he needs to listen to what the people are saying on the street, what is going on, how the people are feeling in terms of economy. The economy is bad. People are suffering. There is hunger in the land. He needs to pay attention to that. Whatever you are doing, it's about the result. If the people are not happy, the people are not living well, to me, that's a problem, So he needs to look more towards that area. The area of security too. The insecurity in the country is still horrible. It's still horrible. I think he needs to do more from.
Is it improved though? Is it improved?
I don't see improvement yet. One month. If I see improvement,
is as bad as when it was
yesterday? I saw a video that they said it was in Imo State where these IPOB boys kind of like set about 12 trucks ablaze. Which kind of country are we living in? Fulani herdsmen, they are still in the bush. They are still disturbing the people. So we need to, he needs to really look into this and pull out all these security men, to do more for the people. The issue of insecurity from the herdsmen, to kidnapping is still there. I was watching this lady yesterday. She's from Anambra. I think the husband was in Labour Party at a point, and the man was kidnapped. I watch her on what's this guy's name? So she was complaining how the husband was kidnapped. Even till today, the man was not found. So we got issue. Nigeria needs to be safe. You want to drive 1 kilometer to road, you are scared. We can't live in this country. He needs to do more in the area of security. So by the time he's getting the job done, I need to comment on this. You play the video of
all right.
Let me 1 minute.
Hold on. Let me say this. Bring it home in 2 minutes, and then we'll do 5 minutes monologue just to get around everybody fairly quickly, and then we'll open it up. Back to you.
Okay, good. So you played the video of Shea Tinubu. To be honest, that video, I'm gonna say this: Shea Tinubu is a disgrace. I cannot believe a grown-up man, the way he was talking, the way he was addressing the people. That's so poor of him, man. Like, it's so poor. The arrogance people are complaining about him. I think he's making a mistake. You are not your father. Go ask Saraki what happened to him in Kwara. You are not your father. Like, people are gonna fight him. Tinubu is alive. Yeah, he can do what he likes, but listen, if Tinubu is out of the stage, Shea will not survive. If the way he's talking, I don't know the truth about what is going on with Nas, that he used talk to beat the guy up. I don't know how true is this. But Shea Tinubu behavior, that is not a good behavior. If I were Shea Tinubu, I will work with the youth. Instead of you to be arrogant, telling the people, oh, my father is the best president ever. My father is after sliced bread. My father is this. My father is that. They are after my father. Nobody is after his father. Shea Tinubu would have talked to the youth, like, discuss, listen, this is what my father is doing. In 2-3 years, we are going to see the result. I'm working with my father. I'm on him to get job for the youth, to listen to the youth. Go and meet your father. Tell him that, yo, this is what the young people are complaining about. They need job. They need, just talk to the people, in not coming with that arrogance, with toggery. You think you're going to bully people. It's not going to end well. It needs to stop. He needs to stop. If he's involved in all these toggery people are complaining about, he needs to stop, in all honesty. So we want to see a progressive country. We, the youth, we cannot be behaving like we are the people we are complaining about, I don't like
you are still bracketing yourself as youth. Look at this guy.
I'm
wait,
still a
don't
youth,
nearly reach
you
grandpa.
don't be old man now. But well, I'm not gonna say, but the way he needs to behave better, this is somebody that they are saying he want to be governor of his state. How do you address people like that? Do you talk like that? How are you gonna be relating with the people? I have not seen Tinubu in that light, but Shea Tinubu is a big disappointment from what I'm hearing, from what is going on. If these allegations are true, he is a big disappointment. Thank you. Let me let other people continue.
All right, brilliant. So that's the excellent AY, of course, a man that calls it just as it is. So thank you, AY. Thank you, AY. So that's AY. So gentlemen, we're going to do our 5 minutes monologue. So that just we can get through all the voices fairly quickly. We go in the order that people came in. Interjections still allowed, but allow for the free flow, so that the speaker gets the floor. We go to Midwest people who came in just after AY. Midwest, you're up next. Midwest. No Midwest. Oh, all right. As we wait for Midwest, we go on to Mano Prestige. Prestige, are you there?
Yeah, good morning. Sorry, I just woke up, it's like about 6 a.m. in the morning. I got an alert. So you woke me up, one man, with your crazy narrative about your ethnic jingoism. That's what woke me up.
All right.
Big
Give me 1 minute. Hold on. Hold on. Let me wake you up properly.
May your reign see prosperity. May Nigeria continue as a united country. Thank you, Anambra. A lot of my friends are from Anambra here.
Are you awake now? Prestige, the floor is yours.
That is utterly nonsense. All these paid chorus human being. Which papa? Maybe not those people they pay, not their papa now. Tinubu is not the papa of any Igbo person, okay? Nobody is anybody papa in Igbo land except the person papa, okay? How are you gonna come and adopt another person as your papa? Shame to those idiots, okay? Yeah, let them adopt Tinubu as their papa. Maybe replace their papa with Tinubu. if their father is alive, maybe.
But those guys are Igbo now. The people singing there are Igbo. They are not imported, huh?
I'm making a statement, okay?
That means somebody can be somebody's father in Igbo land. You are just contradicting yourself.
They are imported Yoruba people. They imported them
tell
from
that person
Yoruba
to be
land.
quiet, okay? This is my turn.
Carry on.
Anyway, they can say their papa or whatever, okay? Nobody else will be anybody papa in Igbo land but the biological father. So Tinubu, that's a shame to those people. Like I said, they need to say their father and adopt Tinubu as their father. But that's nobody in Igbo land. Tinubu is nobody in Igbo land father. But anyway, let's go to the main subject. So Tinubu went to Anambra State. It's a part of political campaign that he has embarked, which we are right now. I mean, it's going to be 2 years on 29 of this month, and we have started campaign. That's where we are right now. But let me make it on the equivocal, that Tinubu will not get 25% in any southeastern Nigeria. Anybody can come and bet me here. Because all of you permutated during the election, Obi will not win Lagos. And what happened? I mean, all of you have right to say whatever you want to say about how the election is going to come on. But Tinubu will not get 25% in any Igbo land, even in my state, where Hope Uzodinma has crowned himself as the empire, as the emperor. That will not happen. When it comes to election, yeah, he may bring the election for himself or something like that. But when it comes to presidential election, Tinubu may have getting some vote, maybe 25% in some state, if Obi is not there. If once Obi is running, nobody, it's all about Obi. It's all about Obi in the southeast. You can take it to the bank. Nobody will even garner 20% in the far southeastern state. In as far as Obi is running, unless Obi is not running. Let them know that southeastern people like Soludo run. Then, Tinubu will run for any other party. Anybody beside Obi, nobody's gonna get 25%. In the start, take it to the bank. I'm just telling you, if you don't know what's going, all these things Soludo is doing, let me tell you what's going on. Soludo is an Afghan person during the day, but at night he's an APC person. So that's what's actually going on there. I mean, the man it's not, it doesn't even know what he's doing in that state.
But prestige, that obtains for quite a lot of people now. So you can say the same thing about Akwa Ibom, Bayelsa, Kano State, etc., etc. So
I'm not doing that. I mean, all Tinubu is doing is capturing everybody, capturing the whole state.
Well, yeah. So that's 2027 already
but
done.
It's capturing the governors or whatever. But the problem with Nigeria, I think Nigeria may get to where we are right now. Capturing the governors and whatever, they are the structure in that regard, but they are in the state. They are not going to be the real structure because the governor is not going to be able to ring the election next time like they did the other time. Their structure won't be able to, because of this government, incapacitation. They are not performing. People has woken up. This is going to be a new time. It can capture Bayelsa, it can capture Delta State.
One second, Prestige, if you don't mind. So, I think you can answer the question I was going to ask earlier, actually, when Simba interrupted or interjected, rather. To Prestige, did you hear the summary of Akpabio's narrative about Peter Obi's leadership with the Labour Party? And also, if you heard that, that'd be nice. I said that to say that.
Yeah,
look,
I heard that. I mean, all that noise Akpabio was doing, the free education. Have you tried to read about the free education? It's great at the best.
Hold on, Prestige. Yeah, I think it's taking you somewhere. Yeah, carry on.
My point is that, you said if Peter B runs, then Tinubu has no chance of maybe getting 25%.
No,
which I may agree. Which I may agree. But do you think Peter B's aura has diminished as a result of his poor leadership so far, according to Akpabio and what we all have seen? And that's the point I was trying to make if I come in earlier to one man. If Tinubu only had like 5,000 votes last election, and you think it's going to get 3 times the amount the next election. So let's say roughly about 15,000. Does that constitute 25% of the vote in Anambra? So that would be the success if you can actually win 25%. And according to Prestige, there's no chance for that if Peter B runs. What do you say?
Are you asking me or are you asking one man?
To one man. You already said it.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Tinubu has no chance, and to one man, to me, it's not a success if Tinubu triple is count to, let's say, 15,000, and it doesn't, get to the mark of 25% in Anambra. So that's not a success. I mean, so
yes,
that's my point.
Prestige still has the floor, but let me just say to what you're saying. We've already established that in the last is it 3 cycles of election now that the Southeast does not impact on who becomes the president of Nigeria. So whatever happens in the Southeast, it doesn't affect the re-election of Tinubu. But in terms of the movement of the people of the Southeast, in terms of them moving in a political trajectory, which is because that is the most opposed to Tinubu of all of the regions. They're the ones that are opposed to him the most for all of the reasons that we do know. So if he makes significant gains within that region, that is an endorsement. That is actually going outside the tribe to endorse what this guy based on is. That's an endorsement of his achievements as a president. Rather than
sorry, one man.
Yeah, whatever vote he got,
significant move would be winning 25%. Anything less than that is not significant. It's inconsequential.
What the man of press is saying is actually the truth. That was what I said. If Peter B is contesting, Tinubu should forget Southeast. Period. That's it. Nothing more.
So let me go back to what man was saying. Remember, the next political dispensation we're going to go in 2027. That might be a different, you may need Southeast. Why am I saying this? Because the North, the way things are going right now, Tinubu may not get. Tinubu may not even get to.
Hold on, Prestige. Sorry, I'm so sorry. Let me bail out for about 30-40 minutes or so. I have to go do a couple of things. Chairman will stand in place. Carry on, Prestige. Choma, the running order, if Midwest is ready, then he goes Midwest to Simba to Prince Daddy. So I'll probably join you in about 30-40 minutes. Carry on.
So my point is that yeah, the narration you just painted, you've forgotten that we may be in a different dispensation when it comes to 2027 because of what's going on in the North. Tinubu may not get that much vote in the North. It is actually the way we are seeing it right now. I'm not saying things are subject to change, but with the political dimension going on in the North right now, depending on the kind of alignment or coalition that is formed, I've not seen that, in the right way right now. But if anything actually happened, Tinubu may not get any vote, in the North. So you think that Southeast is not consequential? That's where you deceiving yourself. He need to try and capture as much as he can. But my point is that if Obi is running or be in any kind of coalition, in which I prefer him to be, because if Obi running by himself, there's no headway. He's not gonna do anything well. And AY made some statement that the whole South is pretty much captured. Who did they capture? They captured the leadership, the politicians, but they didn't capture the royal people in those part of the region, in the South. I mean, they are the really structure. If they really behave like, use their vote properly, it doesn't matter what the governors do. The people going to vote their conscience if election is not rigged. But we know how it is when it comes to Nigeria. Anything is possible. So all this nonsense about going to Anambra or wherever it's gonna go, it's not gonna make any difference. Okay. All these politics he's doing is not gonna amount to anything. That's the way I see it. But it's politics. He's playing it. But so let me use my own time. I want to go to the NAS. So the situation right now with the NAS, Seyi Tinubu is a disgrace, okay? Look at the nonsense he was speaking, the gathering. I think that was about a month ago, 2 months, my dad is the greatest president. What utterly nonsense is that? This guy is now eating Nigerian money. That's why he has developed that pork belly. Has eat Lagos State money and his dad money. That wasn't enough. His stomach was a little bit kind of okay before, but right now he has developed a big old stomach because he's not eating Nigerian money and speaking nonsense. Everything that he's doing right now is a disgrace. Look at the guy. I don't know what's their motive about, the NAS. Try to capture the NAS, because if you look at the NAS, they don't say anything when it comes to Nigerian politics in recent time. According to they have like about 40 million or so. But what does Seyi Tinubu want with that NAS? I mean, that guy is in jail right now, and they forced him to make a confession under duress, and he's still in jail, detention, or whatever you may call it. I mean, somebody, you're supposed to you're supposed to invite the accuser, and the other guy, forgotten the guy's name, that told him that that actually beat him up. That's who they're supposed to invite, not the guy. Seyi Tinubu and the guy, that's who's supposed to invite. Now, you're inviting the person that was the victim. Does that make sense? This is just how Nigerian justice is. I don't know if you have seen the video going on. The lady that was I think she's married to a German. She's married to a Ghanaian German. Right. They came to Nigeria, I think from Delta State. They was on their way back to Lagos. Between Edo State and Delta State. The police stopped them. So when they searched their thing, they found out that the husband is not a Nigerian. So they asked the husband to follow them. So the wife insisted that he's going to follow them. So when they took the husband on their way, the husband started sweating. The daughter gave the husband like a napkin to wipe his face. So the police came there and took the napkin and put it in his mouth and claimed that the guy was swallowing a drug. I don't know if anybody here has seen the video. I mean, this is Nigeria for you. And I think they found another thing, a camouflage, I think a camouflage pants or whatever. Then they said the guy is some kind of IPOB or whatever, because they saw a camouflage pants in his I think the camouflage pants, was not water, to my understanding. But the accused man beat him up properly. So this is Nigeria for you. I mean, nothing is working in that country, okay? So let's call it what it is. You come here and talk about how great Nigeria is. What great? I mean, everything is falling apart. I mean, crime is of the highest level. I mean, nothing has subsided since this guy came into power. And you're gonna come here and tell me that, Tinubu is doing well. What part is he doing well? Can anybody tell me? What is Tinubu achievement? He came into office.
Men of Prestige, good morning,
Yes.
sir. How are you?
I'm good.
So
Yeah.
I wanted Midwest to also speak so that he can answer all your questions.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, you can go ahead.
So that the conversation will move around.
You can go ahead.
Thank you so much.
You want me to say something?
Mr.
Thank you, madam.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Good morning.
Okay. What I want to say is very small. Frankly speaking, globally, politicians need a stable platform to showcase their political intention. So, but in the case of Peter Obi don't even have a platform now, and not being able to manage his own a party that received him. Now the party is in a very chaotic situation. They are all going to play out. Nigerians are paying attention. He has made a very big mistake for allowing this party to become a party with 3 political chairmen. And at the same time, the Supreme Court have also contributed to it perfectly. And I think at this moment, if we still have Nigeria 2027, and we still have Tinubu as our president, he's going to win the election. He has already won. We don't even have a political opposition party. PDP is gone because of Atiku. It's as if Atiku came in to come and make Tinubu's second tenure very easy. Now, for the Northerners they are talking about, the Northerners are not in line. Oh, the youth want to vote for him. I'm telling you, just those political guys who, with their selfish interest, trying to be loud and complaining, Tinubu is bad, is not helping the North, he's not doing this, he's not doing that. I know it's not going to be easy. No political election that has been so easy in Nigeria, but the way it is, as if all the rest political party are campaigning for Tinubu already. They have failed to be a political opposition party. So who is going to challenge Tinubu? I don't even know. When people are saying he's not going to win Southeast, if Obi form a coalition of what? For him to be deputy? Your people are going to be confused. I'm telling you. A deception of Northerner will be the president for one tenure, or somebody that will be a political just for one tenure from the South. They don't trust Peter Obi. If he gets the power, they don't believe he's going to be one tenure. So for them, the only person they would have used would have been Jonathan. And here come another issue. Jonathan political structure is not on ground. So that is just my take on that. Like this, my brother, you say they are not going to vote for him. Look, Tinubu has captured us out. There's no two ways. Even in Edo, all those obedient is gone. I'm telling you the truth. So it's not going to be like the way it is. It was that state that sold Peter Obi. But as far as the Labour Party is concerned, that belief that at least we have hope in a man that have different idea, or a political party with different idea is gone. It's no longer there. They are now seeing everybody as just the same. So anything that enter your pocket, just take that as yours. That's the politics on ground. Your Satis, that is how they are now seeing Nigeria. They will collect and vote. So it's just the truth. So fortunately, this is the situation we find ourselves. And concerning Tinubu, son you were talking about, I agree with you, my brother. You have to be very careful. Power don't stay forever. Tinubu has done his own. Throughout all his political career, he was not arrogant openly to anybody. Let him go and find out. But he was just a silent, strong man. And his son should copy that, not just coming out to be talking anyhow or trying to hurt people. And when you know you want to hurt people, they find your hand. Stay away from me. Nobody found Tinubu hand in hurting anybody. That does not mean he has not done it. So I don't know the kind of game he's playing, and he should see the danger. And being able to correct himself now. Power will never stay forever. That's just the truth. So it doesn't go and touch people that will say they will never forgive you. Just like Tinubu is unable to forgive Mefiele. So when he was in power, he thought it's forever. So be careful. Tinubu son, if you see this video, that's just my advice today. So I will only touch these two particular. I will also go to this insecurity. Look, things are getting worse. That's why I said I don't know if we will have Nigeria in 2027. Because if they continue in this direction, it is not going to settle well, even for Tinubu and all these politicians that are, jumping up and down. Because those guys, the way I'm seeing them is like they are getting more emboldened to try what they have never tried before. Because like they are seeing weakness, country that is not really fit to protect a citizen. Today they are not complaining those guys are not Nigeria citizens. If Niger can identify their entire citizen, Mali can do the same. Nigeria cannot. That's to tell you the difference. So whom are you going to blame? They are not Nigeria. They are not Nigeria. Let a Nigerian also go to Niger and see whether the government will not figure that person out. Let a Yoruba in Nigeria go to Benin and see whether they will not figure that person out. So that makes the difference. That's why I said the country, if you analyze it very well, I don't really know the way they structure the country, the way our people, try to present that false hope that Nigeria is going to work well. Let's continue like this. I'm giving an example. Let the Yoruba man who is in Nigeria go and claim citizen in Benin, whether they will not fish you out. They have complete database. What stop ours? Just because these people they are French or maybe their English look somehow, you say they are not. So what of the Hausas in Nigeria cannot even speak French and English, and only Hausa is Fulani is what they can speak? Are they not Nigerians? So we are in a very, very difficult situation. The expo they gave to Obasanjo and said, if you want to develop a country, identify your people. Obasanjo pump money at the end. Nigeria were unable to receive any Adika. They receive Adika somewhere, they stop it. I think Jonathan came in. This man, this former president before this one, they say now this one, they did the name. Now they are raising another bill. They say this one will be different. It will capture the face. It will capture the fingerprint. My dear brother, if you capture the fingerprint in the previous one, what's stopping you to tell people to go and renew and be taking photo? If he did, they really have a database. We don't even know where they store these things. There is no protection for our data. Imagine somebody landing in airport, they pick you for a crime you did not commit. Nobody talk about this. Well, it's unfortunate. Let's hope that we have our country not in 2027 by the grace of God. But the way things are going, those who don't want Tinubu, they have laid plan by all cost to destabilize the country. And they will do it. I'm telling you, there are power to be in that country that you cannot see. And I think they are no longer working with him because a few months ago, our country was all this insecurity. I think it was a little bit very down, and people were giving Tinubu praises. All these security officials were praising them that indeed we cannot compare with the previous, but the way it's going now, it's like everybody just fed up. No,
is that Midwest?
Southeast.
Midwest.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you separate the insecurity in Nigeria into at least two? There's the northern insecurity where people overhype and sometimes exaggerate, and there's the southern insecurity, like what happens in the what you call it, the ESN and whatever happens in the southwest. They tend to underreport and they don't hype those insecurities, right? So, do you think the insecurity in the north is getting better, or you think it's going to continue to get worse as the election gets closer?
I think with the strategy on ground, because this insecurity we are facing in Nigeria has its own political dimension, we have to be honest. And there are those who are profiting from it. Even I don't trust the security agent because after the civil war, they were very poor. And with this one, I think the generals they are not cashing their own share. I don't think they will let it go. Because every problem that Nigeria government is trying to solve make people multi-millionaire. Look at what happened about NNP, this refinery. 200 something, I think, I don't know whether 200 something billion, if I'm correct, dollar is gone. If you like, you sack them, but you cannot arrest them because it's we. Before Buhari left office, I think the last month to leave, we were having Nigeria Airway. Where is it today? It's gone. So the insecurity is just like that. And I am fully convinced that it's going to get worse because a lot of power to play in the north, they don't settle well with Tinubu policy. It's like we brought you in, we must tell you what to do. And here come another man who is telling them, look, I'm whom I am. It's me that brought the previous president. You can't tell me what to do. So it's going to be a very big clash. And I think it's going to get worse to my own analysis. But I pray for it to be better. We are talking about life here. We're talking about Nigerian citizens, our brothers, our sisters, our mothers. So in the Southeast level, that one is very deep because the political leaders there, they are silent. Obi cannot address it. The governor cannot address it. He has never talked about ASN. That's why I'm so worried about the man Obi. I once supported him, but if you cannot talk about the problem of your people, you can't talk about the problem, you can't even manage your party. How do you convince me you're going to manage a country like Nigeria with all these wala everywhere? I'm not convinced at all. So that of the ESM, I don't think that one is going to be stable. It's not going to get worse, except they have to protect Kanu. They should not let him, because this kind of trials and retrial, and they should let that man go. That is just the truth. They are afraid to persecute him. I'm not his supporter. He should not be there anymore. Because if it's a country that know how to persecute person on his behalf, they're supposed to have sentenced him. He jumped bail. He committed crime. His very videos are there. But to arrest him forcefully, bring him here and be accusing him left and right, just try to do it like military style, and at the end they messed up the whole thing, and the judges, there's no way they can just say persecute this man. So they should let him go, and he should also take responsibility for what we have the government to take responsibility for what is going on in the Southeast. He doesn't want his people to be by like that. That is not his dream. His dream is to see a place where they unite and have a single voice. We have to be honest. Only say when he was talking, he encouraged those guys to behave like this. We have to be honest. So this is my take on that one. I don't think it would. I'm not worried about the Southeast of a thing. I'm worried about the northern home, because their network is beyond Nigeria boundary. And the external dimension to it is that those people are willing to profit from it. If we slide into crisis, it's going to be a headless one. We are so divided. Religion line, ethnic line. America will look for his own share. Russia will come into his own share, because If he decides to stop the war, he will definitely try to gain his economy. Turkey will come in, Qatar will come in, Europeans will come in, China will come in. How are we going to survive that? This is my worry. France will come in. He has lost all his position around Nigeria. He's not going to fold his hand just to come and feast in the carcass of the country. Why innocent people will be crying? Their news outlets will be reporting different things, that they are coming there to come and help us with aid and secure us, whereas they are not there for that purpose. We should learn from Democratic Republic of Congo, because if America want to stop that war, they will do it less than 2 months. If Russia want to do, they will do. If French want to do, they will do it. But they are lying for decade upon decade. It's still there. Before our the independence, they have been in that crisis, and it's endless because they have minerals and resources. Likewise, Nigeria. Let's see the way we can, do our thing differently. It's unfortunate they have made so many mistakes. How can you govern people you don't know their identity? I don't believe that. That's why I said the French countries that are poor around us are far advanced than Nigeria. If you live with these people, you really see poverty. But when you see the way the administrative system of those people, you will know that they are far ahead of us. They don't fight over land. You buy one land in Senegal. How can you set one land for 2 people in Senegal? It's not possible. In Quebec, it's not possible. They should go and see it and see structures on ground. I'm telling the truth. And that's why I show those people the way they live. They still live like old people, not too much quarrel. They can easily relate. They don't fight over so many things that we fight for in Nigeria that has divided us. So I give space to another person so that they can also say their own. If Nigeria remain, Tinubu will win sack his first time, hands down. We don't have opposition. I'm telling you the truth.
Thank you, Mr. Midwest, for separating your emotions from facts and actually giving a constructive criticism to Shea Tinubu. That was very good. I love that. So, Prince Daddy, Trump Daddy, aka, or Simba. Trump Daddy, would you like to say something?
Yeah, thanks, Gemma. Yeah, briefly, if you can hear me. Hello, everyone. Good morning. I just have some quick questions. Who's talking? Sorry.
Is that the order that a woman
No, Gemma, it's Simba turn now. Simba was there before Prince Daddy. Maybe he missed it.
Doesn't want to hear
but Simba is in Saudi Arabia. I should take.
Dr. Simba, you will go after Prince Daddy.
There you go. It's in Saudi Arabia. Let me talk.
Mean that Prince Daddy. Is that what you said?
No,
what you say?
Yes, I'll always love to save the best for last.
Which one is the best? Simba, you're saying with Simba. Simba's in the best.
I will not talk.
Because
Dr. Simba, don't worry, you will speak. So, Prince Daddy.
No, let Simba talk. Let Simba go ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, it's evening here.
Dr. Simba, you always like to complain. Always with me.
What
Continue,
do you say?
Continue.
Good evening here. I greet everybody on the platform. Let me start by this old clip that one man play on Tinubu. And I always like us to speak based on information. We have to get information before we start talking on the platform. Because if we look at the Nance guy that everybody was talking about, I don't think anybody knows anything about that guy until when he came out of the allegation that he was brutalized. That guy was not the Nance president. He never contested for any election under Association of Nigerian Students. He was busy parading himself as non-president, and he's never, if you look at so many interviews have been granted, National Association of Nigerian Students have debunked the information that he was their president. He's never non-president. That guy was actually beaten in the market. They said he went and stole something in the market. That was why he was beaten. So that article.
Hold on, Simbad. you are coming here to to make some ambiguous statement. Do you have the fact? Where are you getting that narrative from? This is the first time I'm hearing in any media in Nigeria.
The problem, let me tell you, the problem that we have is this, MOP. You know, when you are talking, I did not even interject you, and I waited for my time.
But we are free to interject because you made some you make some insidious statement. So we need to interject.
You interject, and I will give you information. Have you ever, even in your own way, try and verify the authentication of this guy? Who is he? How is he parading himself? Have you ever checked, apart from just you heard that news and you are going about with it, say, oh, because it suits your narratives? Have you ever do any investigation on your own to even see whatever is claiming, is it right or not? No, answer my question.
I mean, the guy came out and I give you verbatim about what happened. He was bribed. Hold on. You asked me a question now. Let me answer.
Let me tell you, I went and do a research, and I'm giving you, you can go and check. Because
I'm going to take all this part you are bringing. I'm going to take all this part you are bringing.
I don't come here to come and see to sentiment. Do you understand what
I'm saying? So, Simbad, hold on. You asked me a question now. You wanted me to interject. So, are you saying this guy concord everything? I mean, that just happened on national TV.
Claim that NAS president, National Association of Nigerian Students, is not.
It's two different functions. The one of Sheyin Tinubu.
Faction. Forget
about
it.
There is.
Well, men of prestige. Let's allow Dr.
Well, he asked. He asked me to interject, so that's why I wouldn't have interject because he asked me to interject.
Okay. No, allow him. We are having a conversation.
Okay, then that's fine. Sorry, men of prestige. Continue.
I'm not. I'm
continue your basketballs.
Yeah, not serious.
I like basketballs.
So, MOP, that is the information. You can go and cross-check and make your own fact after this.
So, are you saying he's not a student? I mean, he looked too old to be a student to begin with.
In fact, there are some assertion that the guy is 53-year-old.
It could be, but I'm just saying he looks too old to be a student.
How could a 53-year-old be the president of a...
You don't know. Maybe he started going to school at the age of 40.
Okay.
Maybe he started going to school at the age of 40.
Let me tell you one thing we should learn. You understand? If we're all speaking for the good of our country, you understand? One thing I notice about us Nigerians is that we don't love that country. Whenever we hear that suit our sentiment, that's what we just propagate. We never love that country. I'm very sorry to say. That is the problem. Anything that you say now, even if since some people don't like the government in power, whatever anybody says against that government, people flies with it and they don't bother to verify. That is the situation. So that is about that. Then when you are speaking earlier about the visit of Tinubu I totally agree with you that Tinubu is just wasting his time campaigning in the southeast. The southeasterners, I'm very sorry to say this, because they are the group of people that normally accuse other people of tribalism, but when you look at Nigerian election, they are the one that actually vote tribally. So he's just wasting his time. He will never get any vote from that.
Wait a minute. You're painting some tribal connotation here. So I'm going to interject if you allow me, because you said it,
MOP.
He made another insidious statement that the Southeast are the most tribalistic when it comes to voting. You're accusing me. So I have right to interject because, like I said, he just made a very...
I didn't accuse you of anything. What did I accuse you?
Yes, he did. He said the Southeast. I'm one of the Southeast. So when he said when he called Igbo name, you are calling me a name. I will not tolerate that. I'm gonna
Wait now. What did I say? You said he will never get any votes if Peter Obi is on the ballot. Is that
yes? And I said because of Obi.
I concur.
Because of Obi.
I agree with you. So why is it not say an allegation?
Then you use the word tribe. You say you use the word tribalistic.
No. I make it.
I didn't say it's okay.
I said it. That's what I said. I can claim.
Okay.
I claim
no. We're not gonna do...
I said they
Hold on, please.
Go ahead now.
Hold on. So we're not going to do this, tribal that. So, men of prestige, don't interrupt him because you're here. Let him feel free to express himself, please. So, Dr. Simba, continue. Limited
But Chioma,
interjections.
hold on, Chioma. He allowed me. I don't really look at Simba to be an ingrain in that regard. I mean, I know about 2 or 3 people that come on this platform that I wouldn't even talk to because they are very bigotry. I don't look at Simba that way, but go ahead.
Someone allowed you. I know, but just because someone allowed you doesn't mean you don't allow them to express themselves.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, obey. I obey.
Even though I may not like what he's saying, but I want him to feel free.
Oh, okay. Chioma, let us continue. Man of prestige, sorry. If you said that if Peter Obi is on the ballot, the Southeasterners will not vote for Tinubu, what do you mean by that?
I said he's not going to get 25%.
So
he's on the ballot.
Why would the Southwesterner vote for Obi and the Southeasterner will not vote for Tinubu?
Because this is okay. Okay, let's be more realistic. We are very tribalistic person. Okay, so whenever our kinsman, hold on. You ask me a question, and I'm coming to that. Whenever our kinsman is running, right, there's probability about 80 to 90% that we're going to vote for him. But particularly when it comes to the Southeast, that field, they are being marginalized when it comes to presidency.
You all live in the same country. Why
hold on
now.
I'm not saying what is going on is right, but that's where we are at this present time. We are very tribalist people, so let's call it what it is.
Okay.
So why are you not saying
you're supporting exactly what Simba said. You try to rebut what he said about
but he just single out the Southeast like they are the only tribalistic people. That was his former statement. Go and listen to his former statement when he was saying.
But you essentially repeated the same thing now. You said at this dispensation that the Southeasterners, they're more likely to vote more readily for a Southeast candidate.
No, that's not true. They vote in block. When Ojukwu contested, he lost. Hold on. We need to get something straight. When Ojukwu contested, he lost against Obasanjo. So don't come here about
saying now. Wait. Don't just shout.
Use the word that they vote in block.
MOP. Wait. Why must always flow in block and the other regions don't vote in block for their people? Why? Are you the only smart?
I mean, if they find a very capable person, like they voted for Jonathan. Jonathan was from Southeast. They voted for him overwhelmingly.
Can I interject if it's okay?
Okay, interject.
Oh, thank you very Madam, is it okay if I interject because she's the one in charge?
Thank you for giving me all due respect. I really appreciate that, the progressive. And I really hope you all learn from Mr. Progressive today. So yes, you may interject. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. So I think
instead of thanking me, you are thanking.
Thank you. Thank all of you. Thank everyone for letting me interject. So I think what we are missing here is that we forget to understand that Tinubu is not Buhari. Tinubu, before you make this categorical statement to say Tinubu will not get 25% in the Southeast, you first of all have to understand the person in Tinubu. Tinubu is the sitting president and he is willing to use the institution of state to get whatever he wants. So you will start to see movement in INEC Rex towards that election. This is why you have people like Wike on his side, people who are willing to do the dirty job. Please don't go and think that this man will not do anything to get what he wants in this coming election.
That's not going to work in the Southeast. The political structure is unless the people structure. That's the only thing that's going to get him a vote. The political structure. No, you are wrong. The political structure is not going to get him a vote in the Southeast. You are wrong.
Let me finish what I'm saying. Okay. So you need to understand that the Supreme Court, in that Adeleke versus Oyetola judgment, made it extremely difficult for you to challenge election result through the court system, right? So all they need to do is they just need a rec officer to change the result, and whatever result they put there, all you need to do is go and challenge it in court. That's all.
So now you're talking about election ringing. You're talking about election ringing.
Do you think the current Nigeria situation and Tinubu can win election anywhere in Nigeria? Of course not. Of course not. But he is still going to win the election, whether you like it or not. I'm telling you, this is what, look, they've practiced it in Edo recently, and it worked. And this is what they're going to do across Nigeria when that time comes. There's no need for all this. Look, the man is going to rig the election, so let's stop wasting our time.
Okay,
So
so
he's
Akim,
going to
that's
get
your own.
he's going to
That
get
is your
25%.
own. That's your
He's
own
going to get
belief. Let
25% in
me take
Anambra.
back my time. Let me take back my time. So if when it comes to your time, you can just start talking about rigging. So now, let me go to the I actually agree with you, MOP. Tinubu will not get any serious vote from the Southeasterners. So we know the pattern, we know how they vote, and that is it. So nothing. I don't think he should be wasting his time investing his money and time on campaigning in that region. But what I want to say about the Akpabio speech, I agree with Akpabio, because if you look at somebody who said they wanted to rule a country, and you have one of the smallest party in Nigeria that is in crisis, and you never even commented, you never even try to even sort out the problem of your party. The only thing that you are good at, because I know Peter Obi to be a jump party politician. He always jump from one party to the other, from APGA to PDP, from PDP to Labour, and he's ready to jump ship to another party now. He's somebody that I see that he doesn't have that skill to face any problem. He looks like he's always looking for the easy way out. Anywhere the thing is done, that's where he wanted to move to. Because even when he was a governor in Anambra State under APGA, he was already actually flirting with the PDP. And it was not surprised when immediately after he left the government house in Oka, he jumped ship and joined the Jonathan regime. So, and same pattern, he joined PDP when it was tough for him in PDP. He went to Labour. Now it's getting tougher for him now in Labour Party. So we don't know the next party is going to jump to now. So, and this is a kind of person that we are not looking at as, oh, these are savior, these are saying that can solve the problem of Nigeria, the myriad of insecurity problem, economic problem that we have. Does he even have the jugular? Does he even have the effrontery to face all these cabals that we are talking about, all this insecurity, the Boko Haram and everything that we are talking about? We are joking. So to me, I don't see anybody that is trying to castigate Akpabio that whatever he says, hey, the guy is actually right. We don't. Somebody like Peter Obi does not even have the right to condemn any government, because he doesn't even have the skill, he doesn't even have the effrontery to face the problem that is going that is facing the country. So that's what I want to say about that. Then IMF loan that they said that, well, I'm not a fan of a country actually offsetting the loan. To me, Obasanjo did the same thing. Where did that one has taken us to? Settling loan, but it's not the best form of economic measure for any country. Having loan, taking loan is not even anything bad. It's only that it's what you do with the loan that you take that is the issue. US is the most indebted country in the world. Did they even settle did they pay anything back? So I don't think it's something that we have to be jubilating about, that, okay, IMF loan, one IMF loan. Now, the almost $13 billion that we pay in 2013, if we have invested that one in the economy, it will have settled a lot of problems for us. But we wasted it. How many years after we accumulated another one? So to me, it's not something that we're supposed to be jubilating. So thank you, Choma. So you can move to the next person.
You're very much welcome. So the next person is Prince Daddy, aka Mr. Trump Daddy, that won in 2024. Period.
Yes, Chairman. Good morning.
Good morning, yeah. Prince Daddy.
Yeah, thanks. May I just have some couple of questions, really? So a progressive, is anti-APC, anti-Tinubu. If Tinubu could not get he probably had
would you say, why did you say that?
0.01% in the last election. What do you mean Tinubu is going to rig all the election in the country or all the states? How is it going to do it in the southeast, especially in Anambra, that we have
I just explained to you. Did you not listen to me?
And
I explained to you. Did you not listen to me?
And across the state, across
But
the country.
I explained to you. Did you not listen?
I missed that part.
So, what I was trying to explain to you is that due to the Supreme Court rulings in Oyetola versus Adeleke in Osun state governorship elections before that general election, it has made it extremely difficult to challenge a governorship or presidential election once the result has been declared. So, all Tinubu needs to do is to get favorable regs into position.
Sorry, progressive. Let me ask you this: what was the Supreme Court ruling? Because if my memory did not actually failed me, the person that they declared that won that election was who?
Adeleke.
Okay. So, and then
but let me explain to you. You understand that tribunal, they went through the tribunal phases, and at the tribunal phases, APC actually won that petition against Adeleke, because when the Electoral Act was amended in 2022, that was the first case in which the Electoral Act was put into test. The tribunal did a fantastic job because APC went and obtained back-end server result from the Beavers machine, okay, which shows clearly overvoting in those other areas. Okay, so those evidence was overwhelming. But when this case got to the Supreme Court, if you go and check the judgment, the first judgment by the tribunal was against Adeleke. It went in favor of Oyetola. So, but when that case got to the Supreme Court, don't forget, at the same time, there was also the presidential election case in the court as well, in the appeal court. That when Obi Atiku was challenging Tinubu. So that was a case study going into that presidential election case. The Supreme Court, I want you to listen to me now. You want to challenge election result. They are asking you to present a witness. You have to have a physical witness, which is a polling unit agent. In every single polling unit that you are challenging, you cannot challenge election at the state level. You have to challenge it from the polling unit level. You have to cross-check the Beavers machine from that polling unit in that tribunal. So presidential election, you're going to challenge maybe 40,000 polling units. On how do you manufacture that kind of defense? It is not going to happen. Even ordinary governorship election today, you cannot overturn it once they call the result. And you saw it. I'm not even.
No, I'm not talking about overturning results. See, I'm talking about being able to capture a state like Anambra and actually win it. Okay, I don't think it's that easy. As much as you want to make Tinubu to be a criminal or a bad person,
it is not the vote of the people that will count. Look, you can cast election.
See, at the end of the day, okay. I can see Tinubu winning at least 25% in Anambra. Why? Because just like one man said earlier and somebody else, that Soludo is transitioning into a national politics. Okay, for that reason, he has to give something for it. So if whichever magic is going to happen in Anambra, right, I see Tinubu being able to win at least 25% of the state. Okay, that's all you need. Peter B or whomever can take 25%.
Praise Daddy, I think you guys again. If Okowa was a deputy, a vice presidential candidate under PDP in that last election and he lost his own state while he was a sitting governor to the Labour Party, why do you think Tinubu has any? Even to get 1% in Anambra is impossible for Tinubu in the next election. It's practically impossible. So if he didn't do it last time, what makes you think after the level of economic woes that people have suffering in the country, that is going to do it now? I'm telling you, if a sitting governor was the vice presidential candidate to the PDP, Atiku Abubakar, in that election and lost his own state to Labour Party, the structure is the people, the foot soldiers. And once they say this is the direction that we are going, we saw it in Edo, we saw it in Delta,
we had
we saw it in a lot of these states.
We had a guest the other day. We had a guest a few months ago, and And from his submission, we all know that having a structure, because Nigeria voters of politics is not about ideology. So if we had we know it's all about structure. The most structured party in Nigeria is APC, bar none. And we saw how terribly PDP did. Supposedly, the rival party, they didn't perform very well. So, as of today, okay, regardless of the sentiment in the country, the economy, and whatnot, I can tell you right now that Tinubu's structure for the APC has gotten stronger rather than weaker than the previous
Prince
election.
Daddy,
And for that
can you quickly answer one question for me, please? Going into 2023 election, would you say APC had a stronger structure in Lagos State than the Labour Party?
that was an aberration. Okay.
Oh my God.
Can I come in, Prince Daddy,
it
a
was
minute?
because they, it was kind of a unique, it's because in Nigeria, like in the West, right, they don't do a good job of demography of the voters. The Lagos State, result didn't surprise me for any serious person because we know the Igbos are overwhelmingly in all parts of Lagos.
Let's push that aside. Let's push that aside. Okay, we are going into the deep Yoruba state now, Osun State. Would you believe that Tinubu would have lost Osun State to the PDP in that last election? Forget Lagos now.
Also, from what I understand, Sima can speak on it also. On Osun State, they have a way of voting also. They move from.
I can explain why I am from Osun, and I know why my people voted for Atiku. They did not even vote for Obi. The reason why they voted because of, so the reason why they voted for PDP that time was what you said earlier, because of the case of Adeleke that was in court. They have the belief that, if the APC actually became won the federal election, the court case might not actually be in favor of Adeleke. That was why they voted for PDP that time. So that was the reason.
Prince Daddy, can I interject, please, a minute?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, you made a comment earlier that Obi winning Lagos was an aberration. No, it's not an aberration, and Igbo does not dominate Lagos is still a Yoruba state. So let's call it what it is. I mean, there's more Igbo than any other tribe in Lagos. So they are the second, but it's not anything close.
Okay,
hold on now. Let me finish.
More than the Yoruba, what are you saying?
No, I'm coming. I'm going somewhere because he called it an aberration. Something that just happened. That of the reason why Tinubu tried to rig the election. That way, but what happened? The voting was so overwhelming that they couldn't do it. I mean, they was able to do it. Hold on. They was able to do it as little as you can because Obi got over 100,000 plus. Okay, that's what actually happened in Lagos. The people, the Yorubas in Lagos. Hold on. The Yorubas in Lagos. The Yoruba in Lagos are more refined. They are very intellectual. So they go with the.
Okay, so the one that voted for Tinubu, they are all refined. So your people that are voting for Obi.
The Yoruba in Lagos.
Sometimes
the Yoruba in Lagos are more refined.
Wait,
okay?
you make
so they believe in competency. They don't believe in gas charism. Okay, they know about They know about
that statement is very insulting, to be honest with you.
Well, that's your opinion.
And then when I talk now, he'll be shouting on top of his voice. They are more refined. So the one that are more refined, they are the one voting for Tinubu.
Prince Daddy, you said something about structure. We know where we are in America, which is a swing country. Nigeria is not a swing country. The structure is the people. Like Republican can go to any Democrat state, where the governor, where they have the governor, where they have the governor there as a Republican, Democrat can win in that state because of the people. It's not about the politicians are not the structure in a same country, but in Nigeria it's a different case. The structure is the politicians because why is the structure the politician? Because they have the machinery to ring the election or to tweet the election to favor whatever their narrative is or whomever they want to support. So let's not get it twisted. We need to call it how it is.
Prince
It's a
Daddy,
ringing. It's a
Prince
ringing.
Daddy,
It's a
if you want
ringing
to
structure.
discuss politics, if you want to
It's a
discuss
ringing structure.
politics,
That's what we have in Nigeria. We don't have a
discuss
structure.
politics. Hello,
I've laid
Daddy,
down
if you
my
want to
point. So
discuss politics,
you need to believe. You need to believe what I said.
okay, just let me talk. If you want to discuss politics, don't discuss politics for a new fight like MOP. He's not a politician. He doesn't know anything about politics because he will be just talking. Look at what he just said now. That the Yorubas that voted for in Lagos, they are more refined. The one that are voted for Tinubu, they are not refined. And then the Southeasterners that are refined, they are the one voting for Obi. You can see now. The major problem, everybody
I didn't
knows.
say anything about the Southeasterners.
Wait.
I said
No, okay, Simba, can you wait, please, wait. Man of Prestige, please, is there a way you can take that statement back? Because it kind of comes across what you said, and the progressive was trying to call you out. And,
no. What did I say that was wrong? I said they're more enlightening. Can I use the word more enlightened? That's why they go with competent. That's why that's why more Yoruba in Lagos. That's why more Yoruba in Lagos voted for Obi than any other part of Southwest. So there's nothing derogatory that I said. That I need to take back. Maybe I need to change the word. More enlightened. In terms of in terms in terms of
okay, so who is speaking? Whose submission is it at the moment? Prince Daddy, right? Yes, let's give him that respect. And AY, you will not speak. Thank you.
Yeah, well, I see your point, Prestige, because I have two brothers in Lagos, right? Of course, educated, whatever, masters, and they both voted for Bitobi, not Tinubu. So when you say more refined, I think it's synonymous with more liberal in their voting pattern. I think that's the way I understand it. It's not offensive, so that's the way I understand it. Okay. What else? What else did
wait, Prince Daddy, let me interject you. Let me tell you this. If you have been a follower of politics in Nigeria, let me tell you what happened. The people that voted in Lagos, especially the Yorubas, is not because of being liberal or whatever. They voted because we have all these big churches, the pastors that are campaigning against Muslim tickets. That was what happened. It's not okay if it's not being liberal. It's not being. Let me tell you, you are just giving this MOP to be talking rubbish that he's talking. I'm
talking rubbish. Simbad.
It's rubbish. It's utterly rubbish that you are talking about.
Okay.
Rubbish.
Okay.
Let me
Aburo. Okay.
Let me add to what Simba said. Mr. Simba said.
Simba, you can talk without insulting people. You do this thing every time. You do this shit every time. You insult everybody every time. You don't.
Insulted my tribe. I cannot wait for him not to. What are you talking about?
The same way you insulted the Awolowo, the same way you insulted everybody. You don't take. You don't respect.
Let AY talk.
Okay. No. So, Mr. Progressive. Oh, Adama, do you have anything you want to contribute? Otherwise, Mr. Progressive was speaking.
No. Progressive was calling out. I wanted Progressive to explain why he felt Man of Prestige, what he said was an insult.
It's actually
and Simba is beating on that as well.
So I want him to take over. The Progressive, this is your submission now. Go ahead.
Thank you very much.
Progressive, please give me 1 minute. Choma, give me 1 minute first, please.
Okay, I will allow you to speak for only 15 seconds.
Okay, thank you, boss. So, actually, the submission of Simba was very on point. What happened in Lagos, right? If you look at the population of Yoruba in Lagos, I don't think it's actually 50% of the general population. So, you have the non-Yorubas voting for Peter Obi in Lagos. Majority, then the Yoruba in Lagos were divided into two camps. The one that follow, that were disgruntled because of the Muslim ticket, the Christian, they voted for Peter Obi. That was why you saw Lagos was just like that, to be honest. Elections still go with structure, that's a fact. But when you have a popular candidate that is very popular, it can actually disorganize that political structure. Like people really love, just like the case of Abiola, how everybody was on the street, Abiola, the election now become difficult to rig. So when people are not interested in an election, it's much easier to rig that election. Thank you. Thank you, Ochoma.
You're welcome. Mr. Progressive?
Yeah, thank you very much. So
It's
my
your
explanation
floor.
my explanation in regard to what Man of Prestige said when he said the Yorubas in Lagos are more refined. So what if you then reverse that? It means that those ones in Ekiti, those ones in Ondo, in Oyo, they are not refined Yoruba just because they didn't vote for a particular candidate or they made different decisions. So I think those are not the right words to use in situations like that. So and I think it is kind of insulting because you have Yorubas who voted for Obi, you have the ones who voted for Tinubu, and you have the ones that voted for Atiku. So even in the southeast, where as dominant as Obi is, you still have one or two people that voted for Tinubu there. So it doesn't mean that those people they are dumb. They just make decisions based on what they think is best for them and their life. So just having differences doesn't mean that one person is much smarter than the other person. No.
Why are you classifying what I said as something like dumb or more educated? That's not where I was going.
Yeah,
So
but
you're
it
just
come across.
misreading my statement. You're just
It came
misinterpreting what
across.
I mean, you can use
It came
word.
across like that.
Depends on the context of what we are talking about.
It came
I think
across like
they
that.
are
This is
more
what I'm trying to
progressive.
explain to you.
If you want to use it in context, they are more progressive. That's what I mean. That's
Yeah,
what it means.
yeah.
You can use
Progressive,
in the context of what I use it for more refined. That's what I'm. That was
progressive.
my point.
Progressive is an idea, so that is different. So you can, if you had used the word they are more progressive, then that is different. It's an idea. So
I'm sticking with my word, okay? In that
so
context, that's what I use.
when you say they are more refined, it's more like an intellectual thing. So this is what I'm trying to explain to you. You might not accept it. I'm not saying you should accept it, but I'm just saying it came across that way. That's all. So
You can use the word refined in many. It depends on the context of what the conversation we are having. You can use refine as more
If
amend.
you don't
In
understand
that
English,
political narrative.
better stop talking. If you don't
I don't
understand,
understand
better
English.
stop talking.
I don't
Yes.
understand English.
So
Okay.
go and look out for the meaning of refined. If you don't understand what you mean, so know how to use English. That is it. I'm
Okay,
not like
Mr.
Prince Daddy that will be saying his brothers
Doctor,
are this, are this, they're more liberal. No, I understand what you mean.
Doctor
It's
of
a
English.
derogative. It's a derogative
Doctor of
language,
English.
and it's
Okay,
not
you
the
are.
truth.
Come here, come and educate
What you
me,
cannot
educating me.
tolerate.
Excuse
When you
me.
don't know nothing.
Excuse me, what we're not going to do when I'm moderating, we're not going to throw massive digs. I'm the only one that can insult in this platform, okay? Thank you. So,
all right.
Mr.
So
Progressive, you will
thank you
continue.
very much. So look, I already laid the foundation of what I was going to say, what I'm going to say. I am trying to explain in this to guys here that look, I'm not saying that I support rigging. I'm just saying, look, this is what is going to happen. It's going to be a kind of an Obasanjo style election. It's not because in my opinion, I think is what we are put in this position by the Supreme Court of, and this is not the first time. And I think every time we talk, a lot of people talk about electoral reform. We've had several electoral reform. Before we have this Beavers machine, we used to have a different machine. What's it called? The card reader machine. What's it called? That we used before, and it was the Supreme Court that also made a ruling in the Yeso Wike first term election that that almost kind of just destroyed the progress that was made in that election. And when this kind of judgment comes out from the court, what it does is that it kind of sets the country back. So we have to go back again and try to reamend. Look, if the Supreme Court had did what was right in that Oyetola Adeleke's case, so if INEC present a Beavers machine and they use that Beavers machine to conduct election, and then if I'm disputing the result of that election, all I need to do is to get a print backend server of that Beavers. That should be enough in the court of law to say, look, this is the Beavers machine that was used, and this is the result that came out of that machine. Why? The Supreme Court said no, that was not enough. And that was what APC did in that election. The tribunal agreed with APC. They overturned that election result in favor of Oyetola. Adeleke appealed it, and subsequent appeal went all the way to Supreme Court, and then they made one of the dumbest judgments I've ever seen in my life. How are you going to challenge election result if you are not asked to provide a witness for every polling unit that you are challenging? We have over, in that last election, we have over 140 something thousand polling units across Nigeria. So say maybe you are disputing result from maybe even 20,000 polling units. How, first of all, where are you going to get all the polling units, 20,000 polling unit agents to come to court to challenge every single polling unit? And secondly, you're going to bring all the Beavers machine to court, turn them on, and cross-check all the results for every polling unit. You're going to need 1 year just to check that, just to go through that appeal case, appeal court phase alone, because of the volume of cross-checking, cross-examination of witnesses, the amount of witnesses that you have to present. And if that is not the case, go and look at all the judgment that the Supreme Court have given since that case. They've kicked against every governorship and presidential, including the Tinubu one, election petition that have come to their front on that ground. The only time, I want you to see this now, the only time that people have been successful in overturning election results are those petitions that don't get all the way to the Supreme Court. Look at the case of Natasha Otti in Kogi State, senatorial election. That doesn't go all the way to the Supreme Court. Look at what happened in, was it Plateau State, when they overturned the result of the PDP elections. But at the appeal court level, all the House of Assembly members got a decision in favor of APC, but the governor was able to take his own case up the way to the Supreme Court, and Supreme Court gave a judgment in favor of the governor. So we had a problem in our hand. I don't know if anybody followed that case, whereby the governor now was able to retain his seat, but every single House of Rep and State House of Assembly member could not come back because their case could not go forward past the appeal court level. So this is where we are today. And this is why I say, if you look at the pattern of what happened in Edo State in this last election, that is what they are going to do across Nigeria in areas where they feel like, you know what, say maybe Tinubu become very close to Soludo. All he needs to do is just get one of commissioner of police that is on his side, get an INEC rec on his side, and put them there. At the end of the day, they will use police to escort all the results to the INEC state headquarters, and then they change the numbers. Go to court. That's it. Election is done. So what are we talking about? They've already practiced this, and they're going to put it into. They will put it into use in the next election. I'm just trying to explain to people what to expect.
Let me ask you this. Because in that Oshun, yes, I agree with you that the court asked them that they have to produce Beavers evidence to show overvoting. You understand? Now,
yes.
How did the APC knows that there was overvoting?
Because they obtained the back-end server result from the Beavers machine, which it was INEC that even provide them with those back-end results. It was INEC, it was CTC, certified true copy from INEC, that
but
APC used.
Why is the court asking the party if because the party, they are not in custody of Beavers machine? Is the INEC that is in the custody of Beavers machine now?
Okay.
So why are they asking the party to produce what they are not in custody?
Yeah, but this is why I say the Supreme Court ruling was so bad that it should not have been. Because
that judgment, as far as I'm concerned, doesn't make sense, because you cannot be asking somebody to produce what he doesn't possess.
Yeah, but you are now on my side, right? This is what I'm saying. So that when people say the court robbed Peter Obi, I said no. That Obi election.
The tribunal. What did they use to to overturn the election in the first place.
That was the back end result from the beaver. So what happened is that I can get you see the beavers after the election, you can ask for a print from that machine. So they will bring the copy out. INEC will bring a certified true copy from that beaver's machine. That which is like maybe you buy something now, your card machine will print the receipt for you. So they can print the result of the election, the way people are accredited, the way people vote, and people that voted, people that didn't vote. So it shows clearly that in some of these polling units, in a lot of those polling units that I think they were challenged about 700 or something polling units, that they were overvoting. And in some of these cases, election did not even occur with what they found in the machine. So when the tribunal added everything together and subtract the area where the law clearly states that if there is if the number of people that voted is more than the number of people that were accredited, that result should be cancelled. That is what the law states.
But we've been seeing that one now. Most of the time when we follow election collation in the collation center, most of the time you see that they will say, okay, no, they have more votes than the accredited, and immediately they cancel such votes. So
yeah, but it didn't happen in the case of Oshun. This is the problem. You see, in that area, Adelekes, they are very strong in that area, so they were able to get through those INEC officials that came to those places. So that was what happened. So you then have to go to court to say, look, this result should have been cancelled, and which the tribunal did. The tribunal looked at it and said, okay, the result did not tally. They tallied the result and they said, okay, no, Oyetola, you won the election. But Adeleke went to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court then look, if the Supreme Court had overturned that.
No, that was not what happened, Akimo. The tribunal was one that actually overturned the election and gave the winner to Oyetola. So it went.
Yes, that's
so
what I'm
the
saying.
thing went from that to appeal court. Appeal court gave it to Adeleke, and the Supreme Court now affirmed the appeal court ruling.
So hold on, based on the Supreme Court, the appeal court. What was the appeal court ruling?
Appeal court was in favor of Adeleke.
Yeah, but what was the ruling of the appeal court?
I'm not talking about the ruling. No, you are saying that the appeal court was in favor of Oyetola. That was what
No. I did not say the appeal court. I said the tribunal overturned the election result as a subsequent appeal. As a subsequent appeal was what they did to now overturn. I'm not complaining about the overturning. I'm saying it was the criteria in which they used to overturn that judgment that was the problem. So what I'm saying is, if they had overturned and said, look, you did not prove enough that this election was rigged, or they now set a standard.
Is it possible for the court to compel INEC to produce their beavers?
Of course, they do that. They compel INEC to produce beavers.
So what did they now find out from beavers?
Because they did not turn on the beavers in the court. Because who is going to operate the beavers?
So what is the essence of bringing it to court what use was that beavers that they brought to the court?
Yeah, but that is part of the problem, because at the end of the day,
I think there's some information that maybe that is not actually clear to us here.
Okay, hold on. You go and read that Supreme Court judgment and come back to me. Okay?
No, I'm not. Just get me, Akim. I'm not saying I have read the judgment. What I'm saying that if the court can compel INEC to bring the beavers, and you are saying that they brought the beavers, they didn't put it on. So of what use? So what did they use the beavers for?
So basically, what the Electoral Act stipulates is that you get the back end server, which is the result, and then you produce the machine. So the Electoral Act did not say you have to turn on the machine. It said you produce the machine to court. So INEC is compelled to produce the machine.
You produce the machine to show the evidence. You understand?
Listen. What they said is that once I produce a receipt now, right, and I'll say this receipt, I got it from this machine. So the law did not say you have to turn on the machine to show that you got that receipt. The law just said, show me the machine that you got the receipt from. That's all. So the Supreme Court.
Wait, Akim. Yeah. You think that they will be so dumb that they will just say, okay, this is the the beavers that produce this result, and that is all. That is enough evidence in the court.
Yeah, that is what the Electoral Act
No, I think one thing that we have to be careful about is the kind of information we put into the public. If we are not sure of something, let us say we are not sure. Don't let us be assertive in whatever we are saying.
Oh my God! Listen,
to me, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Okay, the court requested for beavers machine. They brought it to the court, and then the next thing, okay, this is the beavers machine that produced this result, and that is all. So why did they request for it in the first place?
Hold on. Let me explain something to you. So I go to court now, right? I'm challenging election result. And I say,
excuse me, gentlemen, why are we laboring on past occurrence? I mean, what is this about?
No, I'm trying. He's trying to
for an hour.
He's trying to get clarification. So I'm trying to explain to him. So what I'm trying to say is this: I submit a result sheet and say this. I got it from this machine, and then INEC come and say this is the machine. I don't have the authority to turn on that machine because I'm not an INEC staff. An INEC that is supposed to turn on that machine.
Who will bring the machine to the court? It's not the INEC official.
It's INEC official that will bring the machine to the court.
So the INEC official that in custody of the machine cannot operate the machine. Is that what you are saying?
No, they saw that they cannot operate the machine. They don't have the obligation to operate the machine. They are not obliged
the court cannot order them to operate the machine to show the evidence.
Give me 1 second. So now we have entered into a general discussion. So anyone can chime in. Thank you. Continue.
So they are not obliged to open the machine or operate the machine. They are just obliged to bring the machine to court. That's all. I'm telling you what the law says.
Okay, in the first place, of what use is that beavers machine in the court, Akim? If they cannot operate it.
Okay, this is what I'm explaining to you. You asked me a question. I'm not the one who wrote the law. If you doubt, go and read the Electoral Act. It's there. Produce the machine and produce the evidence of that result from the machine. That's all. And what the Supreme Court did.
Something is fishy there. It's not because to you, even look at it, you ask somebody to bring something to the court, and then that thing is just to see it. So of what use is that thing to you when you just see the something? You cannot okay, open it and let us see what this guy is claiming from the machine.
Okay, so let me explain something to you. I want to make references now. I'll go and read the judgment of Natasha Akpoti when she overturned the senatorial election that she was rigged out of, right? It's exactly the same thing. They never turned on beaver machine. She just produced a CTC. INEC did not even bring their own copy. She got most of the copy from the police. And the appeal court said, yes, that's good enough. And they overturned the result. Because the Electoral Act stipulates that. If that case had gone further to the Supreme Court would have denied Natasha Akpoti because they have what they call precedents from that Oyetola's case. So you go to some court and some judge will say, yes, according to the Electoral Act, that's good enough.
But Akim, if a Supreme Court has already given, judgment by a Supreme Court is like a constitution. Yeah. So a lower court cannot now go against what a Supreme Court has already made a judgment upon differently. Yeah. So why are you not claiming that in the case of Natasha is different because it was judged by the lower court?
Did you so if Natasha judgment and the Tinubu judgment, which one, and the other judgment, which one come first? The other judgment came first, right? But I'm saying that some judges can still give that.
I think the Natasha judgment came after Tinubu now.
Yes, and what I'm trying to say, some judges still give
then
judgment.
Even the Tinubu case came after the Oyetola case.
I know. I'm explaining to say some judges still give judgment based on the Electoral Act, not the Supreme Court judgment.
Don't let us waste time on this. I think there are still some things that we have to go and get facts about it.
This is what I'm saying. So that if you look at it from that angle, I'm saying the Supreme Court judgment that said, okay, you have to produce witnesses for every polling unit. You have to turn on the machine in court to check the result against the CTC that you are producing. and all of those things. It made it impossible to challenge
But
election results in
Hakim,
Nigeria.
at the same, if you are looking at that thing as a demerit, why can't you also look at the merit of it? So some people can just make a frivolous allegation as you can win the election. You can't just say you win the election without providing proof.
So hold on, let me ask something to you. Who has the power to declare election result?
Is INEC.
Okay. So when that same body them give you an evidence from the machine that they used to conduct the election that now contradicts their own result, what are we talking about? Do we still have a case there?
But have you seen any case that they produced something that contradicted their own result?
Of course, they were talking about certified true copy.
Well, me, I'm always cautious about. I don't like talking about what I don't have full information about. That is it. So I don't think I need to just continue with. I don't have full information about what transpired in the court. I was not in the court, so and how many of us even have the time to read the full judgment? So,
but Simba, let me ask something. You say Supreme Court judgment is like what? What was the word you used?
It's like a constitution.
What constitution? What constitution? I mean, look at the whole judgment the Supreme Court has unveiled in that country. How many of them has been obeyed, and on how many of them has been truncated? Can I go on and on? Nnamdi Kanu is an example. That's one. I mean, there's so many rulings Supreme Court has done, and none of them has been obeyed.
Now,
what are you talking about?
What do you
Supreme
mean by
Court?
Wait
Yeah,
now.
you don't have a Supreme Court. Nigerian judiciary, it doesn't exist. They're all a bunch of criminals.
Hey, right, man of Prestige. The truth is, Supreme Court judgment is actually a law.
It is a law, but in the case of Nigeria, anywhere where I'm in America, Supreme Court, judgment is the final. But in Nigeria, it's not the case.
I get your point. Maybe because of the corruption, I get where you go.
I mean, can I go on and on? I mean, I can enlist many things, that the Supreme Court has ruled, and none of them has been obeyed. So you all know, I don't want to go through that. So don't make that kind of blacklist statement, Simba. You are totally wrong.
Wait now. If you don't understand something, seek clarification.
What do you mean? I heard what you said. It says like a constitution, but what I'm saying, that constitution does not apply to Nigeria. That's the point I'm not saying it's not a constitution. Yes, it is. But when it comes to Nigerian cases, it's different.
So, man of Prestige, AY is trying to explain something to you.
I understand what AY said. I'm on the same page with what AY said.
No, but
I understand. I never said that the Supreme Court ruling is not a constitution. But what I'm saying in Nigerian case, but in Nigerian case is different. It's not always a constitution. Depend on interest or how where they want to align themselves with. No, you can't. So don't make such a blank statement when you come to Nigeria. You can make such a blank statement in a same country, which Nigeria is not one of them.
So let's hear what AY wanted to tell you, because he wanted to tell you something.
Yeah, what I wanted to say. So in like this situation, when Supreme Court pass a judgment, it become a law that serve as a precedent for any other case coming. So you can use that to argue your case. So as long as it's just like a similar case, you can present that. So the judges, they also know that. That's what I wanted to say.
But why? Does that precedent you just enumerated, does it happen in Nigeria in all cases?
It actually happens most times. Yeah, I mean, there are a few cases, probably some other things going on, but it happens most times, though.
I don't know about not what I'm seeing in Nigeria in this political, I mean, just everything.
I understand your whole point. Yeah, I understand your whole point. Yeah, but that's what it's supposed to be in like this situation.
Right, that's my point. I'm saying I never said it's not constitutional. I live in America and I study American politics very well. If I'm not.
So what that means, even when the lower court want to pass judgment, as long as there is a precedent from the Supreme Court, they need to follow that judgment to pass their judgment. Thank you, Chop.
Thank you, AY. So we have Nigerian first, which is UFC. Welcome. Good
Yes, well,
afternoon.
good afternoon,
Good
Shoma.
morning.
Well, welcome.
Thank you, sir. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good.
Have you super chatted yet?
Not yet.
Okay.
And anyway, see, I get that we need to criticize our leader, but I think we do it too much. Sometimes, in criticizing the country, we fail to actually look back at where we are coming from. Yes, things are not where we want them to be, but they are not as bad as we make it seem most of the time. Yes, we have the right to pressure our leaders to do more, but sometimes we need to also take a
Niger
step
first.
back.
Can I ask you something?
Hold on,
What
sir.
is working in Nigeria? Tell
Hold
me,
on.
can you give me one thing that is working in that country?
Sometimes we have to take a step back and look. You understand me? Some of the things we have done. You understand me? Yes, the country is not perfect. It's not where we want it to be, but it's not as a okay. For example, okay, let me give this to you, sir. Are you going to tell me that, for example, Burkina Faso is more better than Nigeria or Niger or
Why are you
Mali?
doing that whataboutism? You can't
No,
compare a
no,
country
I
with
just want to ask
you
you
can't
because
compare a country
hold on, sir, hold on,
with
sir.
20
Because
billion
sometimes,
GDP. You
hold
can't
on,
compare a
I'm
country with
just
22
saying,
million
hold on,
and
sir,
20
hold
billion
on.
So,
GDP with
man of
Nigeria.
free speech, let's settle down.
Let's say
Okay.
that this is the thing. I'm
He
just saying
just
we
got
should
here.
do. I'm saying let's reflect, let's calm down. Yes, I know things is not where we want it to be, but can we please calm down? Okay, go there and fix it. Do you think you see if you are honest with yourself? Me and you know Nigerians. Do you think it is easy to govern Nigeria or to fix anything in Nigeria? You even in your state, your community where you come from. Let's calm down. You are dealing with people. Sometimes you are trying to help them. They will be the one against you. Everybody make it seem if they give them the power, they will be able to fix Nigeria's problem, which is lie. You cannot. Nobody can do it on one single person cannot fix Nigeria. Anybody that tell you that, any politician that I'm going to fix the country, is a lie. You cannot do it alone. Fixing Nigeria require almost 90% of the country citizen to do so. We make it seem as if a president can come and just fix the country. How? Will the president be in everywhere? He's just a single person. Let's calm down. Every other person can speak.
So, what do you think about Tinubu's chieftaincy title and how it will affect the election for 2027 in Anambra? Like your own opinion on everything.
I don't think it will change a thing. You understand me? A lot of people over there have already. I think they don't see him in a bright light. So I think they are going to vote against him no matter what. So I don't think that will matter. You understand me? Yeah. Except maybe, for example, if Obi run again, I don't think they are going to vote for him. But except maybe another person, maybe Atiku or something, maybe Obi decide not to run. Yeah, maybe he might get 25%, but I don't think he will still win Southeast. Yeah, I mean, let's say Anambra State.
Awesome. Thank
Yeah.
you very much.
But another thing I want to say
Mm-hmm.
again before you finish. But one thing I like to do, I like to leave politics. I actually look at the people running the economy, mostly the private sector. I listen to what most of them say. But the information I'm getting from the private sector, most of them seem to like the president's policy. You understand me? Most of the private sector, and even you go to the Arise TV that we talk about, most of the economists that come there, most of them kind of like the policy. Mostly the private sector. It is just the when it comes to policy, some people they don't want to see what he's doing. It's just like it's bad. Okay, for example, there's a news that okay, fine, Nigeria clear is IMF bill. That's a good thing to do. That's a good news. We can give him that. Yes, if he does something bad tomorrow, yes, criticize him. This is bad, 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 bad is the problem. If, for example, if you someone you like win tomorrow, those people will do the same to you. They anything the person you support do, they will not see anything good in it. So let's calm down. Let's put our emotion aside. Let's look at fact and data. Yes, if he does anything that is good, you give him props. If he does something that is bad, criticize him. I'm okay with that. But this is bad, is no good. It doesn't make sense to me. If you are actually patriotic Nigeria, I don't think it makes sense. Yeah, that's my submission.
That's an excellent submission.
Yeah, if I can chime in. Go ahead, Chairman.
Of course. Go ahead, Prince Daddy, of course.
Yeah, I was going to say, when people oppose someone like Tinubu, is the opposition of people that don't like him, they do so blindly. Are you saying this is something good about him? They should say. They have not seen anything good about him. It's you that have seen something good about what he's done or about him. As for them, they have not seen anything that is good that he has done. And they think it's good for nothing anyway. So what you're saying is highly relative, quite frankly. And if they hold that position and they're blind to what goes on around them, especially when people are complaining about it being power and then people are hungry, regardless of what Tinubu does, most of the opposition, they don't care. And they're not in that kind of
Prince
politics.
Daddy, are you talking about
In that
real
kind of
blindness
politics, they're not going to give him credit so he can shine on the stage.
Prince Daddy, are you talking about real blindness or pretentious blindness?
Well, you are the doctor. Tell me which one it is.
For example, I did not support Trump. I didn't like him. But whenever Trump does something nice, I always commend him. Even some of the people on my group, they're always surprised. I say, yes, I don't hate him. Yeah, I don't just like his behavior, because that's just it, the behavior, the way he behaves. I don't like it. But him as a person, I don't hate him. So whenever he does something right, I commend him.
UFC, let me tell you, the kind of what we do as Nigerians, if you continue this way, we can never get a good leader and we can never move that country forward. We don't criticize for development. We close our mind whenever, it's like, I don't like this person, whatever he does, I don't want to even see it, whether it's good or it's only bad. And that is
even if it benefits me,
that's tribal politics. When our politics is not based on ideology, what do you expect? You look at a person, if they're Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, you don't like them, you don't like him. It don't matter what they do. That is good. They're not gonna support that person.
I mean, can anybody here just tell me what Tinubu has achieved in 2 years? It's going to be 2 years in 29 of this month. Can anybody just tell me, what Tinubu has achieved? Then I can enumerate all parties he has achieved. I mean, in Nigerian politics,
let me come in.
There's no doctrine, there's
let
no
me
ideology.
Hold on, let me list it.
Okay, go ahead and list what he has done.
The removal of subsidy, the unification.
Oh my God.
The unification of the Naira, the tax. Hold on now, don't laugh. Allow me to finish. The tax reform bill, the student loan, the which one? The payment of IMF debt. These are some of the things he has done. The project, what they call it, Coastal Lagos
Highway.
No. Yes. Let me.
Another project
UFC. Let me even say this. Forget about projects. If you know the state of the economy, as at the time Tinubu came in, when they were borrowing money to pay salary, there are so many states that are owing salary, they could not even pay their workers. You understand? We are borrowing money to pay salary, to pay our the arbitrage on dollar. We are borrowing money to pay subsidy and all those things. Now we have a stable economy. We are no longer borrowing money to do all those services. That one on its own. That time my fear was that I would not go in the way of Sri Lanka, where people will even have money, you will not even see goods to buy. But you know, the problem with Nigerians is that they don't even understand the economy. They don't even know the state of that country as at the time it came in that May 2023. You understand? All they know is that, okay, and you know, the problem that I have with some people is that they don't even know anything. Whatever they are talking about is what they hear some other people say. They don't even bother to go and even challenge their own brain, to challenge and ask questions about, okay, how is
Because
this thing like this?
they don't have the mind of their own.
They are like an echo chamber.
Simba,
do you know?
I brought the question, but let me interject because I need to rebut everything you said.
Let me
You
answer
you
now.
already said what Tinubu has achieved.
Let me
then I
answer
need to
the
tell you what he
question.
has not achieved.
Well, wait, hold on, man of prestige, because Babati just got here.
No, I
So
understand, Baba
he
T,
wanted
but
to
I'm
interject.
going to forget about what he said. I mean, because this is two-way conversation before Baba T come in. Please, Baba T. I need to,
I want to respond
you
to your
just said
question.
what Tinubu has achieved. I need to say what Tinubu hasn't achieved.
So
I need
let
to
me
give the
respond.
reverse opinion.
Let me respond
Okay,
to
so
the question.
man of prestige, you know, as the moderator, I'm in charge. So if you can give Babati 5 minutes, please be
I wouldn't
patient.
even take that long, trust me. So you asked me what has he done. So I'm gonna, because I'm a big champion of state. I'm Ogun State first. So first of all, by the way, he wants to add Anambra to the master plan for gas pipeline. They have to change the laws, change the rules to make that possible. That is huge for the entire Southeast. That's one. Number two, at the state level, it's making it easier for state governments to invest in mining. Like I said earlier when I was here last time, Ogun is fast becoming the powerhouse when it comes to mining. Lithium, gold, diamonds, and of course limestone. So they change rules to make it easier for states to do that. And we've had over $20 billion of investment coming into within the last 3 months alone, signed deals. It's also changing the rules for pharmaceuticals, where it's not enough for you to just produce the drugs. They're also doing diagnostics as well. It should be under the Federal Ministry of Health. Now, state governments can now do that. The issue I have with Man of Prestige is that it does not put the focus on its own governors. What Tinubu is doing is that the kind of system is running is this. I'm going to put the policies down. It is now left for your governors to take advantage of it. The same way Ogun is doing, the same way Ogun is doing, the same way Oyo is doing. It is now left to your governors to not implement those things. It's making it easier for them to go abroad, bring the investment. It's pretty much removing the red tape. But I don't see the same energy when it's time to criticize your governors or your senators. You don't do that. The solution is not Tinubu. Your governors is the one you should be screaming at. So for us in Ogun State, we are proud of what it's doing. I came here the other day. I was so excited about what's happening in Ogun State. So you focus on your own governors and stop blaming Tinubu. It's not your problem. Thank you. That's my point.
Have you noticed that thinking for yourself is now considered elitist? That being educated is suspicious? That checking facts is somehow censorship? Congrats, you're living through the collapse of intellectualism. It didn't happen overnight.
So,
Have you noticed that thinking for yourself is now...
So that's the point I'm making.
Yes, Babati, you made a good point. You can continue. But one man, I'm the moderator unless you want to step in at the moment. Thank you.
So its economic policies is geared towards actions like from your own governors to implement moves. Like for us in Ogun now, we're going to build our own seaport too. We didn't need federal government for that. Access to research in pharmaceuticals, important duties and doing hypertension, diabetes medications in Ogun by state governors. You didn't need Tinubu for that, but it changed the rules to make it easier for it to do that. Mining sector, agriculture. Look at what is going on with Bagu in Niger. It's because Tinubu is removing the red tape for you as a state. It is now up to you.
that's the real devolution of power in essence.
Exactly. So this of blaming Abuja for everything, but I don't see this energy when from Man of Peace when it comes to his governors. When last did he come here to speak about his governor? He never does. He doesn't do that. That's the problem. Focus on your state. They have made it easy. You can pretty much do anything you want at the state level now. That is the new Nigeria now. You can do anything you want at the state level. That's it.
And before Prestige comes in, and that's why I said, I've been saying for months now, that we need to manage immigration across the country. See, and that's going to be the big challenge in the future, because now anybody's free to move around and live wherever they want to live. But if state like Ogun State is stepping up and a few other states and doing what they have to do, okay, obviously it's going to attract people from other parts of the country to come there, and they're going to overwhelm the resources and the infrastructure. Whereas all these other governors getting all their IGR or getting all their kickback from the feds, from the federal government, they're not doing anything but stealing the money and putting in their own pockets.
Look at what they are doing in Oyo State, for God's sake. People don't even pay attention to what they are doing in Oyo State. They are basically building hub for look at their own airport plan. In 2 years, they can have a big airport over there. They don't even have that.
As an educated people, let's criticize government based on bad policy. If any policy is bad, criticize the government for that policy. Not, it's bad. You cannot even list out the policy that you thought is enacting that is bad. Please tell me policy. Don't come here and tell me that it's bad because you hear like it's a job ban. All those are your total BS. Come up with a policy. Tell me this policy is
Let's get Prestige rebuttal.
This policy is good. That's what I want to hear.
Look, Naja first. Can I come in now? So
yes,
don't call my opinion nonsense, okay? That's the opinion. That's the way you see it. Yes, that's your own that's the own prism of things. I see it differently. So don't call whatever I say is nonsense. Whatever I speak, that's your opinion. This is my opinion, and I'm going to say it how I say it, whether you like it or not. So let me begin. You have said what the kind of government Nigeria run is a centralized system of government. So most of the blame, the buck has to stop with the president, which is Tinubu. That we have like what we call an emperor. That's what the kind of system. We shouldn't call it a democracy. That's what we're running. So that's why the blame has to be portioned to the president, most of it. And and he set the table going. The first day when he came into office, he didn't do the needful, like sort of remove corruption or something like that. He says subsidy is gone. Who does that? Because he wants to be bold, incompetent boldness. That's what he displayed in the first day in office. So that's where everything started.
I just told you the man is removing red tape. What are you talking about?
Just chill out. Just calm down.
BT, let him display what you want to display. Let's see.
It's removing red tape. That is action right there, brother.
Let me
excuse me. Hello. So Man of Prestige got permission and he waited for Babati to speak. So let's give him at least 2 minutes to speak. Thank you all.
So there's a difference between policy and implementation. I mean, you may have the best policy you have in the world. If it doesn't implement it to yield any result, it's nonsense. I can write policy or I can get expert to write me a policy. But what is the implementation? How have they yield result to people? He's been in the office for 2 years. We are not seeing any tangible result. I'm not saying anything should be completed by now. And most of you here coming here to talk about project, Calabar Coastal Way. I have to base it 2 years. Give me a tangible project that has been completed. So don't bring that nonsense of Calabar Coastal Way and other kind of policy that is being laid. Hold on. You made a statement Nigeria is better than before Tinubu came in. No, Nigeria is worse off. The naira was about 700 or 400, if I forgot what it is. It's now about 1600 plus. I mean, everybody's gaining on dollar. Dollar was weak about 2 weeks ago. Everybody did gain on dollar. But where are we? We was depreciating instead of appreciating because of the nonsense, the policy that's is not helping the country. I mean, there's nothing I can go on and on and on. I mean, look at where we are. Our per capita income, is one of the worst in the world. And you're going to come here and tell me that the country is doing well under this president. No, we are not doing well. Look at where we rank in all. I can give you all points, of indices to talk about where country rank. We are not anywhere where, before Tinubu, before Buhari came in, we was the largest economy. Right now, Algeria has overtaken us. We are number 4.
Men of prestige. Men of prestige. They were speaking on the collapse of the economy when MFLA and Buhari did their thing. I think that's what they're referring to.
Well, that's part of APC. Tinubu started where Buhari left. So it's all the same. What is the difference between Tinubu and Buhari? Are they not the same party? Just like in America here. We're going to blame it on Democrat, Republican, everything. Trump is blaming on Biden right now. What happened? So that's how it goes. That's how politics go. You can't differentiate A plus B. It is what it is. Tinubu is not performing. Look at the insecurity. I'm not done now.
Okay. Are you sure you're not?
Hold on. Let me quickly reply. You see,
can I come after man of prestige?
No, hold on, please.
Let me go to Shoma. Let me talk to Shoma.
Hello. Excuse me. Please. Thank you. So, Larry, you speak after Nigerian first speaks.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
You didn't allow me to state everybody everything that has Nigeria. But anyway, go ahead.
It will take too long, sir. It will take too long, sir.
See, sir, you were wrong. For example, when you said that Tinubu did not remove the subsidy, it was Buhari that removed the subsidy. He just came in and announced it. If you see the thing, most Nigerians don't even follow how the system works. The president, they only had 2023, they only had the first 6 months of subsidy. Then the next 6 months was no subsidy on the budget of 2023. So accusing the president that he did not. Buhari remove subsidy. Because actually pay attention to what goes on in the government. But most of you don't. You just want to reply. You want to say something. The president did not remove subsidy. He just announced it. Make it known. This is why many of you Nigerians did not plan for it. Because I started planning for it when the people, the candidates were saying they're going to remove it. Then when I saw the budget that the government did not budget for the 2023 this thing, I started making plan. I cut down my expenses. You understand me? Because I knew there would be shock. So try to blame the government is just a laziness because it was well known. Because Nigeria did not prepare for it. We never prepare for anything. So
okay, thank you. So Mr. Larry will speak. Good morning, Mr. Larry. Good afternoon, wherever you are. You may now speak, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Choma. Good morning from my side, and good afternoon to those in Europe and the UK and Nigeria. So I actually joined because of BT, right? I think BT has really been following what Ogun State have been doing, which I think it's something that needs to be appreciated. And hopefully, if we have other state governors doing something similar, hopefully we have a better Nigeria. You see, the problem I have with Nigerians is we don't take our time to check facts, right? It's always the echo chamber. We always want to be loud about the bad things. These are simple things. One thing I always say is this. You can talk about previous governments, but one thing I think Tinubu has done, which for me, I think is really great, it's this government is basically facing the reality of where Nigeria is. Prior to this time, we've always been deceiving ourselves. We are more like somebody that has cancer, that wears good clothes, that make everybody believe that everything is right. Meanwhile, that person has cancer. And if that cancer is not treated, you just see that that person just falls and dies. And that's exactly what Nigeria is. You can say or whatever you want to say, right? But the basic thing is just that we have a problem. And every leader has always been dodging from the problem because they know the repercussion, they know the consequences of those problems. If you are going to tackle the problem, you would never be popular. And how long are we going to be in a country where we are not doing well and we keep deceiving ourselves when we even know that we're not doing well? And what Tinubu has basically done is it's made things easier for investors. It's always good for us to be abroad. You know, we talk every day, we argue every day. What exactly are you doing to make an impact in that country? You can be in the US, you can be in Canada, you can be wherever you are. Because for you to build a country, governments don't build a country alone. You are in diaspora. People that build India, majority of them built India from outside. But we all come in here, we shout, we talk, oh, it's bad, it's bad, it's bad, it's bad, it's bad. Tell us about the impact you've also made. When you have governors that are irresponsible, why will you blame one man for somebody's irresponsibility? When governors are irresponsible, the reason why we have subnationals is for each of the head of those subnationals to be held accountable for what they have their own separate budget. If you're telling me about probably something that the federal ministry is doing that is wrong, you know, you bring it here, we debate it, I understand. Yeah, that's a Tinubu thing. But when you have duties that subnationals are supposed to do, when they are not doing it, the onus is on you for you to look at those subnationals and point it out. And I like what Prince Daddy actually said. We need to talk about immigration, about migration within the country, because it's cheating for a governor. If my governor is doing well and I'm also going to my state to put my investment in my state in order to ensure that my state is capable, and someone else that has a governor that is irresponsible, and someone else that also lives abroad, that rather than helping his state, is not even helping his state, you know, kind of like, oh, now categorize us as together. No, we are not. And in terms of achievement, I think one thing, you know, I've been following achievements, I've been following things the government has been doing. I think another great thing that they've just done is to stop syringe within the health sector. Probably BT will know that, right? I think yesterday we got the WTO approval for Nigerian-made syringe. So, because there are some things that we can definitely produce in Nigeria that we don't even need to import. It's easier to do syringe. We had a lot of syringe. If you know the number of syringes that are being used daily in Nigeria, it goes into millions. So if we can have that with the approval we have, and if we can keep producing things, right? Weaker currency is not bad. It is only bad when you don't take advantage of weaker currency. The fact that we have weaker currency gives us an opportunity to be more productive. China today prefer a weaker currency because it gives them opportunity to produce more. And that's why every day United States is always fighting China to ensure that China does not weaken their currency. So it is always good for us to always speak from an informed position. The easiest thing to do is just to come and talk about the negative thing, is bad, is bad, is bad. That's the easiest thing to do. But the most informed thing to do is to sit down and analyze the data, look at where they're doing well, look at what you can criticize, so that when you criticize, you're not sounding like, you know, the normal echo chamber, right? That's just what I want to add. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Larry. I believe Mr. Midwest, people wanted to interject earlier. Mr. Midwest, would you unmute yourself?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, madam. I want to talk to this our brother that spoke before this current one just round up. The thing is that I quite agree with him, because policy is one thing, implementation is a different thing. The greatest challenge we have as a Nigeria, anybody who believes that someone that is in abroad is not contributing to Nigeria, I don't think that person is truthful, because the diaspora economy is sustaining large part of Nigeria till today. We have to be honest, whether the person is there or not. As far as you can sustain family, you have people you place in school, paying their school fees, you're already contributing. Even though if you don't, even if you set up a business is of two sides, profit and loss. There's no two ways about it. If you're optimistic, good, but at the same time, if you turn around, just bear it. And investors, they triumph in an environment where there are standard policies. Implementation of those policies, they are very short, and they believe in long-term planning. Not all investors that can put money into business and expect profit on that short time. No. Some, the government will even be benefiting through employment while the company is struggling. But as far as the country is stable, the people can venture into it. So let us not be deceiving ourselves with governors are doing this, they are doing. We are be hearing it. Administration in, administration out. We have one governor or the other to praise. When my governor was there in Edo State, they were building modular refinery. How many of you are they refining today? There was also another, what they call Osioma power plant. The law said, now state, produce your life. You go there, you don't see anything. So to be honest, we need to work on our bureaucracy. They are very outdated. Some are very primitive. The way they run things, it doesn't encourage anybody for people to take risk. If you are talking of investors, you are talking of risk takers. And if they, and also people who love to make profit at all cost. If you don't have policies to protect your people, they can use them to make the profit. They don't care about their future. They will use them, they will dump them. So we should talk about the bureaucratic system on ground. Not just coming out, state should go and do whatever they like. The governor is so good. Why not remove that immunity? How can somebody be stealing state money, and when the people cry out, you use the federal police to go and match all of them down, and at the end, the person will switch to your party? Let us not be deceiving ourselves. That is just the truth. There is no single chance to implement anything. If there is anyone they have implemented, tell us the one we are benefiting from, not the one they are doing, or the one they intended to do. They have been doing since 1990. All we see is Boko Haram everywhere. IPOB, and all manners of kind of things that is going on. So, okay, let us also talk about that immigration. Indeed, the government need to control this immigration, because if they don't control it, with the way how divided we are, and I think that will lead us to a very big crisis in a long distance time, because many people now feel encroached. Like I will use my state as an example. The other day, where Bemudia was born, people are saying it's Igbo land. Why Igbos are sharing? The Awanese Igbo went to Sahara and make some comment. And sometimes I ask myself, how do these people even reason? Since the creation of Nigeria, you have never stayed in your region. People accommodate you, and you are the one that want to tell people where is their space. Everybody should reason properly. And I even saw the House of Rep when they were raising a motion, and wherever people have settled for very long, and someone from Southeast, so it should become an indigene. That same mindset of expansionist, that's what I call it. He's not going to add anything to Nigeria apart from crisis. People feel threatened. We are calling up a Fulani. They want to take you. You are trying to make it legally on a federal level, either because your people have, they have stayed with other people for a very long time, and the place of origin is empty. If I look at the number of people who are not from my state, who live in my state, who depend on the healthcare of that state alone, I see it as a pure cheating. Who is going to pay for the healthcare of these people? They are not contributing anything. It's not everybody. And to solve that, this apprentice level should be illegal. They should cancel it. People should register business in the world standard manner. Business should have VAT number. It should have proper address. And they should report what they are transacting on a monthly basis, just the way it is in every developing country, not talk of developed world. But in Nigeria, you don't know the source of where they are buying from. You don't know whom they are selling to. You don't know what they are selling. Somebody will buy oil, pour water on it, put label, and selling it. You don't know where that product is from. You can't trace it. And then they complain. The West don't want to buy our agricultural product. How many processing plants do you have? In case if they discover anything like infection in those food, how can they trace it back to your country? Have we put measures in place? And we still come down to that bureaucracy that I'm talking about. If we can agree that those systems that are not there is our problem. We are going to work hard to fix those things. Not just, Mr. President, okay, let us really analyze it very well. Tinubu saw educational system. He said, okay, let me help the student. He has released money. But I will tell you at the end, that money, a lot will enter voicemail. Okay, I've stopped the subsidies and what is it called? I want to stop the importation of a refined product of these PMS or petrol and all those things. He decided to pump money into refineries. Look at what happened. Lack of bureaucracy. You can't blame only the president for that. But the only thing I blame them for, they cannot continue to use that same system that can never produce anything good, deceiving Nigeria just because they are busy to feel something good. They have to work on it. Okay, we don't have airline. Very shameful. Buhari that you criticize that is very bad. They deceive him. We are doing it. He release money. Boom. People share it among themselves. So tell me any things that any aspect of development that this man is not trying to touch. But do you think they are going to work with that same outdated system? The answer is no. That is why in my previous comment, I said this very problem we are watching in the northern part of Nigeria is like these people are not getting more confidence that they can do more because they have analyzed the country. We don't know ourselves, no adika for citizens. No, you don't know who is even a Nigerian. You don't even know what people are planning. Just imagine. Then how are you going to secure those people? The army are already overwhelmed. They themselves, they don't know what to do. They are confused. And those generals, they will go and meet the president, we need more arm. Take. No accountability about how are they using it? When did you use it? How many have you used? Even in some countries, those things they use to fight and all those kind of, they have numbers. Once you take it, you document it. If it is used, you enter it in the system. Look, the other day, upon all the terrible situation we find ourselves, they gather the police. The police were saying some of these things the government bought for them people is missing. I don't know whether it's permitted to measure all these G something where they're supposed to use to help to secure our place. That is missing. So why is it missing? The same bureaucracy. So that's why when people are campaigning, the Messiah is coming. Where are you going to start from? I keep asking that question. If you tell me what Nigeria, okay, at a point, on guys 2 months, take palliative. Where are those things today? So he has done so many things, but I still blame them for not admitting that this bureaucracy or system on ground that they are trying to use to achieve this policy is an enemy of progress, and there's no way it's going to work. Our institution need to be revived, and they need to function practically the way it's supposed to be, so that any policy you want to implement, people can really see it. It is because of no proper bureaucracy. That is why the president can throw money to the governor. The office of the governor was not created to handle money. We have to be honest.
I think the Nigeria Labour Congress have refused to reform themselves. And if any leader comes in want to do any reform, they go against him. They become the opposition in that state or in any this thing. They have become ancestors in the country.
Okay, look at NNPC.
Yeah, it is crazy.
He's strongly with evil people that has been making their fortune through that bad system. So when you throw the policy there, they will use their resources and influence to kill it.
Yep.
Can it be in everywhere? Tinubu go and take G and start going to Sabisa to secure Nigeria. Is it not people is going to say? Everywhere in the world. Trump cannot go. We can't expect our president to go, no matter where they are going. It is men on ground. But when you just have a system that everybody will just do, they can just, I don't know, they just take everything, share it among themselves, write name, write receipt, write paper. Companies in Nigeria don't have address. Limited company is completely zero. A limited company that cannot report its business transaction on a monthly basis is completely outdated. Tell me anywhere they practice that.
So I wanted to know if Mr. Comrade is in the studio. Good morning, Mr. Comrade Omoriye.
Good morning, Dr. Adamo.
This is Choma.
Thank you for
hold on, Adama. Can you give me a second? I needed to rebuttal what Larry said. Just a second.
No. The reason why I can't give you a second because Comrade came here.
Well, I just wanted to say something before Larry go, but go ahead.
Then you can interject, Mr. Larry.
Mr. You want me to go ahead?
Okay.
No, yeah, Mr. Conrad.
Choma, thank you very much. Thank you for the program. I was here earlier, I couldn't cope with the pace and I have to go get and I decided to come back. Greetings to everybody on the panel. I listened to Mr. King earlier. He made a very beautiful submission. I think that guy seems to have a vivid understanding of the Nigerian politics. He talks like somebody, like a politician on ground, like a grassroots politician. And for those that want to put a cutting wool on our eyes, as if we hate the man Tinubu, I think they are guilty of what they blame others of. What they blame others of. They do it every time. They want to force people to accept what is not available by hook, line, and sinker. They want to force people to accept that Nigeria has become an Endorando. Everybody's enjoying. You want to force somebody that is hungry to believe that is overfed. People that are not secure. You want them to believe that there is security everywhere since Tinubu came on board. People are not foolish. The primary aim of any government is the security and the welfare of its people. No matter the policy you think he has brought on board, what's the impact of the people? Go to the average Nigerian and ask them, whether it could be a Yoruba man, it doesn't matter. It could be an Igbo man, it could be an Hausa man. Since about 2 years now, of his inception, are you better? That's the question that should go to the average Nigerian. For those that want us to believe that he has done everything, he's turning everything around, let me tell you, they tell you he has the boldness to take the drastic decisions. The decisions he has taken so far, they are anti-people. No one is working for the people. They are working for the billionaires and millionaires like him. I start by the subsidy is gone. The first statement he made that was not supposed to be. That was the genesis of the crisis. Subsidy is gone. We all agree that there were, the subsidy regime was heavily corrupted. I expected Tinubu, I know so much about the oil sector, to deal with the corruption in it, because that's the only primary thing average Nigerian, benefit from. Once you increase the price of, petrol, it has a multiplier effect on every other sectors. Deal with the corruption. Have a way, subsidy was already removed.
Sorry, comrade. Is it easier to fight corruption or to get rid of subsidy?
No, you will have. I started him to deal with the corruption. I'm coming from one angle to let you know that this regime is anti-people. It's not pro people. People are the impact on the people is not there. They are not feeling it. No matter how we stay on social media to believe that Tinubu is taking us somewhere or he has done so much, he has the courage to take bold decisions. What positive effect is he on the people? Go to the average Nigerian. Go to Lagos. I'm not telling you to come to my state.
The economic data from the private sector prove you.
Can you let me land? Let me land my point. When you guys were talking, I didn't interrupt anybody. Let me land. I will give you points.
I thought we are not supposed to
interfere. Can you let me land?
Best Niger, Chioma, please take care of
you
the platform.
Let's stick with facts. Let's not lie.
I'm giving you facts. You don't even allow me to lie because you don't want to.
The economic data prove you wrong.
Hold on.
Yeah, I'm giving you. I'll give you the statistics. I'm coming. I just started with one.
Mr. Comrade, hold on. I don't want anyone to interject Mr. Comrade. He's been quiet since he got here. And that was a few hours ago. So let's respect him and not get him riled up. Thank you.
Thank you for protecting me.
Continue.
I appreciate that. Number one, the greatest step, the boldest decision he has taken, subsidy is gone. Boom, just like that. Most of you here are doctors. If you want to conduct a surgery, you first of all look at the status of the patient. Will he be strong enough to survive this surgery? Does he have enough blood in the body? You do the necessary things, you know. You think of, you don't just bring a dagger to cut because you feel it's urgent. You don't bring a dagger from your kitchen to cut the patient open because you are a boat doctor. You want people to appreciate you. You want people to feel that you are strong. That was the wrong decision. To whose advantage? Now, subsidy is gone. It's gone. It's gone for good. A lot of money are coming in. You give the money back. You made Nigerians to pay more. The Nigerians that were already suffering under Buhari, they're already complaining. They're already finding it difficult to afford 3 square meals a day. You making them to pay more through their nose. You're giving it to doctor, your fellow corrupt governors, without dealing with the, without having a way to, no check and balances in place on how the money can trickle down to the benefits of the people. You make them pay more for nothing. That's it. That one is not even enough. What would you have expected that now that we're getting enough money from oil, we should be thinking of how to reduce our debt. Instead, we are borrowing more. I don't understand why you people support this, evil government. You have no reason whatsoever. At the end of the day, my concern here is what is the effect on the people? Subsidy is gone. We're making more money from oil. People are suffering the more. People are suffering. More people will go into poverty by 2027. According to that, is not my word. That's the same people giving you the loan are telling you that more Nigerians will go into poverty. And we're borrowing more in addition to the more money we are spending from oil, which means you take it from the poor, you give it to the rich. It doesn't hold water. I can't comprehend it. What kind of policy is that? You make it the poor to get poorer. You make it the rich, the corrupt rich to get richer. I can't comprehend the kind of applause you want us to come here and applaud Tinubu. If we talk, you say because we hate him. Nobody hates him.
Not your emotion. Your emotion don't count. You are not going to blackmail anybody here.
Which one is emotion here? Which one is emotion here?
Economy activity. I know
which one is emotion?
He did not remove.
You were told not to interrupt to interject me. Can you stop that nonsense?
Naja first, will you shut up, Naja first?
Can you stop that? Let me hear my view. You want everyone to speak the way you speak?
He did not remove the subsidy. He just announced.
How many people have you made? How many Nigerians have you made richer? Apart from your co-corrupt criminals. How many people have you been able to remove? How many millions? How many thousands of Nigerians, hundreds of Nigerians have been able to pull out of poverty since for the past 2 years? You make it the poor poorer. You make it the rich richer. You give the governors more money. How many governors? How does it trickle down to the downtrodden, to the whole lawyer, to the Talakawas? You guys just want to blindfold everybody. You want to shut everybody up. We are not as foolish as you think.
That means you are the same. Both of you are the same.
Both of who? Who are who?
Who are who? The president. Because you didn't say things the way they are. Buhari removed subsidy, then he came in and just announced it. He did not remove Buhari.
Listen to me. Listen to the point I'm making. Listen to the point I'm making. Buhari already did it. Yeah, let me land my point. Thank you for protecting me. The decision was already taken by Buhari, but there was a 6 months gap window, to make the necessary adjustment, to make the necessary to weigh the pros and cons, to weigh the effects of the people.
For you guys to prepare and cut down on your.
Okay, go ahead and continue, Mr. Comrade.
I don't know who is even that. Can I know who is that person that is talking like that? If somebody else has no right to talk,
he's not going to interject you until you're finished. Now, don't worry.
So you have a 7 months window for you to make the necessary preparations, so that I gave an example, an analogy of taking a patient to the theater for surgery. You have to think of how to caution the effects on that patient, so that you don't kill the patient, so that the problem you try to solve, you don't create more problem than the one you try to solve. So that 7 month window will have been enough for you to make adequate plans. What the plans will be on the people, what adjustment do we need to make, since it has already been pronounced by the previous government. But no, he came there to feel his bold enough that subsidy is gone. That singular statement alone was catastrophic and disastrous. That is where we are today. We have not been able to recover. People come here to say we want to applaud him for what? People are getting poorer. People are hungry. People cannot sleep with their two eyes closed. You want us to applaud him? If you talk, they say you hate him. Get him. Who? Tell me where he's working. My sister was in Lagos but last week. 2 months ago. The landlord, when she was about leaving, she doesn't stay there anymore for too long. She was about leaving. A married man, a Yoruba man, this is not an Igbo man, this is not an Edo man, this is not an Hausa or Fulani man, called my sister aside, begging for 4,000 that they have not eaten since morning. They have not eaten from morning till evening when my sister got there. He was so ashamed, he could not talk to my sister in the presence of his wife. Called my sister aside and started begging for 4,000 naira to be able to pay me. I don't know what that one can even afford for them. So this is not about a tribe. It's not about everybody. The Nigerians are suffering. Nigerians are hungry.
We should allow us to interject.
Okay, so fine. So, Mr. Comrade, 1 more minute for you to finish your submission.
Yeah, thank you, Choma. Thank you for the moderation. People are hungry. It's not about tribe. It's not about tribe. Hunger does not know tribe. Religion does not know tribe. No special market for Yoruba people. No special gas station for Yoruba people. Everybody is facing the same consequences of the hardship of brought about by the Buhari and the Tinubu government. Nigerians are suffering. Nigerians are hungry. Nigerians are not secured. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Can I get my interjection?
But before you go, Prestige, I was going to tell Comrade that sometimes, like if Dr. Adama was here, she would tell you, as an anesthesiologist, right, that sometimes you have to amputate people's legs or arm because it's too late at that point in time to treat them. So you trying to blame Tinubu for his actions or his approach to solving a just problem, it doesn't work. Nigeria is so rotten. I think that's what the other guy was trying to tell you. The country is so rotten, and what you think would be the right approach is not going to work. It's not something that happened overnight. It's been around for a very long time. You must understand that.
There must be a policy direction so that you don't look as if whatever you are doing, you are throwing something to fire. If you throw something to fire, if you know the system is corrupt, the system is bad, you deceiving people by giving people the impression that you are doing something. When you know that if you throw money into fire, it's going to burn. You say governors that have been corrupted, they have been there, you give them money, for whose advantage? For whose benefit?
Okay.
We are talking about Nigeria, not the government.
Do you read the Constitution? So he should hold state revenue and control everything by himself. See, you guys need to decide what you want. And
I'm telling you, what is the effect of a subsidy removal on Nigerian people?
You don't know what you are talking about.
You don't know nothing. You don't know nothing. You don't know nothing.
Can I call in now, Adama?
Okay, yes, hold on. I want to give instructions. On my, when I'm moderating, I don't like loud noise. I'm not a loud person. So we're going to have to control the volume of our speech. Thank you. So
can I come in now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
To control the noise, tell them to stop the disruptive utterances. You can't use the regulatory statement of people. You don't know nothing. Who told you I don't know nothing? I know my name. I know where I'm from.
Okay, thank you very much. I think nobody has the best knowledge. Nobody has all the whole knowledge about what's going on. I mean, depending on your area of specialty. But having said that, there's some point Larry made. I don't know if he's still here. He stated that making it sound like Nigeria is better off than they are today, which is a complete lie. And he made a statement that weak naira is good for the country. That is bluntly not a fact. There's no fact there to back that up. I mean, weak currency is bad in all ramifications for any country, And then the Chinese currency, yes, weaker than dollar, but it's not as bad. It's not even close to where naira is. So a weak naira is bad for the country. I mean, for all living conditions in all ramifications, because we import we do about 70 or 80% of import. So that's going to affect how everyday people living life in Nigeria. Is going to affect the inflation. So there's no way a weak naira is good for the country. I mean, it's totally. I don't know where he got that data from. And he made another statement.
What he said.
Hold on. And he made another statement that we are all here talking. We are not contributing. And I'm going to tell you specifically, you don't know who is contributing and who is not contributing, okay? I mean, I have company in Nigeria, okay? So I have an investment in Owerri, I have an investment in Enugu. I'm trying to transit to Port Harcourt. So you can't just tell me you don't know where anybody here what their contribution to that country. And we
I
do
think
remittance to.
I
Will you
have
just
a doubt on that.
will you let me land, please?
Land.
So I mean, I myself, I can proudly say that I'm contributing for the development of Nigeria, because I'm remitting money to Nigeria. I mean, remittance, look at what how remittance account for Nigeria for Nigerian GDP, and I employ people, so that's a contribution. So don't come here and telling me about my contribution to Nigeria. I mean, you're talking about this government. If Tinubu has the boldness, like remove the subsidy or implement illegal emergency rule, he should have had the boldness, to do what Tanzania just did a week ago. You can't use any foreign currency in Nigeria. They have banned the use of foreign currency in Tanzania. This happened last week. So is Tinubu, people are going to come here and say, yeah, he has to go through legislator. How many things that go through the legislator? Tinubu just imposed, whatever he wants to do. Some of them are very illegal, like this emergency law. Why don't you have the boldness to say, nobody, we have to trade it with our naira? This is the problem we have, because dollar, is so important because of the criminals we have in that country, and Tinubu is one of them. So he doesn't have the boldness to do what considered to be bold decision. This is where I'm coming from. Everybody coming here just to truncate other people's opinion. You all can't do that. Everybody has the opinion, and and I'm not gonna come here for echo chamber. Everybody be singing
for example,
everybody be singing Nigeria hallelujah. I'm not gonna do that.
If you actually understand economy, what that guy was
Come on,
saying
who
was
are you?
right.
What do you understand? You don't know who I am, and I'm talking about economy. I'm done.
Let's take turns. No, you don't have to be done, but let's take turns. So Nigeria first, I would like to hear you
what
speak.
he said there, it was right. For example, if we produce weaker currency, it's not bad. If we actually produce, we produce more than, produce and export more than we import, I don't think weak naira is bad.
But are we? Answer that question. Are we?
Yes, we don't, because that is that responsibility lie between me and you that is speaking here. It lies on our hands.
What are you talking about?
Yes,
it lies
I'm not in Nigeria. I'm doing my own part.
No. See.
It lies upon the state of the economy.
Private sector create economy. They build the economy, not the government. I don't think if you live in a capital system like the United States, you know the role of a private sector in the US economy, not necessarily the government. Okay, tell me if you think I'm lying. Tell me, mention one American government-owned company for me. Let me hear. Name one for me.
My brother, you are that question. If I may come in there, you are getting it wrong.
No, I'm not getting it wrong.
Let me also
lower
come in
currency
here.
is good for export, but if we don't export, that lies on us.
You can't shut everybody down and say, give me. Wait, let me answer your question to some extent, bro.
Yeah,
the American government, the office of the president of today is busy on how to formulate policy, and they have a system on ground to make sure they enforce that policy. So the enabling environment they created attract those capitalists you are talking about. So if the environment is not ripe for any capitalist to invest, do you know the opportunity we have? People have been complaining. They come in. When they look at the system of, as I said, we blame subsidies here. What is wrong with subsidies? Removing or putting subsidies. If you implement it, people will benefit. European Union, or more than 26 countries, they came together and put subsidies into agriculture. There was corruption, there was crisis. They never stop it. They push it and start putting measures on grants, and they sit everywhere. Today, everybody is enjoying it. So if you want to put subsidy into something, look at where you want to put it. To extent they even imported water. People were selling water into people's cars. How many of them were arrested? So what we are saying here, that system that is on ground is an enemy of progress. Just accept it like that. If you think people are succeeding, we are counting people. These guys who are counting fabulous money in Nigeria, one way or the other, they are connected to the politicians. Imagine 200 and something billion. If I'm not correct, somebody can correct me. The one they said they invested into these our so-called refineries. And look at the news that is coming out today. Where are those money? People have pocketed it. They start investing. They will tell you, I own this, I own that. That's not the way to do business. I'm telling you the truth. That environment is what Trump is trying, when he settled down to think of, look, America, I want it like this. There is structure on ground for him to throw that policy into. And people there are waiting for instruction. That's all. And they start implementing it. Though this take something that doesn't belong to you, he did there too. But because of the structure on ground, there's a cap to it. Unlike ours. How can you release such amount of money and you don't have any single body to hold accountable just for you to go and arrest one person on top or change that person? That's all. And the money is gone. Are we serious? Let us be honest here.
But this has a lot to do with the old people working in those companies. For example, someone come out and just do like whistleblowing, come out and say the truth, what's going on there, and resign.
The government
average Nigeria will not do it.
So we go by himself. That is how it works.
Naja first, why you always make excuse for this government?
I don't make an excuse. I'm just saying it that the country, the system is run by Nigerians. This is the thing. You guys equate to think the system run itself. It's run by Nigerians. Nigerians run the system, not outside our post. How many Nigerians have come out and reported corruption since for the past decade now? Name one. Tell me one. That have actually come out and released.
Report to who? Report to criminal. Report to who?
Let me give you one. They don't. They keep quiet, and some of them are on social media complaining.
Nigeria first, Mr. Nigeria first. I have a question. Have you clicked the like button?
Yes, I have.
And I'm asking you for the second time, have you super chatted? Because you're making so much noise for someone that has not even put $20 on the super chat.
Yeah. No, I've never. No.
I will let you continue. I will let you think about that, but I would like to hear Mr. Larry.
That first is a poor broke man now. He's not gonna continue.
Yeah. I guess you are richer than me because you know my pocket.
You know so much. Right?
And you said you will claim that you are a business person. If you are a business person, you know that companies this year have been recording.
Don't take it serious. I'm just geeking on you, okay? So don't be so serious.
You are doing business in Nigeria.
I want Mr. Larry to interject you, please. Give him 1 minute to interject.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Choma. So, man of prestige, I actually joined back to reply to you. Okay, so you said some things. I think you misinterpreted what I said, and I will say it again so that you understand. When I tell you that weaker currency is not that it's bad, countries can actually have weaker currency. It's now left for the countries to take advantage of those weaker currency. And you talk about Nigeria being an import-dependent country. That's the problem. And what we should be focusing on is how to fix the problem, not all about nagging about the problem. The problem has been there for years. It's not a problem of 8 years. This is a problem that has been there in Nigeria for years, post-independence. Immediately, we saw oil. Everybody left everything. So what government can do, right, number one, is to support people that are ready to put money into that country, that are ready to be productive. Not just one person going to Nigeria. You said you want to go and open one place that you still focus on importing things from China, from Taiwan. No. And that's exactly what the government is doing. If the government is saying, yes, let's buy Nigerian first, they want to make it as a policy. What does that tell you? That tells you that they are trying to solve the problem.
Hold on before you proceed.
Well,
buy Nigerian first. Is Tinubu exemplifying that? Is he not using Cadillac from USA? Why not go to Innocent Motor and some other people and exemplify that?
And you made another contradiction. devaluation is not profitable. The whole essence of devaluation is to stimulate the demand for your goods and services. When you can't even feed your people, devaluating your currency is of no use to bring negative consequences.
You let Larry speak. I would like to have this conversation another time with him.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Let's have that conversation another time, because I want a very good, if you want to have conversation, right, let's have conversation as informed people. So man of prestige, we can always talk probably anytime, probably next week, if I will come on
tonight. Thank you, Larry. I understand. You good, bro.
Awesome. So Mr. Larry has he's left. You see what you and what Mr. Comrade, you all tackled him.
He made a very big contradiction. He started by saying devaluation is not bad. Devaluation, the whole essence of devaluation is to create value, stimulate the demand for your goods and services. Now, with producing nothing, you devalue your currency. That is a double catastrophe. I'm an economist, for Christ's sake.
I agree with you, my brother. If I may have something to it, let him watch Buhari policy. When Buhari, even from Obasanjo policy, all they said that we should produce. We ban this, we ban that, to the extent people use Obasanjo to make joke for Nigerians to laugh because of banding. Buhari came in, he blocked the border. A lot of business collapsed because of that policy.
But what happened? You opened the border for Boko Haram. Thank you. You opened the border for Boko Haram.
Wait now. I will not go to that route. Now, we have a new president.
Does that not show the failure of Nigerians? But you guys don't want to say that.
We have another president who is saying Nigeria should consume what they produce. I want to ask a question. Do we have the know-how to produce anything? Where is it? Who is transferring it to us? Children growing up in Nigeria, they believe cassava, you pluck it on top. Some children, they have not been to farm. Yet they are hungry. So, my dear brother, let us be honest. All this I banned can't do anything. If it will help us, by now we're supposed to be reaping the benefit of that same policies from the one that Obasanjo put on that country and the so-called Buhari.
Insecurity cannot even allow farmers to go to their farms. You ban this something that's not available.
Evaluation.
What a crazy idea.
So, guys,
Madam, let me put it for a little bit. Devaluation, Madam, please. Did valuation make people poorer? Those days when our currency was having value, with only cocoa, Awolowo was able to send thousands of people to free education, feed them. When our currency was having value, Ogbemude and Ali today we still praise. They were able to send people to free school, build schools across the whole of Bende. Go and find out. No single
Midwest. We don't need
Midwest. Do you know that we used to borrow people money in the early 70s? Do you know we used to borrow people money
and create jobs for everybody?
When the money was having value,
it's not a long term. It's not sustainable, man.
Excuse me, one at a time, please. We cannot continue this way.
Hearing feed for the past 20 years. He has not changed anything in this country. Let's create jobs for people. Let's create businesses that create jobs. Let's do that as citizens.
Mr. Nigeria First and everyone on the platform, you know, some of us have like very strong voice, so we cannot overpower anyone here. So because Mr. Larry is back, he wanted to make a point before, so I would like to hear him speak specifically, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chama. So number one, the Nigerian First policy. Does anybody here really understand what is in that policy that Tinubu is trying to bring? Because I've seen people here talk about, he wants to probably close the border, he wants to do this, he wants to do that. No, that's not it.
Yeah, can I answer that question?
Yeah, let's Man of Prestige. I want to have some conversation with Man of Prestige.
Okay, the Nigerian first policy, is it not what we can produce? You know, we should not import them. You know, we have to rely on whatever we can produce and buy what we produce. All those things, there has to be different demarcation on what we can produce, we have to rely on them, not to import them anymore. Is that not part of it? Unless I'm not really ready, but that's my understanding.
Okay,
I'm
now
not ready. Fine line.
let me try and give you the major thing in that policy. It talks more about government expenditure, right? What the president has actually done is probably encourage Nigeria. He can't force you, right? But what he has power over is the government expenditure, particularly expenditure of ministries, parastatals, and agencies. And basically what he said is this: if you need to buy something and you're using government money, the first thing you have to do is to look at that thing. Is it available in Nigeria? If it's available in Nigeria, you must buy from Nigeria.
So wait a minute, Larry. This is only for government, parastatals only, right? It doesn't apply to the whole Nigeria. If I understand you right.
Let me
We should even start with Tinubu. If he has headache, you not go to France for headache.
Hold on now. Larry is going somewhere.
What kind of hypocrisy is this? He should patronize the NOC motto. He should start from there. He should start from them. Sacrifice he's telling Nigeria to make, to start from them. To start from the government and the president.
We should stop wearing foreign shoe. Madam, our first lady should stop using foreign handbag. Let's start from there, if it's possible.
What kind of hypocrisy is this? You think people are foolish?
Go ahead, Larry, please.
Well, I do. See, let's. Well, I do. Like saying that night told the make sense part. Because it's not. We are all here.
Larry,
we are all here.
I have seen people who were very critical of government, and they get into office, they became the worst. One of them is the current minister of technology. A young man. He was very critical. He knows all the solution of Nigeria.
Tinubu should lead by example. The local content should start.
What has he done now? That guy, when he was not in office, he has all this Nigeria solution. Where is the solution now? He's in power. Power has been given to him. What has he done? Nothing. This is the thing. Every Nigeria thinks they have all the answer.
Please, can we let Larry finish? Because I want to hear from what he has to say about what we're talking about. Please.
The Nigeria behavior into whatever you are discussing. You are dealing with Nigeria and not dealing with maybe the United States citizens who are more calm, who follow instruction. How many average Nigeria follow instruction?
Okay, thank you. Man of prestige. So the major thing, right? Government expenditure. Now, man of prestige, look at the situation where everything that every ministry buys, every agency, every parastatal buys, if that thing is in Nigeria and the government has power over that, right, they can decide where to buy things because the Bureau of Public Expenditure needs to validate that this thing is in Nigeria, then you buy from Nigeria. Because the difference between what Tinubu is doing and what Buhari did, right, it's just like if you see a government just come out and say, "Oh, I'm going to ban this," it's not tenable, right? But at least what you can control, you can use what you can control to get what you want. If, for instance, today everything that is in Nigeria, if let's pick a single ministry that has a lot of things, right? If, for instance, now Ministry of Defense wants to buy things and they see that, okay, fine, there is Proton, I think, is it Proton that is doing some military artifacts? Innocent is doing some military artifacts. Buy those things from Nigeria than going outside. And that's how to deal with things. Because one thing is for us to have this blanket policy, which every other person has been doing. Oh, let's close the border. No, this thing was not coming. This one was not coming. At the end of the day, it will encourage smuggling. Because that's exactly what happened during Buhari. Oh, let's close the border. No rice, you come in. Was rice not coming in? Rice was basically coming in. The only thing that happened was that people were smuggling it. So for me,
even government is set for a rise.
Okay, sir. So for me, right, man of prestige, I know everybody here, right? We all want a better Nigeria. And we also need to understand something and tell ourselves one truth. To want a better Nigeria, there has to be a lot of work and a lot of effort. It's more of a collaborative thing rather than an individual thing. And number two, I think you misinterpreted what I said. I know you have investment in Nigeria. I know you are contributing your quota, right? So so for what I said, right, I was not really targeting you. Like, oh, probably no, that's not what I was doing. All I was doing was basically see ways, because we are actually outside. The fact that we are outside has given us the opportunity to see things from another perspective, because we are now open to environment where things work, right? And for us to now go back to that country, we are the ones that can actually, mostly, right, aside the people that are probably in the country, they are doing one or two agriculture. But when it comes to industrialization, we outside have a better way of really helping that country to be an industrial hub. So that's the perspective I was coming, because that major reason why I came in was,
Larry, before you jump off that perspective, see, I think there's something being conflicted here. You see, what Tinubu did was not devaluation of the naira. Okay, just like Woman always says on the show, it's about the naira finding its real value in the marketplace. Devaluation is a totally different thing, and not like what China does. That's devaluation of your currency, even though it could be stronger. That's not the case for Nigeria. Nigeria currency just needed to be to find its market value and be stopped, not being supported anymore by the government. That's a big difference. So to your point, yeah, if the naira is weak as a result of not supporting the naira, then it's up to the citizens or the country or the business community to take advantage of the weak naira to invest in manufacturing so we can do more exports. So what you said, I guess, makes sense.
Yeah,
but can Tinubu ban the use of foreign currency? I mean, like Tanzania just implemented.
Man of prestige, banning use of foreign currency has been there, right? It's been there. It's not just today. It's been there. So what you can just say is just that, okay, fine. In terms of, implementing it, arresting people, probably EFCC should do more. So it's not a new thing. It's illegal in Nigeria to use foreign currency. It's a law. But you can now just say, okay, fine, implementing that law, probably EFCC, probably you might say, oh, probably EFCC should have more people, arresting people and all those things. So that's an operational thing.
But Larry, the business is like the bank and some of the rich people in Nigeria. They are hugging, is it not part of the hugging system they are doing? I mean, am I missing something? I mean, even I thought it's a law, but it's idea that we are utilizing dollar. I mean, look at party that was going on. People are spreading dollar. I mean, it's very visible that we are still using it, and nobody has gone accountable. The corrupt politicians,
Man of prestige, the problem. The problem we have as a country, right? We have something that is the law. We have another thing that is the culture. And now we're now beginning to move away from that culture. Look at this last Yabo Joe's wedding. Do you know the number of people that EFCC have invited? And it's a cultural thing. No matter how much you do, right? People want to go to party, they want to spend night, they want to spend money, because I think it's more of one thing, right? We believe that that's a thing that we use in categorizing status, right? So EFCC can do more. I understand, right? I know people will still castigate them. Oh, why are you arresting everybody? Oh, is it this? Is it that? Is it that? Yeah, they can do more because the law is the law.
Can I add something there? Can I add something to what you just said?
Yeah, you can, sir.
Okay, the spray you see in those local parties is even minor. You know what the governors are doing? As soon as they get that huge allocation, you know what they do? They buy dollars and store their wealth in dollars for the rainy day. That is even the biggest problem, not the money, not the dollar.
I can only talk of things I have facts.
I'm speaking from the position of facts. I'm giving you facts.
Now.
Somebody mentioned of it.
That fact, that fact is it's what you know, what I don't know, right?
Have you witnessed their convention, their primaries? They share dollars to buy delegates.
Sorry, that fact is not relative now. You know it. I mean,
Man,
Omore was
man,
making a point.
they share dollars to buy delegates.
I want to ask this our brother that is talking now. The last election between Tinubu and Atiku, go and play those video. Has he in the AFCC invited any of those politicians?
I have a brother that got $30,000 for just being a delegate in the convention.
And those delegates that were receiving those money, we know them. These are people you can easily identify. How many of them they invited? Nobody. To be honest, the thing is, one thing is for you to pass a law. There's nothing like
we
culture.
play too much in Nigeria, man.
Culture is part of people like.
Sir, did you tell your brother to return that money and not to take it?
No, everywhere in the world, look, naturally, those kind of laws. Where I live now, people seems to be comfortable. If you throw money out, they are going to rush it. They're going to collect. I'm telling you, it's not left for the government to define who is breaking the rules, and everybody will learn from.
Naija first, let me ask you something. What is your interest in this government? Can you tell us who you are?
Hold on, please. For
Excuse
me. Hold on. For those of you that are just coming in, please click the like button. And if you like me, you can super chat as many times as you like. $20 and above. Thank you. Continue.
Because since 1999 to date, no president that have been elected that Nigeria said he has ever done anything. During Obasanjo, Nigeria said Nigeria was jaga jaga, so nothing worked. During Yaradua, the same thing. Good luck, the same thing. Buhari, the same thing. Then Tinubu now, the same thing. So when I look at the mirror, I decide, oh man, it seems like we are the problem, not necessarily the leaders, because
no. Have you not discovered?
Hold on, sir. Are we saying we made mistake 5 times by electing these people?
Can I answer you? Can I answer you in a very simple statement? Can I answer you?
When your brother collected $30,000 as a delegate, you didn't tell him to return that money. That's not a good thing to do. But you allow him to take the money. I guess he gave you some percentage inside. You didn't say anything.
Just look at you. You don't even know where the money came from. You don't know who gave the money. You talk to who?
Your brother commit crime, and you came here to disgrace your brother. That he took bribe.
Professional. Okay, guys, let's be
professional. You ask a question. Can I quickly answer him?
Oh yeah, come here to tell me, oh, the politicians are bad. You took money from them. What do you expect?
Okay.
I took money from them.
You and your brother create the problem.
Guys,
because you took money.
You must be high or something. I think you are swayed by your emotions and your tribal sentiment and
I'm telling you
because you asked a question. Can I answer your question, please?
Give me 1 second. So we're going to be professional. This is a professional platform, contrary to what other people believe. I am a professional, so I would like you guys to conduct this panel in a professional manner, okay? So we're going to speak professionally and no insults. Thank you. Go ahead and speak.
Comrade, you can answer him, I beg. He has asked a question, Are you still here?
Okay, yes, I'm here. Yeah, I think he even made a very valid point there. Has he not seen a pattern of a successive government becoming worse than the predecessors? That is true. That is a verifiable fact. Under what I don't want to start from Shagari to the other one to the Good Luck, to Yaradua to Good Luck to Buhari. Under Buhari, we thought we've gotten the worst. Today, people are already missing Buhari in one way or the other. So we don't know who's going to come next. I'm very sure the person coming next is going to be worse than Tinubu. That is a fact. So what's the bone of contention there? People are complaining. They are complaining based on the verifiable evidence.
Yeah. Let me say, in America and perhaps in the UK, no government has come to power that has been supported 100%. Okay, we have the same problem in Nigeria. Okay, I don't think any government will come to power that you're going to get a consensus from the people that, oh yeah, this is the best government. And no, there's always going to be that sentiment or the opposition, so to speak. So that is not the argument, I would say. But if you want to look at it critically, uh, you know, from my own point of view, perhaps Tinubu has been the one that's been a more constructive government in putting in policies and doing things that many have failed to do for such a long time. It's Niger first said no. The people put the government in or the president into power, but not so much for, I would say, for Buhari, and not Buhari, rather Obasanjo, for example. When he came to power, I don't know who put him there. Then after Obasanjo, that he forced upon us Yadua. Then there came Jonathan. You see, I recently seen this succession of bad governance as a result of the people in power putting themselves into power. And I can probably say, and Buhari probably came by real support from the people, and we saw his performance was abysmal for the most part. But Tinubu happens to be a truly elected government in the sense that to me, he actually won. We had a three-way strong contention for the presidency, and Tinubu came won. He beat Obi and Atiku, and now that he's in power, things they've talked about, like the subsidy removal, dual currency exchange rate, and all these things that many people have talked about, including Peter Obi himself and Atiku. It's only Tinubu that has the corner to do something about it. So in my books, it gets a lot of credit. See, at this point, I say, I'm just like people trying to blame Trump or whatever. See, Tinubu hasn't spent enough time in power to actually realize his policies yet. I don't think so. I mean, things like the education funding for the students, well, that we can see in the real time. But it's other policies. They are long term policies that will reap benefit in years to come. It's not going to happen overnight. So, but the people that are complaining, of course, legitimately, they're complaining for a good reason. If you're hungry, if you don't have job, people will complain, and there's nothing wrong with that. But let's not pretend like Prestige will pretend that, oh, Tinubu's not doing anything. You may not be seeing the kind of result that you desire right now, but it doesn't mean it's not doing anything. It's doing a whole lot of things, And I've said before, perhaps it's going to take one full term and a couple more years in the second term to begin to see the benefit of the realization of his plan or his policies, and that makes sense.
Okay, can I say something? I think the point you are missing, there's difference between policy and implementation. Okay, some of them are being implemented. It's a long time it's a long time goal. Which is what plan is. But the trajectory, they have okay, we are moving in the right direction, but it's not there. Instead of, it's all regression. So tell me how that policy been implemented that is not yet complete.
No. The economy data
it's not yielding
otherwise.
anything. This is my problem.
The economy data say otherwise.
Yeah,
the economy data say otherwise.
Yeah, man of prestige, let's be factual, right? Can you tell me one single policy that you think is not currently being implemented well, and let's debate it?
Look at the local government. I mean, where are we in that local government? I mean, it started, it's been implemented, the law has been passed, the law supported. I mean, what is happening that nothing? It's just a lame dog.
Yeah,
so
because
that's an
you want
example.
it to happen overnight. Is that why you're saying that? You want it to happen like overnight?
That's a law. That's supposed to have been implemented right away.
So do you not allow law to percolate the system for
Prince
the
Daddy,
people?
you live in a developed country. Why are you talking like this?
Man of prestige.
No, I do, and that's why I know also that when you pass a law, it does take time for the law to percolate the system to work. Okay, laws don't just jump up and work overnight. Some things may work like readily, in a short period of time, but most policies do take a long time to manifest.
Okay, Man of prestige, let me put one thing. That particular policy that you said, and I'll tell you what has been achieved. Prior to this time, what you see in the local government is that elections are not being held. Governors just wake up one day, put some guys and says, oh, those are the appointed officials, just go around the local governments. After that law, every state have been forced to do local government election. No, I'm not talking about the credibility, right? But at least one thing is sure. A governor cannot wake up one day and say, I sack everybody in the local government, I put my people there.
My dear brother, I don't think the current governor have conducted any election, but the whole guys have been.
The current governor does not need to conduct election because there is still an existing local government.
Those existing ones, they take them out.
No, they didn't. No, see,
I
that is
to be corrected. I beg anybody will come.
Have you really been following? See, wait, bros.
Yeah.
You see, I like engaging people with facts, right? I'm not from Edo, but I can tell you something that happened in Edo. The only thing you can say is probably the governor influenced the councillors to impeach some of the local government chairmen. And last week, one of the local government chairmen won in the court. Are you aware of that? So that I can know how to engage you more.
I'm not aware.
So then, if you are not aware, so because you are from Edo, I expect you to know more than I do. So one of the local government chairmen in Edo,
like that, I may even know something in your own place of origin far better than you as well.
That is why I said let's talk to facts, right? The easiest thing to do is to say, "Oh, he sacked everything." That's not factual. So I would rather want to talk more based on facts, right? That local government chairman won in the court, and that is the advantage of all those things. Local government chairman now have the capacity to challenge governors in court. So that's an aspect that has been achieved. I think tomorrow, Lagos State, I think Lagos State is currently preparing for local government election. And you can see what that is actually generating. Prior to this time, you even hardly hear if Lagos State is doing local government election. It's going to get better, but at least some things has to change.
Okay, Larry, how about the disbursement of money, to the local government? Is that happening without going through the governorship?
Coming here, let us talk like someone that live in abroad now.
No. Let's leave this abroad thing. Let's talk about.
Let's talk about. We all live in different countries. Let's forget about Nigeria now. We want to talk about the functionality of local government and how
we can. It's not apple for apple. Let's not go to that route. Abroad,
we cannot. See, where I always stand in my argument is this. I will go back to that place again. One thing is to say, let's conduct local government election. Let's give them money directly. It doesn't add up. Take, for example, the state governors were not receiving money directly. Let's give them money so they can develop their people. Are they actually developing their people? The answer is no. Now, with this policy, it sounds very good. I will assure you, the total number of local government offices we have now, I cannot remember totally. I have to be honest. They are creating another emperor to that same number. If I want to put condition there, let me tell you the emperor they are creating. If there is no policy, just the way I don't use developer, I use developing. Local government are mandated to account how they spend their money on monthly and at the end of the year, balance sheet. If we don't implement that, it's a weak policy, I assure you. Under the military,
let me
we will let you go. A local government chairman, the only thing they did in my time is to put boil on the ground, put some tank on top, put water there, and they share the money, pens on market, and that's all.
Bros, let me help you a little bit. Let me help you.
Yeah.
You see, when you talk about accountability, every aspect of government has something that makes them accountable. That's where separation of power, checks and balances comes in.
You may not understand where I'm going. So you're just talking on that.
Wait now.
That's why.
Let me talk on that local government. Now you just said something. You said they should be accountable. That's the old thing you just said, that the local government chairman are not accountable. Yes,
they should be. Even the state governor and everything will change overnight. Even the ministries.
Wait. In terms of accountability, there is something created in place to make them accountable. Those are the councils.
We don't have it. That's the problem.
We have it. No, we have it. Let's stop more. We have it. There are councillors. Every local government has the chairman, who is the executive, and has councillors, who are the legislative part of the local government.
On theory level, practically, they don't function.
Theory. Oh God. There are councillors in Nigeria. Don't you know there are councillors? Why are you saying it's theory?
I said we have councillors. What I'm pointing to you, I'm talking about the practical aspect now. Look at where the problem lies. The whole institutions are there. But in summary, if you evaluate it carefully, you will even discover that Nigeria don't even have Minister of Finance, to be honest.
Okay.
But what they did, let me go straight. Let me elaborate a little bit. What they did is with executive power, there is a financial department to the executive. They've taken that job completely. Likewise in the state. And that is why we are so corrupt. If we have Minister of Finance, as at this point of time in a year, every ministry will start receiving the information about their balance sheet, because they always pass information on monthly basis. Do you have that? So, like everywhere in the world where you have Ministry of Finance that really function, the citizens and business will be by now receiving their tax refund. In Nigeria, you don't have it. This is where I'm pointing to you. Not that we don't have it in theory. It is easy to pick that grammar, accountability and transparency. Do you have the structure on ground for that one to be achieved? The answer is no. So this emperor called local government with direct fund, they will only manage to also build like governor. The only difference here is
Midwest. Excuse me.
No. We never stay on the same page. Wait. The only difference.
Let me say, Madam, you said they don't have
Simba, you can say your point. Yeah.
Yes, I'm the moderator. I'm in charge. So you guys that are just coming in, please click the like button. You know, this is a daytime shift. I'm working 9 to 5. I don't work for free. So if you super chat, I would really appreciate it. Mind you, I do not work for free. Thank you. And Simba, you can continue.
Madam, please, I beg. Let me quickly add a little thing. Am I permitted? Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you for
the only difference between these 36 what is it called? Emperor so-called governor, is that those one have immunity. The local government don't have. That's just the only difference. They are going to operate on the same platform of whereby give them money and they engage in a project, and at the end they use the project to siphon the refund and abandon it. Either they will align with one party or the other, and their sin will be forgiven. So, Simba, you can come in here. You always challenge me when I bring this issue, but this is the breath of life that is missing in our country. I'm just telling you the truth. If we don't fix it, we cannot. I always come here. If I evaluate Tinubu policies, is it education now? Yeah, there is fund going on. People are getting richer. Is it the refinery? He has pumped money there. Where is the refinery now? Is it the security? The generals are just around him. We need this, we need that. Take. Not quite long, I saw the police, they gather. They said the G that the government gave to them that is missing. My brother, in a society where you really have a place where people account, government pay people on monthly basis. So they place them in a place for them to function. Who were those people that are supposed to keep those things? They will go in for it. This is what I'm trying to point to you.
Okay, can I respond? Okay.
You can continue.
Okay. So let me tell you something. It's always easy for us to say, oh, the president should be responsible for this, the president should be responsible for that. I know it's not a linear thing, right? That you have to get it perfect. But one thing I've noticed recently with this new thing is local government councillors are now beginning to challenge chairmen to the point of impeaching chairmen, right? And people are now taking things to court. So in terms of accountability, there are people that are meant to make some other people accountable. I'm not saying the government.
The sharing don't click. That's why they impeach. They not share where. If they share where, nobody.
You've talked now. Can you just let me just have that flow, right? Without you interjecting so that we can have a conversation. Thank you, sir. So, like the one I told you about Edo, it's Akoko Edo, the chairman of Akoko Edo. He just won. And it's happening everywhere, right? People are now beginning to ask questions because the whole essence of the thing is this. You're now beginning to see more people that are more qualified getting interested in what happened at the local government level. Prior to this time, the whole local government thing is more like it's just there. It's almost scrapped, right? And back to Man of Prestige, those are part of the policies that is doing. Now, when it comes to remitting money, right, I think what they're trying to do, I mean, be wrong, right, in terms of remitting money. Probably they want every state to have elected official. And after, I think now Lagos is going to do their own. Almost everybody, I think they're almost rounding up. Almost every state now have elected officials. So if they have elected officials, yeah, it will be easier, right? Get your money, people hold them accountable. I understand states will still, state will still go behind, yes, and collect some of those money from those people, which is still, it's still something that will still happen. But still, we might not really get there quickly, but it's a journey. And now let me just add one thing. Another thing that a lot of people do not see that this Tinubu government is doing. Prior to this time, every government that comes in, go and look at it. Every 2 years, they don't do anything. The first 2 years, most governments that we've been having in Nigeria, most of them, except probably Obasanjo, right, first 2 years, because Obasanjo was coming from, there was a military government and Obasanjo just came in. Every other government that we've been having, the first 2 years, rather than them focus on doing things, they're always focused on their predecessors. It's always all about corruption and this, let's go and catch this person, let's do this, let's do that. The same thing happened during Buhari's regime. When Buhari got there, the first 2 years was basically, let's arrest this, let's do this, let's do that, to the point that I was not able to do anything in 2 years. So that's the only day. I know some people will be like, oh, probably Tinubu should have followed that normal route that a lot of us are used to, right? And say, oh, this one is corrupt. Go on IFCC, go on this one, go arrest. And at the end of the day,
permit me to talk. My whole point is different. I'm not saying Tinubu is not working. I'm not among those people. He's just working like every other previous president. None of them that fold their hands. I told somebody yesterday, no president in Nigeria that fold his hand for people to be buying anyhow like this. Their intention is to make sure that people are safe. But it's very unfortunate. From Jonathan time, people will approach them. After evaluating, they can go to the battlefront. They talk with the generals. And people, they believe that are professional in that sector. And at the end, they will not conclude with this amount. We will just flush them. Willingly, the president, because we just release the money to them. Those people, they have their own financial department. Because they don't report, and which supposed not to be so, they run their own show on their own. The men in the battlefront, their welfare, everything are paper. In reality, only God knows what they are getting. Their family, no insurance, but in paper, you will see a lot of benefit they are giving to these people. And at the end, how are we going to succeed in that man? These are the area I'm pointing to. Even though you change Tinubu today, the person that is talking from far away, like Obi, that one is totally counsel from my kind of person. If he cannot address IPOB issue, he cannot address his party. Why is he coming to rule Nigeria? It's a fact. Then also when he's talking, I always see him just labeling all this guy like, oh, if I go there, I will use force. You don't use force to build country. Even when you are using force to, if you succeeded, that means there are already proper bureaucratic procedures on ground. Like the way Trump jumped in, I want it like this. He's throwing it into a structure. He don't even have access to the money. He only have access to, they prepared it, he only gave the authorization. That means he has released it. In our place, you don't even know how the thing arrived president office, how the whole, the money arrived the first lady's office, the governors, they get their own, and everything ended the governor's office. As I said, go to your state. The Minister of Finance is controlled by a governor, and he works for only the governor. The remaining people and the business activities of the entire state, no record.
I've heard like in the past. See, when I said it before, if things have been done deliberately in order to circumvent the system, I don't think the people that are doing it are stupid. My understanding was that Obasanjo was the one that destroyed. The Obasanjo was the one that destroyed local government, and also the empowering of the Senate. And now the governors are so empowered that you can't really persecute the governors for any wrongdoing, or is it the senators? So these people in power, they do things for their own selfish reasons. They know, many of them know what works or how things should be done. But if the policies or the process you're talking about that works in the country that you are in or in the West, if they implement those policies, then the shenanigans will be easily identified and exposed. And that's why they go around to corrupt the system, so it's harder to catch them, and also for them to get away with whatever they want to get away with. So they're not stupid. Obasanjo, if you want to call him a criminal or whatever you want to call him, he destroyed. I mean, I've heard many people talk about it. I mean, from Baba and Simba, that he destroyed local government in Nigeria. Local government in Nigeria should be quite strong. They had autonomy. They had control over their jurisdiction, and they were working very well. When he had a beef with Tinubu, maybe that was the genesis of it. When he went after the local government,
he wanted touchdown. So that's it. So he sacrificed the local government council.
Sorry, guys. I'm so excited. I have to pause. If you were listening. And I want to kindly give a shout out to Ike Ogirman, the sugar daddy of all the girls on this platform. He said to my lovely D2, that's the Spanish lady in the comment section, my soulmate. XOXO. Thank you, Ike Ogirman. We love you so much. You are the best. All the ladies love you here. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Continue, Baba T.
Yes. So two reasons why. Just to add to what Prince was saying, the two reasons why is our IGR at your state level. So any IGR that your state generates, they're supposed to give 10% to the local government councils. So what he sacrificed for his total bid was merging the accounts together, right? One. And number two, the autonomy is taken away so that they can directly control it. So he sacrificed local government councils for his total ambition. It backfired in 2003. But by the time he was leaving in 2007, it was too late. He couldn't reverse that anymore. So that was what happened. Just to clarify what you were saying about OBJ. So he was in the best position to change the system for better. But his own personal ambitions is what the price we're still paying. We're still paying for that till now. So Prince, I just to add that to your point.
Okay. Yeah. Cool. Thanks.
Hold on. So Baba T, one man specifically told me you wanted to say something earlier that I should allow you to speak more. Is there something else you wanted to add, please?
No, I think it was the point. I was just I don't know exactly. I think because I left, I had to do some things. It was just the idea that people criticize the center. Like, I mentioned earlier, the system we're running in Nigeria is geared towards innovations at the state level. That's the new Nigeria now. No, anybody that comes on this platform to criticize the center is not serious. And I find it interesting that Man of Peace, he never brings up his governor. I have never heard one Man of Peace on this show talk about the state, either the achievement or the failure of his governor. He never does. He doesn't do that on the show. So I find it very interesting that he does not criticize his governor. I come here talk about Ogun State all the time, but he doesn't do that. And in the next 10 years now, you just mark my words, Ogun State and Oyo State are going to be the next destination for all Nigerians. People will still go to Lagos, but Ogun and Oyo are going to be the top destination when it comes to business opportunities. I can see it coming because I invest. I see what's going on. But these are moves being made by governors. Just because you have all those laws under the so-called exclusively doesn't mean you cannot get the right to it. That's the new Nigeria now. For all this so-called exclusive law bill is forget all that. You can get whatever you want to get if you know what you're doing as a governor. So if anybody comes here and is still criticizing Abuja, they're not serious.
Okay, let me come in because you mentioned my name. I think you are completely wrong. To begin with, Nigeria still run a centralized system of government. So we are not there. We're not like Americans, where things is being run by state, then the central just be as a central, the contribution we made to the central. So that's wrong. And for you to come here and say that I don't criticize my my state, I always categorically say it here that Hope Uzodinma is the worst president. I mean, he's the worst governor we have in Nigeria. He is not doing anything. I mean, Imo State is, contribute about 70% of the gas deposit. He has not been able to leverage that, invite private investors to utilize what we have. So I'm one of the highest critics of Hope Uzodinma. I mean, I know him very well. So don't make that comment that you don't know.
And solutions to that, did you prefer solutions besides just criticizing him?
Do you prefer solution to that? No, he doesn't. I'm not in the government, so that's what they are being paid to. No, I can only hold on. As a private entity, I can only do my best, to improve Owerri, Imo State specifically, which I'm doing by providing employment. So
do you make moves? No, we do.
What move? I don't want to.
Let me give you an example.
I don't get into politics. That's not my. That's not my expertise, and I refuse to do that.
Don't release the cocoa.
Hold on. So when Dakpabiodu was talking a few days ago about the need to incorporate the Purple Line, where do you think that came from? That came from Win Diaspora. That was Egba Leadership Council in the US. So
there's some people doing it, but I don't want to.
Your own state.
I don't want to. I don't want to get into that. No, I'm very individualistic. So I mean,
that means you're selfish. Then
you can say what you want. I mean, this is who I am.
See, Madam President, Beach is trying to disabuse you from your old way of thinking that now.
No, I'm too old. I'm too old for that. I'm not going to deviate from my from my norm. Okay. I'm not a 20-something years old.
No, that doesn't cohere. Well,
it doesn't cohere with you.
No. It has nothing to do with me. Tinubu is trying to empower the state and the local governments. Okay. So now it's more like devolution of power. Now you have to put the onus on the governors and the local government to do what they have to do. Don't say that the FCC
I'm not built for that, and that's not going to change. I'm not built for that. I'm not going to
prestige.
I'm not going to lobby. I'm not going to go to the government office. Say this is what we have. No, I have to I have to play my part, and that's who I am.
Brother, hold on, please. I'm telling you, it's inevitable. That is the new Nigeria now. So if you're going to stick to your old ways, it's fine. But that would be you being delusional. The new Nigeria is governors that are very proactive will determine the success of your state. If you have a lazy governor...
I don't see the new Nigeria yet.
Well, perhaps maybe you're blind to the reality there. Open your eyes, brother.
Open your eyes. If I may, let me... The thing is this. We are still one Nigeria. And I know I can, agree to the fact that many governors are doing things, very, trying to do the best for their people and try to do it better. But at the same time, let us look at it from this angle. If children are hungry and you fry fish and you give it to pussycat to go and give it to them, you are the one causing trouble because those children are going to die of hunger. The pussycat will never allow fish to get to those children. And if Mr. President want to help us, you know, we are in a very critical situation. Why are the governors still having this immunity? There are questions we should ask. Then you get somebody with the federal power to have immunity. And wait, and you are telling wait, we always go to this route of can the president, is it not the president that blocked the whole state and appointed a retired general now? Well, there was called veto power in our country. Let us not be pretending about it. Look, the president of Nigeria, with his influence,
let me is wrong. That your example is wrong.
No, the president has unfettered power. He runs like an emperor. He can do whatever Midway is talking about.
There are many ways. Wait, now, my brother, let us not be defending the president on this matter.
No, this is we need to speak with facts.
Wait, now let me speak for facts.
Wait, now your example. See, when the thing is this on this platform, right? When you say things that are not factual, people will come for those things you said.
No, it all depends on you. This is my own opinion. Your opinion may not.
No. Opinion is different from.
Okay, let me go to wait, don't
excuse me. Just excuse me, Mr. Midwest. Just because I sent a super chat doesn't mean I'm distracted. I am still paying attention. And last I remember, Mr. Larry was trying to explain something to you. So I'm not distracted by the $200 super chat that I see on the screen. So, Mr. Larry, you can continue, sir.
Okay. So that River State that he said, right, that Tinubu unilaterally just did what he did. If National Assembly did not support it, that man that is in Rivers will not be there today.
Wait, my brother. Okay, you see, madam, please, can you permit me just to land my point so that it doesn't cut my thought away like that? He can also say his own. Look, on the local government level, I give credit to Tinubu, but what I'm pointing to is quite different. The former president wanted to do it. He was unable. But Tinubu knows how to go around, and today is not a law. So you look at that route he went to. Then, when it comes to the river, that man is there today because the body movement of Mr. President, that is what he wants. The only way he can save our country. Because they were very few kilometers away from tribal crisis. And that very state is very, very important to the state, to the entire country. And he did what he decided, what he want to do, and he got it. Now, you gave people by law immunity to steal. And when they steal our wealth as a state, you will tell me, go and ask somebody you use the federal power to make a criminal. Go and ask your governor. It doesn't make sense. I'm just telling you the truth. You use the federal power, might, to protect somebody, and you are telling the man that cannot even feed himself and his family, go and ask your governor. How? Can I go before I get to governor's office with that hungry appearance, for example? The police are there. Chase this my way. Those who are supposed to talk, they are busy eating.
Okay.
So why not look for a way to cut those things off?
Okay. Let Mr. Larry finish the statement because we have Owl and Mr. Obeni, the lawyer. He's going to really give us in-depth information.
Yeah, Choma, you can go to the next person so that we can learn.
Yeah, Mr. Obeni, he's a lawyer in the House.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Choma. It's been a long while, though. I can't even see the people are here, but I greet everybody or the panelists. I just joined, so I don't really know what, but I got the last gist or the last point that is being discussed. I overheard somebody saying the president have unfettered power. I think it's man of president that said that. That is wrong. That's not true. The president of Nigeria doesn't have unfettered power. We run federalism in Nigeria. powers are not centralized. The Constitution distributed the power among the 3 tiers of government. And in the past, there have been clashes. Yes, the president in many times have more power. That's where we can put it, more power. And because he has more power, so sometimes he could dominate others in some of their realms of, power. But that is not to say that the Constitution donates that power into him to be able to overwhelm others in their own domain in power. Don't forget, under the same 99 Constitution, we've had governors that have fought the president to a standstill, fought their president to a standstill, despite this general talk of unfettered power of the president. Same Tinubu fought Obasanjo to a standstill with all the Obasanjo's ego and all Obasanjo's power. There was something, he couldn't do anything to Tinubu rather than to be seizing their money. And at the end of the Supreme Court said he should release the money. He didn't release the money, but at the end of the day, they got their money out from the federal government. The same thing Yanko. I remember when Muritala Yanko and about 6 governors were fighting Jonathan. What can he do? Yes, you're a president, but there's a limit to your power. Despite that power, Amechi fought Goodluck Jonathan throughout his time, right? Fought Jonathan and his wife throughout, and there's not. And there are so many like that. Wike fought Buhari now, all through his tenure. Fayose fought Buhari too, through his tenure. And so they are powers. These governors are powerful. That's the reality. I remember when Buhari tried to push some of the policies that Tinubu had been able to push now. It was so difficult for him. Judicial autonomy in terms of finance. He used Executive Order 24. But they didn't even respect the Executive Order. If I was Fayemi and this guy, late governor of Ondo State, they trashed the Executive Order to one place, because where will you go to? You go to judiciary to go and do or to enforce the Executive Order. And they just trashed it and they didn't respect it. Local government autonomy, Buhari also used Executive Order too.
Okay, sorry, Ogbeni, before I go further. So if they didn't respect Buhari, how come it's working for Tinubu, or is it not working for Tinubu right now?
So
what is different right now?
So Tinubu was strategic about his own approach. So instead of issuing executive order, if you remember, the Attorney General under Buhari was he's a lawyer. He's a lawyer. Malami is a lawyer, but he's not somebody with that legal sense to have that understanding at all. If you know him very well, he's not that kind of person. The current Attorney General that we have, Prince Lateef Fagbemi, is an astute legal practitioner. Everybody knows him in the profession. So they came up with this idea of, look, your executive order is not going to work. The best we can do is let's drag the state government and local government, let's drag everybody to the Supreme Court. That is the highest court of the land. They didn't move any. If they had gone to the National Assembly to go and do that local government autonomy, they wouldn't have gotten it, let me tell you. Because those governors will make sure that they find a way. They will kill it like Tottenham agenda of OBJ. That's the way they would have killed it. But what they simply did, and don't worry, we have some 11 men sitting somewhere that nobody can question them the moment they make pronouncement. Let's approach them. Then let's invite all governors to come and say their own. Let us see the governor that will say local government should not have their autonomy. So it's just like what we had in UK recently. Biological woman should be a woman. Everybody knows that's the truth. That's common sense, of course. But the transgender have been pushing the agenda all this while that no, should give them also. But what did they do? Some people simply went to court to go and approach the court and say, interpret this law and tell us what it is, because that's the highest court of the land. 5 people will sit and interpret it, and there's nothing Parliament or anybody can do. That was simply what Tinubu did. They were just more strategic than Buhari, and then they did it. But even despite that, there's still a lot of pushback on the implementation of that policy yet, despite the Supreme Court thing, to tell you how powerful our governors are.
So Ogbeni, so why are people not more focused on that as a solution than focusing on that? Was my issue with the man of prestige. Why are you talking about your governors? Why are you talking about when you can fix things with your government council?
That's where I wish to land in my contribution. You see, sometimes in life, you come across people who say things like, I know what I know, I'm too old to change, or I'm not ready to do anything differently. They wear these kind of phrases like badges of honors, as if stubbornness is a virtue and refusal to change is a virtue. Let me tell you plainly, this is my reading. This is not wisdom, as far as I'm concerned. For me, it's a self-imposed limitation. It's a kind of sad resignation now, not to age or knowledge, but to me, to probably inertia or pride. Things you believe what you believe because you have a set of information. But if there's a superior information for you, why not you change your reasoning? That's the way I see people who always say, I know what I know. Yeah, you know what you know. But there are people that possibly probably know more than you in that field. Why don't you listen to them and then try to use it to change your way? What am I saying? This is what I'm saying. If every governor can be performing like Wike in Abuja, give Nigeria 10 years, the kind of development you will find in that country, it will be so marvelous. Wike is performing. I'm telling you, I stayed in Abuja for more than a decade, and I still have properties in Abuja, and I still go to Abuja. Every time I go to Abuja, you see, the last time I went to Abuja, I had to get driver to drive me around. Because I couldn't even drive myself in some places again. All those area 10, area 3, the guy has linked all those roads. He has linked Kuje with Galadimawa. He has linked, Wike has put roads in some places that you will never think road can enter that place in the next 30 years. There's a place they call Gidamagoro. That Gidamagoro link it should be alternative route if you don't want to go through Yanya to Jos side. And that Yanya to Jos, that has claimed so many lives. I don't know who constructed that road. Very big road, almost 8 lanes this side, 8 lanes, almost 16 lanes, or maybe 12 lanes, maybe 6 lanes this side, 6 lanes the other side. Okay, but very slopey and so very tricky road. And you see trailer applying that road every day. You know what Wike did? He just focused on the alternative or that alternative road and dualized that alternative road, expanded it. I used to have a land, I have a land around that place because it's a Nasarawa Abuja side. And so recently I called and somebody told me to come and be building school in that place. That bush, they sent the picture to me and I was so surprised. I said, they put a road there. I said, yes, Wike has just put a road and they've completed the road. Okay, Wike will go and commission a road and will tell you the day will come and open the road. Now, what is Wike's budget? What exactly are they giving Wike? Recently, I tried to look at it. Many states in Nigeria are collecting ×3 of what Wike is using in Abuja. So what's the problem with us? And when people say face your governors, people come and say, oh, I'm not facing my governor. What is Central House on fatal power? What kind of fatal power are you talking about?
Mr. Gben, can I ask a little question? Am I permitted?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you know the basis of this. Before you came into this very discussion, is that here come a governor with a federal power headed by Tinubu executive. They have what is called immunity to steal. Automatically from the law, they created criminals that you cannot ask, because if somebody is stealing, you can't ask them. You protect them with the law, with the member. Now, why can't Tinubu use the same strategy that he used to restore the local government, which is a legacy for him? But the only thing I'm advocating for is that there's something missing anyway. And why can't he use it to remove it from the governor? Take, for example, my brother. People were so hungry, and the president decided to say, take rice. And this is the most commonest thing. It's just made for the poorest among us. Shared for your people. At the end, those rice, they end up in market. You can see the level of wickedness. Sometimes when I, think of these things, I wept all the time. I'm telling you the truth, to be honest. If we have emergency tomorrow, and people are saying, feed your own people. This is not like, these are your own blood. As far as Nigeria is concerned. You decided to why can't they just look at it and say, look, you people are becoming very wicked, and let them do the gree and end up in Supreme Court and remove the immunity? Don't you think we will do better than this?
So
this is the area.
So this answers to that. You see, immunity is not at the discretion of the president. Section 308 of our constitution establishes immunity and donates it to every governor and his deputy automatically, the same way it donates to the president. And what is this immunity about? It means nobody can sue you for whatever you do when you're in the office, whether crime or civil wrong. Nobody can initiate any legal proceeding against you. But over time, our court has clarified it that you can be investigated. You get, in order not to distract your executive functionings, that is why we have immunity clause. And I agree with you. Many Nigerians will agree with you that we are getting to a stage where we are ripe enough now to start removing this immunity clause, at least from the governor's level, because of their impunity. But the question you ask yourself is, can the president remove it? The answer is a big no, because the constitution does not allow the president to remove it, because it's not the creation of the president in the first instance. It's the creation of our constitution. And the constitution donates it to those governors, section 308. So you can't initiate any legal proceeding against them, but you can only investigate them. Now, where have we failed over time?
Sorry, Benny, on that note, isn't that if you investigate one that's under immunity, isn't that undermining the definition of immunity in the first way? Investigating for what? To accomplish what?
Okay, so this is it. You can't take a legal proceeding against them, meaning, the first thing you have to do as law enforcement agents is to investigate before you take a legal proceedings. Legal proceedings are initiating cases in court. That's the meaning of legal proceeding. Investigation is within the domain of law enforcement agents. For instance, if they said, you see, this governor is diverting the government money and is reported to the EFCC. EFCC opens a file. When they open the file, they start investigating, meaning they start inviting people. You have DFA, yes, invite DFA. You have commissioner. Those ones don't have immunity, invite the commissioner. In fact, they can even invite governor. That's what the law says. You can
what kind of crimes can override that immunity? Let me give an example. Let's say, okay, so wow. So even if I find you, yes, now that's gone too far. Can't we modify that to maybe just
I also want to Benny, please. Can you tell us then how can I hold my governor accountable if that law is like that?
So what you can do, you can't hold your governor accountable. What you can do, you can hold your state government accountable. They are not the same people. Understand this. You cannot charge the governor to court or sue the governor in his personal capacity. For instance, my governor presently is in Ekiti. Okay, or let me use Sanwo-Olu for instance. If I want to sue Sanwo-Olu now, I can't sue Sanwo-Olu, but I can sue Lagos State government. Do you understand? On civil matters, I can sue Lagos State government. But in order not to distract the governor, who has a limited time to perform state functioning, I cannot make any personal matter against the state governor. But I can report the state governor and they can commence investigation. So where have we failed? That's where I'm even heading to. Where have we failed? This is where we have failed. Where we have failed over the past is still our judiciary and our law enforcement agent. And that's my domain. And I think everyone in that area will accept where we have failed, where judiciary has failed. What do I mean? Now, if governors is spending 4 years and they are leaving office after 4 or 8 years, if there are cases that have been piled up against them while they're in office, and now their immunity is no longer there, and they have been investigated, then you can now hold them responsible since they are no longer functioning as a governor. So nothing is distracting any public functioning again. Then we can hold them responsible. Now, if you hold them responsible at that stage, what have we been doing in that respect? Let me give you an instance of where you see where our country is. 2 governors were convicted by Justice Banjoko in Abuja. If you remember, 2 governors. They were convicted after they left office based on what they did when they were in office. They embezzled the public fund in their care when they were in office. They were reported when they were in office, and they started investigating them when they were in office. But they concluded the investigation and kept the fight till they left office. Immediately they left office, then they swung to action and they charged them to court. And they completed the trial years after, and they were convicted. Ask me, where are those governors today? Mr. Buhari gave them prerogative of mercy and released them. How would a judge that convicted those 2 guys feel in her life, despite all the threats? Even in her judgment, the judge said, I know you guys have threatened me on several occasions, but I will do this thing for
By the way,
posterity.
there's a governor still in jail right now with his son, right? What's his name again?
Which one?
There's a governor that went to jail with his son. Is it Bauchi? There's one. There's a governor is in jail.
I'm not sure there is any present governor. The two
no,
of them.
No. From the second administration that was actually jailed with his son. Let me find the name.
Yeah, I don't know of that.
Yeah,
the two I know.
He and his son they were actually in prison, like they were. Yeah.
So
Yari now, was it not this Bauchi former governor?
No.
Him and his son, Abi.
That one that has Tony Rubobai.
Yeah, they went to prison. Yeah,
have they not released that guy?
No.
You sure? He wasn't one of those Buhari gave prerogative.
No, they're still in prison.
Okay. But by the way, Buhari gave 2.
Nyako.
No. Nyako is not in prison. No. Which Nyako is in prison? Mutala. That's Adamawa guy now.
Abi? I know one
Nyako
of them.
Is Justice Nyako's husband now. I'm not sure that one is in prison.
Yeah, but Nyako, I think Nyako too was convicted at the point, Abi?
Unconvicted. They tried him.
No, unconvicted Nyako at the point with his son.
Nyako was impeached. He was not convicted.
So my point is that when you look at all of them, immediately they left office. When Fayose left office, they picked Fayose. Where is the case today? When Bala Mohammed, the one that is talking now in Bauchi, left office, they picked that guy. Where is Bala today? When Tambua left office, all of them, you just see they are leaving office. There are a whole lot of cases against them, which has been investigated to an extent. But the moment they are out of office, they find a political means to settle themselves, and then we don't hold them responsible. And that is why those ones that are still using immunity presently know that nothing will happen.
In Nigeria's case, do you call that a full immunity or partial immunity if you can still investigate the governors after they leave office?
Well, it depends on your definition of full or impartial. But I will call it full as at when they're in office, because you can't do anything to them. But the moment they step out of the office, then don't forget that the immunity is not immunity against investigation. It's immunity against being taken to court. That's having legal proceeding fight against them.
I found his name. He was in prison for 5 years. Gigari from
They released him now.
Yeah, but he served his 5 years. What I'm saying, he served his entire 5 years.
He served his entire 5 years. Oh, okay.
From 17 to
even this guy from Plateau.
5 years after his entire state money. Or maybe
they took all the money from him. That 167 million, they took it back. That was the reason why he went to prison. So they got all the money back, and he still served the 5-year term. Yeah.
No, but they released Darie now. They released Plateau. No, I didn't. They released him. That one.
He was in prison for some time now.
Was in prison for some time. Then Buhari gave him a prerogative.
Even this guy, if not for the law and everything, Oji of Carlos should still be in prison now.
Of course, now it was Supreme Court that released Oji too. A lot of them, all of them. Is there anyone that they didn't pick immediately after they left?
That class of 99 that it was, because all of them were like this.
Even including even Tinubu, when Tinubu left office in 2007, there were a lot of cases against ranking on his neck too. So the issue eventually you see is that institutions
So does Buhari's prerogative, does it commute the sentence or what does it do? Does it clean the record or commute the sentence? The prerogative.
Pardon them.
They get the
pardon. So once you have the pardon that.
No, sorry. BT just said the guy served his entire term.
That's another person.
It's a different person.
Not that.
That was before. Yeah. That one was already there before Buhari. Yeah.
The other ones, they pardon them and they join APC. So they are sin forgiving and then they pardon them.
Sure, be proud Edo citizen.
And they're part in politics. So
Midwest. Now your brother
in the real sense, our insurance have failed us because as they are leaving office, if you are holding them responsible and
you see,
we jail some of them, it will be difficult.
Governors that in that 99, their belief was that maybe a few years time the military will come back again. So let me just grab. Yes,
like seriously, how is Igbine John still walking around?
You know what they did to Igbine now?
How is he walking around still? Seriously, that guy.
I think
The same
Igbinero,
thing
they
they are
gave me.
talking about, is it not the same thing we are saying? So, but the way they are working around is what my brother has been explaining since. So,
Yes, sir. Igbinero, I think they just fined Igbinero now. They just gave him a fine. He was convicted.
But Ogbeni, please, before you end up, don't
Gave him
forget,
a fine
don't
of
forget my question, please. Please,
$25,000.
don't forget my question. Very important. I was talking about the new Nigeria where Tinubu, what he's doing is this so-called exclusively doesn't mean anything anymore because you can pretty much get anything. It's removing the red tape.
This is the
It's
way
now
I
left for your governor to now make a move for what they want for their state. That's the new Nigeria now.
So yes, it's a new Nigeria, but see, let's conflate it with people who come with the idea of let's remove immunity. Like Ulata will always say, you can be shooting and be walking at the same time. And I agree we can do that. Tinubu is doing what Tinubu is doing presently, and I've given an example of Wike. Anybody can fact check me. Go and check how much Wike is spending on FCT and go and check how much your governor is collecting. You will be costing your governor. Go and check how much data state collected under Okowa and check how much Wike collected in Rivers and check the performance of the two. You will cost Okowa. Then another governor, go and check Akpabio in Akwa Ibom, his performance in Akwa Ibom in terms of infrastructural development, and then check what Bayelsa collected the same year, the same time. You will be costing Bayelsa governor. So I agree with anybody that say, look, let's hold our governors responsible. And what Tinubu is saying is, where I will blame Tinubu is this: you are increasing this allocation, you're pumping it to them, but you are not monitoring it enough. Yes, they have immunity, but at the same time, their DFA don't have immunity. Commissioner of Finance, they don't have immunity. I remember during Fayose time now, during Fayose time, they arrested almost all his assemblymen because they don't have immunity. They arrested them and brought them to Abuja in EFCC custody. They arrested his Commissioner of Finance. You know, so you can pick all these people and deal with them and then, find a way. While I think, because Tinubu has enormous influence on the National Assembly as we speak, we should demand that immunity thing, and Fenfaran has been doing that for a very long numbers of years. Fenfaran believes that immunity thing should be removed. It's time also we should all be crying that immunity thing should be removed from the governors. But then when you remove it too, then you expose them to EFCC, who lean most time towards federal government, whoever is in the federal government. So that brings the complexity again into our polity. All right.
Oh, thank you so much, Mr. Benny. I would love to hear from Mr. Awo. He's been quiet and he's been here for a while. Such a gentleman. Mr. Awo, it's your turn to speak, sir.
Thank you very much. What I say about this present government is that we are dealing with somebody who understands the terrain, he understands the game more than all the past presidents. And that is why there are much of the opposition is coming directly from outside. And what I mean by you understand the terrain of the game is that is very, very proactive in terms of who lead both the two houses. Okay, it's very, very proactive from the beginning of the administration. Not like in the case of Buhari that was saying I can work with anybody. So, and if you look at the way he has also bring the governor into his fold, okay, he actually gave him too much latitude, too much power to be able to do so many things. And that is why majority of the criticism is coming from outside. People who are really not in support of him becoming the president. So that is why they were tagging him that he has pocketed the National Assembly, the National Assembly is a rubber stamp. So in some cases, the case that is not within the purview of the National Assembly, that they know that, to some extent, National Assembly doesn't have any control. And the president, by virtue of being the president too, doesn't have the much control, which is the case of governor. Then, I don't know, maybe I should say lack of understanding of separation of power or lack of understanding of the Constitution. For instance, some will say, why are you not monitoring the governor? Why are you pumping money? So in the sense that they are so much involved, they are so much involved in the they are so much involved in yeah.
Isn't that the job of the state assembly to do that? Don't we have assembly at the state to monitor the governor? Isn't that their job?
The problem is you have, okay, but look at it from this angle. For instance, now the National Assembly or State Assembly, okay, majority of the people that head the National Assembly are through the approval of the president, in this case of Tinubu. Okay, so there is a kind of very solid synergy, okay, that's it's very difficult for both presidency and the house, okay, to go against each other, like what we experienced during the time of Buhari, Jonathan, like that. So I think this is the main issue.
Can I say something, please?
Okay.
You said something about synergy between the Congress and the presidency. I mean, I don't really see it that way. The synergy you're talking about is about benefit and corruption. So that's the synergy. That's the synergy that's actually working. It's not a synergy for the for the productive of this country. I don't know where you get that synergy.
But let me just tell you this. That is what you define it to be in your own dictionary. But the point still remains that, okay, the point still remains that there's a synergy. Look at it from this angle. How many times has president proposed a very major policy that he has not achieved it? And why is this so? Because there is involved.
Hold on. You're contradicting yourself. Everything that he proposed, that means he has a rubber stamp. Even that's not achievable in the US, where the Republican control. There's an opposition.
Let me tell you.
Synergy, you're not making a correct narrative.
Let me tell you, it's not the fact that there's no opposition. Okay? What you expect, okay? What you expect, you are not getting it. That is the just pure truth. Because the people you see there, okay, and the president you see as the head of the state, okay, there's certain division of labor between them. And if this one does not connect with this one, there will not be any action. Are you getting it? So in your own way, you think there's no division of labor. The National Assembly is rubber stamp. Look at it this way: the first administration of Buhari, that there was no synergy between the presidency and the national and the people that head the National Assembly. Tell me what was achieved during that time. Nothing. So you see, in kind of way, you got to give it to this guy. He has understand the terrain and understand the game. Okay, and the fact that there's not too much antagonism from National Assembly make people who are the critics of the administration. Some will say it's a dictator. Some will say the National Assembly as a rubber stamp. What this National Assembly has achieved, I bet you, it has surpassed all the previous National Assembly. But the point is, because you
Wait
are
a
not
minute, wait
here.
a minute. Before you go further, what have they achieved? You need to be
Okay,
factual.
okay. You are asking what they achieved. They achieved tax reform. After all the uproar, blah 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 blah, they achieve it. Or didn't they achieve it? They achieve it.
I mean, I think
Give
it's
me
in the
1
third reading or
second.
whatever. So you can't
Madam
just say it can't from that.
Give
Hold on,
me
hold
1
on.
second.
He's
Madam Prestige, you
asking a
keep
question for
asking the same
interjection.
question. No, but you asked this same question earlier to someone. What has Tinubu administration achieved? True or false?
This
I did, but this coming from a different
Wait,
narrative.
do you
So we
think,
need
I
to.
know, so do you think I'm not paying attention?
I know you are paying attention, Chioma,
didn't
okay?
they
I'm
didn't
not
they, didn't
disputing
they
that
achieve
part.
it?
just
But
want you
this
to
guy
know
is
that I'm
coming
paying
with different
attention.
narratives. So we need to
Didn't they?
push him.
I asked you the question. Did they achieve it?
No, they have not achieved it yet because it's not concluded.
That means you are not
So you
current.
can't put something that is in process as an achievement.
That means
That's the
you are
difference.
MOP is still, even till now, a few weeks ago, I asked him, he's still claiming that the Lagos Calabar road is AI generated. Even till now, this guy.
That means you are not.
I'm telling you,
Let me
Baba
just
D.
MOP.
Yeah.
I'm suspecting you. Don't buy any investment across that line.
Please don't even use it.
No, because I know you. I know you. I'm sure you'll be negotiating one investment around that area. Please don't buy.
Am
That's
I
the
not
only
a
thing
Nigerian?
No. Don't buy. Don't buy. Leave that thing for some people to buy. Because I know
You
you
see,
like buying
in a situation, in a country where you have a very limited period of time to do what you want to do, and you allow some people who are ready to derail you so that they will pursue you away from the seats. You allow them to hijack the system away from you. Then you find yourself in a situation where Buhari found himself first year, second year, he resumed office. Because that was absolute, nothing happened during that time. What was going on? It was antagonism between presidency and National Assembly. And if you are the kind of person who understands the terrain very well, okay, you have to be very, very proactive. Otherwise, you will be derailed. Look at the way the people are decamping. Look at the way they are decamping. It's as if they are in fact, the opposition governor is, we don't even know who is in other party again.
So let me
Almost
ask you,
all.
is that a good thing? Is that an achievement of a good government?
It's not a
One
good
party
deal.
system?
See, my brother, now that grammar belongs to you. One party system.
What grammar? It's a simple grammar that you understood.
That grammar belongs to you because nobody has promulgated or enact any law that says everybody must be in this party. And if you have freedom of movement, then you are free to go wherever you think.
So that's an achievement when you capture all branches of government.
Okay, now
Capture all the parties.
let me ask you, whose fault is that?
Because it's part of criminality, corruption, and the inep of other people, joining the party.
Okay,
So it's for both.
It's corruption. So
yes.
how is that one? How is that one corrupted you?
Mr. Awa will finish his submission within 2 minutes.
How is that one corrupted you?
Well, Chioma, he's making some point that needed some interjection,
See,
he's responding properly. So
the point still remains that Nigeria case is multifaceted. Okay, and when you are looking at it from, if you understand Nigerian politics, okay, you will give it to this guy that he has cut off all this noise of people like you, that will say, why can't he go and why is he giving the allocation? Why is he giving the allocation to the state governor? Why is he not bringing it down to you? How do you think a Nigerian presidency is just a headmaster stood?
You know,
Where
I
And
will.
the way you are making it, all he's doing is like a Gestapo, leadership. I mean, he has nothing, explicit that that he's doing that is commendable. I mean, it's
that is
what we call
because
a Gestapo, leadership. He's
that is
very
because you
incompetent
are not
leadership wise.
open-minded to see.
He may be good in politicking.
See, my
Okay.
brother, the problem is you are not open-minded to see. If you open your mind and free yourself from all this is this, is that, is that, is that, you'll be able to see what he's doing. If somebody has sit down in a position for just 2 years and he has cleared bill that a regime of 8 years cannot clear, and you are still asking what is he doing, it then really means that you are not seeing. You are not seeing.
So
You are not seeing.
I would love to hear from Mr. Adewale. Mr. Adewale, are you there?
I'm enjoying the conversation though.
Oh my
Okay,
God,
good
that one that
afternoon.
has been captured is here.
I know he wants to say something before he
Man of
said I didn't
prestige.
let him speak.
Hey, I'm still gonna accuse you regardless anyway, so it
I
won't make
know.
any difference. But the point is, this, look, man of prestige, you and I, we are both on the blue side, on this side of the world. But when it comes to Nigerian politics, we are way apart. But the point is that,
I don't know about that. They need to move you to red state. I don't know.
I'm already in the rest state, so I'm feeling the heat right here. But God need to help me with this state. But hey, real quick, I'm enjoying the conversation. But let me come where you are. Against the other gentleman that just finished talking about the National Assembly in the same boat with executive. In a very good democratic system, that synergy that we experience is what is needed in democracy. But because of the way the militaries have bastardized our psyche, we don't really understand what the democratic system is all
Yeah,
about.
we just want everything to stand still. That
Yeah,
is when we say the National Assembly is working.
yeah.
Look at what happened during Buhari. Complete 2 years, nothing happened. Nothing.
You
Everything
know,
stands still.
you know, you just look at it from the micro angle. In your family, in your household, how many times have you gone on a social media to criticize your own biological family? How many times? Probably zero. Why? Because you rather watch the dirty linen inside the house than to put it in the public sphere. And that is what is happening within the executives and the National Assembly, especially those who belong to the same party. So the APC will rather criticize each other, in their meetings or whatever they gathered, than coming to the public to say, no, I disagree. And what you say the likes of Ali Ndubi and the co are doing is to create this diversion in the public to let's look. If things go south, yeah, I've been talking for a very long time. But if things comes back to normal, perhaps maybe my carcass are being given position. Yeah, we're still good. After all, I'm just criticizing for so that the administration will be able to know that they're doing something wrong and they can correct themselves. So it's more of speaking in a double mouth. But other than that, hardly you will see any other party member, a faithful party member that will be criticizing each other. But you see, when you have National Assembly also working hand in hand with the executives, it helps the country. Okay, there are some bills that doesn't need to be, take forever for it to even get signed to bill. They go up on it, especially those bills that they believe in, but because of the political bureaucratic, it kind of it takes a longer time
to even get it passed in the House. So, but this time around, because of that camaraderie and the relationship, the smooth relationship they have, that's the reason why, you see that happen, and it seems that they're. But,
Adwali, I think Adwali, sorry. I think Nigeria understanding of a viable and functioning House of Assembly is when they are opposing the executive and
when they are
they get
shouting,
nothing done. You understand?
yeah,
When they are always
yes,
antagonists. Oh no, this one you want, we are not going to obey. That is
yeah, but
Nigerian
He give it to them. Yeah, he stood up for the
uh
people.
But
Damn.
another angle is this. Another angle, we
So
must be a little bit cautious when we look at it, because we belong to the same party doesn't mean that we cannot disagree. However, in a way, there's this thin line of agreeing with my brothers and at the same time not speaking up. Now, where we expect them to disagree, they can disagree on a principle that is not just coming from the selfish standpoint, but from the larger picture. So that, and that's disagreement would not be in the public, but in a way, I mean, because of the camaraderie that that happens around among them,
but
they
Adwali,
may they may
have
be
you seen
complacent in a way, and that is the danger that is there. Other than that, I don't see where it is not a win-win for the country if the both arms of government work hand in hand. Now, for the judiciary on the other side, judiciary cannot be isolated because they are part of the government. And I've heard people arguing about, oh, after all, executive is building properties and houses for the judges and all that. And it shouldn't be. You can't isolate one house of government and say they must work independently from another. It just doesn't work in a democratic system because they belong to the same community, they belong to the same, same country. Majority of them are friends right from even before they chose the profession that they're practicing. However, the influence that I'm thinking that it may happen towards judiciary is the fact when you have a judiciary that has been over the years been neglected, have not been remunerated appropriately, the possibility of a wall being cracked and some of them become corrupted. Now, when you have an executive that take that into account and decided to do something about it by ensuring that judges are being paid in commensurate with what they are doing, their offices, then there will be no crack. To get in deals will become maybe for due to greediness or any other thing other than just being unlike before when we have the military government that used to be on the neck of the judiciary, where a judge dare not make a judgment without consulting the almighties and the house of rock. It's no longer, the norms now because we've seen judgment being presented and it's not in the favor of the federal government. So as far as
but
I'm concerned,
why are we not actually being fair to our judiciary? Why are we judging them by only political cases? Because that's the only thing we judge them by say, oh, because of politics. Okay, they give this judgment. What about hundreds of thousands of other judgments that they are giving apart from political cases? Why are we not
That's
judging
why,
them based on that?
Simba. That's the reason why I said the failures of our legislature. Like when somebody's talking about, oh, they're giving governors money, nobody's watching them. Like, but you have state assemblies. What is their job? Why don't you think
Yeah,
about them?
but it's Sinbad. I mean, just like it says in the Bible, what does it matter if you greet the people that greet you? If they can't persecute the powerful, the politicians and the powerful in the country, and they can persecute the common people, what is so great about that? Why is that so unique? If they're able to go after the governors and put them in jail and persecute those people, that's when it makes sense. So I don't get what you mean by that.
Yeah. By the way, sorry,
I'm
I
not going to give them
apologize.
credit if they can't.
Please, I apologize. Sorry, Ogbeni. Are you going to be here for a minute, or because I have some couple of questions for you when we are done? Okay, very important.
Yeah, I'll be here for like
Thank you
30
very.
minutes. Next 30 minutes.
I have question about Kano's audio recordings and the bill by Kalu, that bill for residency of state. When we are done, it's very important. Okay, go ahead.
That's fine.
Sorry, Prince.
Prince Daddy, you are here when
Yeah.
Ogbeni was talking earlier, and he mentioned so many governors that have been sentenced and jailed. He didn't say anything.
About 7 of them.
No,
7.
You understand?
I heard them,
So one
but
or
you
two
know,
cases where people expected and they didn't get the kind of judgment they wanted, and they are using
no,
that one.
it seems that we don't trying to deny it's more frequent than we like it to be. So don't pretend like every other governors and those powerful people they go to the courts. They've cornered the court system. They know how to delay the cases and eventually expel the cases from the courts. So don't pretend that they're like just ordinary common people. We drag them through the courts and they get persecuted. No, it doesn't work that way. Yeah, well, I appreciate that those that went through and they hadn't convicted, that is fine. But I'm not going to give the court credit for persecuting the common people and the powerful people walk around.
But court can
with
only
impunity.
work based. Wait. Do you want court to just sentence anybody that they bring to them? They have to work based on the fact that is available to them. Most of these cases is not the fault of the court. It is the kind of case they presented to them.
So, guys, please permit me. I would like if Mr. Benny can answer some of Babati's questions before he leaves. So you guys continue.
Oh, thank you. Let me just put that question through. Thank you, guys. So
Perfect.
recently there were audio recordings that according to the government, they said they have Kanu on video that they confessed that but when they were burning those police stations and during the NSAS thing, that he was responsible for that, because people were calling into the show confirming that they were doing it as they were told by him, and he said he confessed to some of them. So I wanted to ask Ogbeni how that would impact the case that they have on about that, because we've not really heard that much about it now until recently. If that would change anything about the case. And also the bill by the deputy House of Rep leader, Rep Kanu, about changing the laws for indigenship and residency. That 10-year gap, if you go anywhere in Nigeria, you automatically become an indigene. And for you to speak up for me about from the legal angle. These are my two questions, man.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Let me start with that indigenship thing. To me, I see that law as a very relevant law, and the person bringing that law is
one is second reading, Ogbeni. Second reading, no why.
Yeah, well, I think people didn't have what I call it got the publicity. The bill didn't get publicity until somebody dug it out recently and everybody started making noise about it. I don't see that bill surviving committee stage, let alone going to final reading. I think it escaped them. Why? Because many of our legislators are just lazy set of people. Do they really read? They don't read. They just say yeah and nay. And so the question you may want to ask.
Ekiti first.
What exactly is the bill targeting? So the bill is saying if you stay in a place and you spend 10 years in a place, then you become indigene of the place. What is indigenship? Does our constitution recognize indigenship? The answer is no. There is nothing like indigenship in our constitution. Then what do you use indigenship to do? You don't use it to do anything. The constitution itself allows, as prescribed, that anybody, whenever you are, as long as you're a Nigerian and you meet the age requirement and other criteria of eligibility, you can contest. That is, if issue of contesting election is what it is targeting, then the constitution has taken care of that already. You can contest any position in Nigeria. And we have seen it before, particularly Lagos. There are so many people from Southeastern, South, and others that have contested before in Lagos and won, even till now. I don't know if that Desmond Elliot, or what do you call that guy, is still in the House of Assembly.
Desmond Idiot is from Lagos.
He's not originally from Lagos.
No, the father is from Lagos. The mother is from, I think, Calabar. So
Oh, that
or
name.
East.
That
I'm
name
not,
doesn't sound.
but the father is a Lagosian.
Oh, it doesn't sound Lagos to me.
He's a
So,
Lagosian. His middle name is Olushola.
Because they're part of that bill of Benning, they also list that person
what's his
on
surname?
election.
Is his surname not Elliot?
Elliot, yes.
They have. It's just like somebody bearing Fernandez or
Yeah,
I
Stone.
understand why they best
Yeah,
Fernandez.
he's a Yoruba guy.
He's a
His father
Yoruba
is
guy, but because of Nollywood, he just hit. Back then you were not so. If you're a Yoruba person acting English movies, you were not really rated high. So people hide their Yoruba names like that. That was what it was back then.
But that is not to mean that there are people from Southeast that they've once in a while been member of House of Assembly, appointed as commissioner and all that, and even chairman
Okay.
of local government in
I,
Lagos
I
State.
want to also, please, my permitted, you look at it from different angle. A situation whereby people are destabilizing their own place of origin, and in mass they are abandoning the place, going into other people's space with ideology or mentality that we.
Okay, he's gone. I think he's no longer on this thing. Am I still audible?
Yes, go ahead.
Ọ̀gbẹ́ni,
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah.
Midwest is talking the way he's talking because of what is happening in Edo State. The banking that Igbos are trying to claim in Edo State. That's why he's talking that way.
Yeah,
As
people have
one area
different angles to it. There are different angles to it. There's, of course, the cultural part of it. There's the political angle to it as well. It's different angles, but because he's a lawyer, let's first understand what the bill is all about, because before we dive into those aspects, you get my point of Benny. So let's even know what it. But yeah,
see, my understanding of it is not even. You see, people read meaning to that particular bill from the perspective of Southeast. I don't see it from perspective of Southeast. For instance, if you come to my state in Ekiti State now, our own main threat in my state is Hausas, not even Igbos. The Igbos in my state are not claiming indigenship for what's their business. They come to do their business. They build property. They relate with us. I have a lot of them as friends. We went to the same primary school, secondary school. They relate very well. We're still friends. But they will always tell you they are Igbos. No Igbo in Nigeria will tell you that he's from a particular place. They will claim they are still Biafra. And they will still set December, they will still go home. In my place, the main threat in my own land is the Hausa Fulanis. Because they would the one that will form Sabo, they will not interact with people. The Igbos will live among you, they eat your food, they do whatever you are doing in your place, they do it together with you. I know in Lagos, they've been having issue of they want to be prognosing into political whatever is happening in Lagos. Fine, the constitution allows them to prognose. And the constitution also allowed the other party or the indigenous of the place to push back. That's what has been happening in that place. And that's why I don't, whenever people come and claim and prove, the Igbos come and claim victim, I just laugh. Why are you claiming victim? You're pushing, and some people are pushing back. For every right, there's a corresponding duty. So if you're pushing, then they have the right to push back. But in my own place, so every state has its own particular problem. In Ile-Ife, particular problem in Ife is not Igbo, it's the Fulanis. There was a year that Oni of Ife had to ask them to quit the Asabo because they were constituting nuisance and they were claiming they own the place and they will not.
Didn't they have that fight like a couple of weeks ago in that Ife area, that class that they were burning
They will
down?
always have. So our problem in that area in Osun now is not Igbos. So when people see this thing from perspective of Igbo alone, I just laugh.
Yeah, I'm not even bringing that up at all. Is that 10 years?
When I was going somewhere, not only Igbo, I wanted to come to that Fulani, I lost the communication. Now look at Fulani, for example, or the Northerners as a whole, because the way South is changing. Even your own land, if you look at the way, I don't really, because I'm so concerned. When I look at the faces that are pouring from the north to the south, not only Edo State, everywhere, it worries me so much because they don't share our value, our culture, or neither the way we do things. Now put these two people.
But
Now
see I agree with you and see what that's why the reason why I raised Hausa, not even Fulani in the recent, those one are nomads. They don't even settle in it.
Hold on, please, because they said those ones have been there for a long time. The law says 10 years. How do I prove
the
been there for 10 years?
The bills is saying people have settled in a place for 10 years. Fulanis don't settle for 10 years.
Exactly.
The Hausas is my issue. In my own land, though, in Ekiti, the Hausas. If you go and see them in Sabo, most Sabo, in every place you see in Yoruba land now, they are the hearts of every city. The Sabo is
the heart of all the villages, my brother, not only the city.
Yes, it's in the hearts of every town you pick. And so if you are now saying they become indigenous automatically, so what's the implication? Now, let me tell you the first implication, I think. For instance, in my state, there is certificate of indigenship, local government of origin. I won't call it indigenship. And I think that is where that bill is going to. See, that local government of origin, we use it to do many things. For instance, if you want to get appointment in my state, you want to become a commissioner, and the commissionership in that place is zoned to your own area. One of the things you have to bring on the day of your screening is your local government certificate of origin. Now, when you bring your logo, it's an unwritten rule, but it's there. Every governor abide by it. So you come and prove that you are son of the soil. You are from that particular local government where they zone that commissioner or whatever appointment, SAPA or any appointment to. And how do you obtain this particular local government certificate? You will go first to your own household, maybe to your own Oba or the chief, your own Lajuboyin, your own street. You go and first collect recommendation from that chief. So if you are in diaspora, that you are the type that don't come home at all, your dad or the eldest in your family is the one that will take you to that Oba to go and meet. They will talk to the Oba, then they will now trace your origin. So, Mama Lagbaja, they will now trace you. It will now give recognition to the local government council to go and get local government certificate of origin. And we don't only use it for appointment, we use it for so many things. I remember back then in my uni days, for you to get bursary, state bursary, you need local government of origin certificate, because nobody will give you bursary except Lagos. It's only Lagos that liberalized it back then and said Lagosian is Lagosian. If you are a Lagosian during Tinubu's time, just come and collect and go. When I was going to law school, state government were giving us law school bursary, 200,000 naira back then. Before you can collect, you will bring certificate of local government of origin. And in fact, that's south. In the north, they use certificate of local of origin. The moment you enter law school, many of our northern colleagues back then in law school, they put them on salary from their own local governments while they were in law school. I remember Adamawa, I remember Katsina. They put them on salary. They were paying them salary from the local government money while they were in law school. But you only achieve that if you are an indigenous of the place and not somebody who settled in a place. So the implication of that bill is far-reaching. It's not limited to where people see it, the perspective people are seeing it. For me, it's so far-reaching. So it means you can claim a lot of things. For instance, in my place, there is a maximum numbers of hectares of land that you can buy in my place today in Ado-Ekiti. If you want to buy more than a particular hectares of land, you must go
even for federal jobs and state jobs, you need that in some area. I remember my mom working for the agriculture stuff. You need that letter from your company.
Nobody will sell it to you. One of my uncles from Australia came in. Yeah.
When I wanted to even go to NDA, I remember when I finished secondary school, I went to enter NDA that time. They asked me, my form has to be filled by the Oba of my town.
Yeah.
You understand what I mean? Just to confirm my state of origin. So it's not even peculiar to your state alone. Even federal demanded that thing. Yes. So it's not limited to whatever you want to get from your state or you want to get from your local government. Even federal.
I agree with you.
But when that means the impact will be huge, then you're changing the entire system.
I'm telling you, it's far-reaching, and that's why when people talk about Igbo alone, I ask people, don't regionalize this thing. Every state has a particular reason. The one that is facing me in my state is Hausas. The reason why I want the rep and Senate for my state to kill that bill now is the Hausas, not the Igbos. Igbos are not claiming land in my place. They buy their land, they do their thing, they mix with us, they integrate with us, they talk their own nonsense talk, and we reply them every time. We go reply them. If you mess up, we'll deal with you. And everybody understand there's mutual respect. But you see those houses in Sabo, they are the main problem.
When can we put it further? That was something that they can lay claim to the kingship of that town. Then
that's the meaning. Let me tell you. See another angle. A friend of mine.
Let me come in a little bit. You know,
all right.
If you want to, the greatest threat to people's life is their cultural heritage. And because if you are able to corrupt it or eliminate it, you can do a lot of damages to them, to their way of reasoning. Now, why do I mention the Igbos? That is what they have been doing for so many years. Now, if you look at that very particular place where I come from, Edo and Delta, we don't have problem of tribes, as I said before. They said to among us, we don't have problem, no record. But when particular people decide to say, no, you don't know the history of Yoruba. The history of Yoruba is like this. You don't know the history of your chief, your history of, and they keep on saying it. And none of their leaders can say, look, what you are doing is wrong. I'm not too surprised. You hardly see leaders talking from that area to their children. What they are good in doing is when they ferment very big trouble, they will go to that level of we are being marginalized, or maybe they hate Igbo. So that's when you will hear their voice. Now, why am I saying this? They are making people to wake up to really look at that kind of liberal environment we created. Of recent in Edo State, there is that place I always refer to. The histories of the chiefs there, some of them are dated to 200 years with evidence. Since they have been pumping in now, they are saying, no, they are Obi, they are this, they are that. We look at them, and Ohaneze Indigbo went to Sahara to make some comment about the Oba of Benin, and but nobody from Benin has ever spoken, because the issue is that people really need to take it, observe the whole situation, and know the path to take. Not that there will not be action. They are in everywhere in my place. I grew up with them. We ate together. We don't discriminate. It's our nature. Nigerians, others can testify to it, even if for their own they want to say different thing. But when they decide to expand their Biafra agitations and all those things, they allow Kanu and his group to brainwash their children so long. And some of them, they are now acting on those things, information they have been hearing. And I feel with those actions they are doing, there's chances for things to translate into full-scale violence. It's very.
Hold on. I just left. When did this transit to tribal narrative here? And what did you say Ohaneze said? I mean, I just left, but I heard something about Ohaneze went somewhere and talking about the Do Kingdom or whatever. So I don't get it. Can you educate me what, how did this transit to tribal narrative? I don't know.
No, you got to look at it in the full context. No, it's not.
That's what I said. I left. I wasn't listening. So, but I
Yeah,
just
please
had.
don't listen. No, MOP, listen more. Listen more before you comment.
Because I told you that I left. I wasn't listening.
Hey,
So I
but
want
listen
somebody to
more
educate me.
now. Listen more before you jump in.
Man of
Prestige. Wait, hold on, please. No. Mr. Midwest. So, man of prestige, if you leave and you come back, the best thing to do is just wait and listen at least for 5 minutes to see where the conversation is going.
But he already finished. So I didn't understand the context.
I understand. Don't be offended. Just listen for 5 more minutes. So whoever is speaking, please continue.
Let me just clarify.
I was quickly saying something, please. I think the network was having problem. I think that's where the man of prestige came in. You see, when you don't know the value of peace and you walk in the path of violence, like the way I said, because that's what Nigeria is suffering today. And if you look at our history, across the entire country, there was a time people were living side by side in the north. And even before they depended, all this bad behavior turned Nigerians against themselves. It's in the history. So, and why is it that people will host you? You don't stay in your own place. And you raise up children, all you tell them is the people are bad. You start lacking respect for them. And you expect them to be happy with you. The answer is no. Then we have two profound challenges in our country now, to be honest, about indigenous something they raised. Because someone who raised it, again, is from the is from the eastern part of Nigeria. I don't know why he raised that motion. If I look at the numbers of Fulani that Hausas that are coming with, some of them are not even Nigeria, coming with trailers almost every day to the southern part of Nigeria, not only my own space. I wonder why someone should raise this kind of law, looking at what is going on across the entire country. I'm really concerned. And again, looking at your the Southeasterners IPOB expansionist agenda of whereby Edo is not Edo, is Igbo. The videos are there. Robo is not Robo, it's Igbo. This one is not there. And you have allowed your children to consume these kind of things for many years. Even elders. Sometimes when they make statements, you wonder the kind of elders they have. And I don't really know. Like Lagos today, you want to pin Yoruba people as bad, but they voted for what is it called? B. But when this guy came out, a statement was coming out, we're going to take their land. Everything changed. So we should, what am I saying? I am looking at the point of that law, and I'm also looking at the toxic attitude of, trying to tell people you don't know whom you are, and which is common from the Southeastern. And it has divided us. So kind of prestige want to come in.
No, he's not going to come in yet. Mr. Obeni, have you answered the question to its entirety?
No, I'm just answering the first leg of it, which borders on
Okay,
the
go
bill.
ahead. Nobody should interrupt Mr. Obeni, so we don't get into basketballs, because I'm ready to kick people out. You know how far. Continue.
Okay, thank you. So I agree with the last speaker to an extent, only to the extent that he has expressed the problem they have in their own state. I've expressed the one I have in my own state. In his own state, the problem is the Igbos. They believe the Igbos are invading their territory. And he believes that if they allow this indigenization bill to come to play, then they will overwhelm them and change the demography. And it is right. In fact, there's a treaty of African Charter. There's a particular African AU, African Unity Charter, that protect the indigenship of a place in Africa, because we're Africans. So we protect our demography. We are not like Wimbo that liberalize things. We're Africans. And that's why African unity even recognizes the indigenship of people tied to the place. In fact, there's another United Nations treaty that also recognizes indigenous taking benefit of their own natural resources. That's one of the things generally I say about resource control, that if you have to follow that treaty, every indigene should have the opportunity to enjoy the benefit of their own natural resources given by them by nature, if we don't want to call it God. But that is for the Igbos in probably Edo. I think the last person maybe is talking in Edo. It has been issue over time.
No, it's two factors, not only them. I'm talking about Fulani as well. That one is another big factor. Because you go to our village now, the way they are pouring in, you wonder where are these guys coming from. For me, I see them like a barefoot soldier waiting for a command.
Okay, so that's for that. But I've made my own reservation that I don't see any how this bill has to do with Fulani, because Fulanis, they migrate up and down. They don't stay in a place. But for the Hausas who stays in a place, they stay in Sabo and they form their own resting place in Sabo and they live there for years. They only go for a layer and come back. Those ones, they can take benefit of this bill too. And if there are places that could threaten in Nigeria space, and I use my place for instance. I remember one of those years I took my wife is a Fulani to start with. So we went to my state, and we were in the state and we were talking, and we were passing through the market, and then so she was speaking, she spoke Fufude, she was speaking Fufude to one of those guys. And so they never knew that she married a Yoruba person now. So they thought, just one of them that is around. And so when they finished conversation, I saw her countenance change and everything. So I was asking her, what happened? What was the conversation you had with that guy? Do I know what that guy was saying? That guy was saying that God has given them that land as a conqueror. They have come to conquer that land as a conqueror. I just laugh. So for me, that has that kind of understanding of how the Hausas in my land, who are settling in my own indigenous land, reasoned. If I see this kind of bill coming from the National Assembly, there's no way you'll be expecting me to take it with good faith. Which kind of good faith is that? When I understand the understanding of the foreigners or strangers of a particular tribe or a particular race in my land, So that's the way it works. So each state has its own issue, and I don't see any reason why they should allow this bill to survive, because I have a lot of implication. Let me tell you another application my military friend told me when we were discussing this thing 2 weeks ago. He said, you don't know the implication of this thing. That, see, if we allow these things, the Hausas also will also suffer. How? He said, look, the numbers of Southeasterners and Southwesterners that are in Kano alone is overwhelming. Despite the fact that they are applying them anyhow in Kano and everything, they still keep flowing into Kano on a daily basis. And they are settling in Kano on a daily basis. The only thing is that they have their own space. You know, not really the way Southeasterners will spread. So in Kano now, they don't really spread because they have to protect themselves within a particular space. But they are running in millions in Kano, for instance. So he's telling me, he said, look, if they allow this indigenization thing and everything, he said, you start seeing somebody who bears Oluwole or somebody who bears Nnamdi, and you will be using Kano in indigene this thing to enter military. And there's nothing an Hausa man can do about it. Because having spent 10 years in Kano, you are not an indigene. So quota system for military will not work again. Because you want to use quota, and that quota system will depend on where are you from. And if definition of where are you from has changed as per how many years you have stayed in that place, then we'll rubbish the whole thing. You know, so
what happens to people that can barely fill up one local government?
So this is the way it.
If you're a Gu now and somebody just comes to that area and just overrun, that means that's over. You're done. Then it's over.
Yeah, but see the way they've been balancing it over years. That my friend also explained to me. He said, look, he said there are so many callings within the military, so many. They have technical, medical, even teaching. They have a lot in the military. He said, you see our Southern brothers, they hardly go for the, what do you call that one? No, the list of it. That one that you need prime 6 and code to enter. They hardly go for it. Infantry.
Okay, can I interject a minute?
No, let me quickly land on this. Sorry, man of president. Let me quickly land on it. So our Southern brothers hardly go for that part. They go for infantry, but they go for where the elite and the educated ones rush to, medical, tech, all those things. That's where we go. So over years, the Northerners and the middle belters, they are the ones that rush into infantry a lot. So in balancing all these things, what they do most time is, if there's a spillover on, let's say, technical now, and you don't have enough, then the quota for Kebbi and others, for instance, you can use Ekiti, Ondo and others who has enough to balance it. But that quota, you spill it for infantry. So for the infantry, for Ekiti and others, you use Kano and others to balance it, because that's where you get the interest, more interest from. But eventually, they balance all these things. Eventually, they balance it. The quota is perfect and they balance these things. But what is going to change now is
Ogbeni,
yeah.
sorry.
Sorry, man of Spedi wanted to intervene too. Let's allow him. You can now come in.
Right. Okay. I'm not going to indulge about what Midway said about the invention of a state by the Igbo. So, so trying to sabotage them or whatever it says. So let me leave it there. I decline to comment on that. Let me talk about this indigenization. I think we're like we are living in the Stone Ages. I mean, we're all in a civilized. When you're an educated man, you live in a same country whereby it doesn't really matter where you're from. Is it not about time we start emulating like people with civilized mind, talking about all these quotas and everything? Wherever you are, you stay there for a year or whatever the Nigerian constitution, if they're rewrite it. And you have a right to contest for election and everything. You have an equal right with the indigene. I mean, I don't know. It's kind of baffling me when some people call themselves intellectual. They come here, put us back in the Stone Age, and you expect me to respect any one of you. It's a very deplorable, statement some of you are making in my own perspective.
Man of prestige, are you done?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't have that much to say,
Okay, let me ask a question. First, this bill, do you think what it promotes is right to vote and be voted for in a place?
Whatever you recite, did they say a year or whatever? I mean, you have a right, to contest, and you have a right to vote, and everything that encompasses with whatever the indigenous people, the right they have, that that's accorded to you too. What is wrong with
Then
that?
Okay, that's not what
wait.
the,
I want to quickly talk to man of
let,
prestige.
sorry, can I
After
deal
state,
with this issue? Sorry, let me deal with it now. Man of prestige. The Constitution allows, the Constitution is the ground norm of everybody. The Constitution has provided that fear that you're expressing. The Constitution allows anybody to contest anywhere.
But that's not been implemented. It's just like what's
You
his
say
name?
so? Maybe in your state. In my
Any
own state.
state.
In my own state.
Any
No,
state.
no, that's not true. That's not factual.
Okay.
We just mentioned Lagos State.
I must be living in a la la land. But anyway, go ahead.
No, we just mentioned Lagos State. That's not factual. That's inaccurate, and that's not true. We just mentioned Lagos State, where people from Igbo land and other places have contested, and they are.
How are you going to say that they don't even allow Chinedu to contest because it doesn't speak Yoruba properly? What are you talking about?
Chinedu did not contest. What are you saying? He didn't contest.
But look at the bigotry that fell on him.
What he meant that he wants him to win.
That's how
You
civilized
want
we
him to
are.
win.
But that's not the point.
Prestige, you live in California. That's La La Land. You live in LA, so you live in La La Land for real.
MOP is missing the point. You can say bigotry or whatever, but it was still on the ballot. Is the point we're making?
Sorry. Let me address this.
If the number of Igbo in Lagos State Assembly is in Anambra, is in Imo, Nigeria will be better.
Please let me address this now. See, you see the angle man of is coming from now. The law is not coming to stop that. The bigotry that happened in Anambra, the law is not coming to stop it. The one that happened in Lagos, the law is not coming to stop it. Because that goes to the public orientation. No law will stop that. What this law has come to do is not what you are saying, man of prestige. If it is about right to vote or to contest election, Constitution has guaranteed that. And that has been experimented and tested in many ways. In fact, Chinedu example that he just gave is a good example, although Chinedu is a Lagosian. So it's not even a good example. But there are so many Igbos, Hausas, and others, from people from other tribes that have contested in places, Lagos and some other places.
Even in Ogun, Ogun people Igbo, they run for governor now in Ogun State.
There are a lot of them that they are committed to political office and they are there. So your position is inaccurate. It's not correct that in Nigeria we don't allow them to contest. And it happens everywhere too. I remember Bianca Ojukwu was not allowed to contest in Anambra because he's not from there. She's not from there. The husband that is from there too. And we all condemn it on this same platform too. The same thing, Akeredolu's wife wanted to contest in Imo. They sent her back because she has married a Yoruba man already. She's no longer with them. These are bigotries that happen in Nigeria. We all know, but this law is not coming to correct that. We are addressing what this law is coming to do. This law is coming to distort the quota system we have on ground. That's the bigger picture he needs. And
why must there be a quota system? Why not be based on competence?
There should be. Let me give you an example why there should be. Don't compare Nigeria to America or UK.
It's about time they start comparing them because you're living in dungeon for many years.
So. Let me tell you why I don't think
you need to wake up.
Okay, let me tell you why I don't think so. You see, I don't fall in the category of people who think they are so elite to the extent that they don't do comparative analysis. The British society has been 1215 Magna Carta. If you know 1215, your Shango and Ogun was still roaming about in the forest when British have had what they call Magna Carta. They've been building their society. They didn't just come up in a day, okay, and just do what they did.
Okay,
so
is that a shot against the Yorubas?
Prince Daddy. No, now I'm just using an analogy that we have not developed to that stage. That's what I'm just doing. Yeah, seriously, we have not gotten to that stage. And what has been keeping us together? You see, like Manos that is complaining now. If there is no quota system, you could imagine how some tribes, particularly like the minority,
Sarah Benny, manifesting is just being duplicitous. It's part that it belongs to. That's all the practice. Quota system. Say quota system is everywhere in America. Even though Trump is trying to fight against it right now, based on merit, people should be promoted or hired based on merit. But in our higher institutions, there are quarters everywhere. So don't believe him. America operates on quota
Prince
also.
Daddy, you have no impetus to speak on this subject, okay? I mean, you are dismantling the DEI and you are talking on... What's the matter with you?
Can I come in? It's motive me,
Daddy,
please.
please tell us more. Tell us more on the US quota system, please. That I want to be enlightened on that.
Oh yeah, and for example, the Asian students are highly discriminated against because they have a high scores on the test, and a more qualified Asian student is less likely to make into Harvard, for example. And we talk about like top schools in the country, and more likely to be selected, and a lower scored black candidate or Hispanic candidate is more likely
Don't
to be
even go
selected
too
for the same
far.
course.
Don't go too far, my brother. Just use Native Americans. They get the best discount on housing, on healthcare,
Well,
on
that too.
education. What are you talking about? They do that here too in America. What are you talking
You
about,
are
man?
It's
dismantling the
everywhere.
whole stuff and you are
What are you
talking. What
talking
are you talking
about?
about?
I worked 2 years
Your authority is dismantling the whole thing.
listen.
Okay.
I worked on the reservation for 2 years as part of paying back my student loan for school. I know they get benefit for being indigenous more than even white people in America. What are you talking about, MOP?
That's true. I know that for a fact. But Mr. Benny, have you answered question number 2?
No, I've not moved to number 2. Sorry if I'm taking too much time. But let me round off on this first number 1. They just mentioned about we should dismantle cultural system and all these things. Let me tell you one of the things my states that have been paining us over time is these educational less developed states that we have been using in Nigeria, which has been favoring some places, including Southeast, and you won't see them complaining. They highlighted some 26 states. They did not put my state there. They now call it educational less developed states. Now, if they are gaining admission to a state, they will
Anambra
now...
State was part of the state before.
Wait a minute. Which state in the state is educational less developed? What are you talking about?
Anambra was there before. I remember those days where we used to write jam. They will write educational less developed.
Imo cannot be there. So I don't know what you're talking about. Imo cannot be there.
Imo is not the only this thing in Southeastern state now. It's Ebonyi.
Well, I'm more concerned about my state only. So
okay, man of
The man is selfish now. He said he was selfish earlier.
Go and tweet him.
Prestige is dribbling us.
Hey, don't mind him. We know what we're doing. Now, come on, don't mind.
So my own is that,
guys, I really want Mr. Benny to answer the question because he said he was going to leave. So I don't want him to be delayed because of you guys interjecting.
So
why is Benny getting all this privilege, Yoma? Who is Benny?
Sorry, now, man. I just joined.
Is it not one of us? Yoma, you have been partial, okay? I'm going to come after you, Yoma.
Yes, and I am being partial. Okay, I'm not going to deny that. You know me, I don't care. I'm being partial because it was an important question. And Babati asked that question a long time ago. And Obeni received permission to answer. So I want him to answer before he leaves.
Okay, thank you very much. So yeah, I've rounded off on that. Let me just leave it that. But Ebonyi is there, Baeza is there, Kano is there to date, and in my state, Kebbi is there, Kogi is even there. Kogi that is just beside my state there, Plateau and others. And in my state over time, that has been our pains too. That little left privilege thing. Allow us put this in on a plain thing now. So if you put the admission on plain thing, if in Ekiti have 300 and somebody doesn't have 300, don't give anybody less privilege anything. Open everything and let us enter. And if you will not see Ekiti dominating all the universities in Nigeria, just open it. Don't use quota. Just use direct this thing, and you see the state that will be leading. But this thing has been helping our system. That's the point. We've been using this thing to balance this equation in our place. So don't let us see it as something that is primitive. It's helping us. That's the stage we are in our evolution. That's the way I see it. So let me go to the next one, which is Nnamdi Kanu. I'll treat that one very fast. Somebody asked me about the Nnamdi Kanu. You see
the audio, the new audios that they are putting out now.
Yes, that audio. Well, I don't understand the federal government of Nigeria. I've been saying it. You charge Nnamdi Kanu on some count charges. They've struck out some, and there are some that are surviving. What is one of those that is surviving? Section 41C of the Criminal Code Act. That one is surviving. And what does this say? Secession. Then section 448.5 or something like that. Now, one of those provisions, okay, that you know the way we try suspect in Nigeria. I have problem with it generally, but I think it's a professional thing. So I don't want to sound like I know more than the Attorney General. I don't like sounding that, but I've seen how it works in the developed countries. See, just one or two counts like this that is so powerful. They will concentrate on it, they will hold on it, and then they hit you on it, and there's nothing you can do, and you're going. That's what they do in developed country. We will just pack everything. Okay, look at that NSAS thing now. Before NSAS, Nnamdi Kanu has been arrested. He escaped arrest. Then after you have NSAS, Nnamdi Kanu has been charged to court before NSAS. And then he escaped arrest. Abaribe was picked to come and to lose the bond. And then why that was they got him back. And then you amended your charge. So what are you amending the charge to do? You're amending the charge to add to his crime. So what exactly are you adding to his crime? Is the highest offense, that man has in his client is issue of terrorism. Why don't you first follow that issue through? And there are so many abundant evidence.
Don't you think that they might be using it as a delay tactics?
It's delay, but it's not. The image is giving us. You see all these things we think is local. It's not just local. This thing is not giving us a good image outside there. That's the way I see it. So we have our people, practicing law in Nigeria and everything, and we're competing with our peers outside. We're dealing with criminal matters and others outside there. You remember the last time a CJ under Buhari nominated a CJ of FCT, that's the Chief Judge of FCT, to join his colleagues in ICC. They wanted and they zoned into Nigeria, but they screened the man out. These are one of the reasons, because we're not serious with our prosecutorial, the way we prosecute criminals, and our system and our procedures. So, and these are the news they pick. These are the things they pick from our jurisdiction, and they don't take us serious. So, at best, I don't see anything that video will do. That's just the summary of what I'm saying. Okay, in the video, he's ordering some people to go and destroy a place, but now he's dissociating himself from it. So, where is the concrete evidence that shows that? Because you have to bring concrete evidence, even if it's circumstantial evidence, it has to be something believable, because this is a crime. And the standard in a crime is that you must prove beyond reasonable doubt. Beyond reasonable doubt simply means that nobody should be able to cast any reasonable doubt into whatever you are saying. So what is federal government saying? You are saying, okay, they order some people to go and burn some places. And they went to burn. And they came online that you are recording, that they are giving you feedback of what they are doing. And then we can see that they are doing it. Yeah, there are circumstantial evidence. But is it enough to convict him? I don't think it's enough to convict him. Me, I don't think personally that is enough. It's not concrete enough, except if they are able now to trace some other things, probably financing, terrorism financing, because that's part of his own crime too. If you're able to trace that, okay, all those ones that he picked during NSAS time, they could trace some to him, or you are able to prove some. There are other things you will need to prove now. Ajekela Nomokuleni is not in law.
Obeni, I think you are being very economical with the truth. And why am I saying this? Because some of the point you make, I mean, your final conclusion, maybe I will believe to that he may not be convicted, he may not. But having said that, he never asked people to go do so. He said, defend yourself. That's what he said. Are you going to tell me somebody coming to attack you?
Have you the audio online?
But I'm not a lame.
Man of Prestige, you can't deny that one. Man of Prestige, please don't say that.
Hold on, and the so-called Radio Biafra, that was in London. I mean, the territory. Let the British people charge him. Nigeria has no right to charge him.
So it doesn't work that way. So that there are transboundary.
What do you mean it doesn't work?
Let me tell you how it works now. Abba, I shall stay in UK and I practice too.
Okay, educate me, okay?
So there are transboundary crime. There are crimes that people commit across boundaries. So if you are here, you are telling people to destroy something in Nigeria, and that crime is being completed in Nigeria. Don't forget that the crime is not yet consummated as at the time you are ordering people to do it. The time is consummated as at the time they are doing it and they have now done it. Okay, that's when you have completed the crime. Now, I can charge you anywhere. Why? Because there are bilateral agreements, there are treaties between among many of the Commonwealth nations that they won't allow you to escape your crime because you started it from another jurisdiction and you completed it in one other jurisdiction. So you are allowed, any of the jurisdiction is allowed to try you. In fact, as a matter of fact, any of the jurisdiction will repatriate you back home to go and be tried anywhere they want you to be tried. The two countries can agree and say, okay, go and try him under the Nigerian law or try him under the British law. So if you stand in British soil and you are causing more like a terrorist attack in a place, harassing, burning a place down and causing public nuisance and destroying properties and lives, and then affecting the public law and order in another place, there's nothing that says you must go back to UK to be tried. You have consummated that offense in Nigeria and you'll be tried under the Nigerian laws. So,
so with what you just painted, do you think Simon Ekpa will be extradited if he,
Simon Ekpa, if finished, Simon Ekpa, as it stands, should be extradited based on what he has done. Clearly, that one is clear. Now, the fact whether he will be, don't forget that should be is different from he will be. Should be is that, from my own legal opinion, he should, because what did he do? His own is very simple. It was in Finland, it was financing. Simon Ekpa was not only talking. That's why I said, if they are able to connect Nnamdi Kanu to the financing of those.
So are you saying that the guy in Finland even has his own is even more?
It's more. He was raising money. I don't know how you follow him. Me, I follow him now.
Yeah. Because I thought Kanu was also raising funds. I didn't know that.
No. As at the time,
Babati, I completely agree with. Oben, I'm sorry. I completely agree with you. What you said with the 2 point of view. Both Nnamdi Kanu and this. I'm on the same alignment with you. Correct.
They are different. The Nnamdi Kanu is different from Samuel. This is the difference. Yes. Kanu was just. You see, Kanu was raising money before his first incarceration. After that, his first incarceration, that he escaped. Don't forget that this time happened after to escape. After he escaped, and then he was out there and he was making mount until they pick him back. Kanu has not been collecting. You see, that's Simon Ekpa. What Simon Ekpa was practically doing was to chopping people's money. As a matter of fact, he has a steady program. That program is evening of Tuesday. I always listen to that program steadily. It's on X. It's on X. He's collecting money. You'll be see that they will be dropping lion, dropping all those. They are this thing. What's that woman in America? That woman in America. They've donated 1,000.
They have that one on tape. They have him on tape for that one.
Yeah, correct. Oben is right. There's a financial linkage, of Simon Ekpa. Yes, but Kanu own is here to be established. Correct.
Is financing.
MOP is willing to sacrifice Ekpa for Nnamdi Kanu.
No. I'm making look. I'm not that kind of person, okay? I'm a man of fatwa, okay?
I know, but it's like you're happy, like still. Okay.
You used to say it, and I never liked Ekpa. I'm not sure MOP was there when.
I want to ask you a question, if I'm permitted. With the way the federal government is persecuting Kanu, do you think they are not actually violating his rights, even if he's guilty of anything? Just lock him up. It is now they are bringing evidence. For me, I want you to talk about that very aspect, because personally, I want Kanu to be free. Let them free him and also this case, because they have mishandled it. Not that he was not guilty. They are embarrassing Nigeria. So I want you to talk to that very aspect as a legal practitioner.
So the question I want to first ask you back before I answer this question is which part of the right are you talking about? Because there are so many fundamental rights. Which of his rights?
There are so many fundamental rights. First of all, the way he was arrested, the information that was coming out even from that very country where they picked him, they were very contradicting. And 2, picking him, locking him up, no releasing, no persecution, and even in some country where I live, on behalf of somebody, because if you jump bail, that is opportunity for them to persecute that person where I live. If they don't see you, the case will continue and they will sentence the person. It means whenever they caught you, then it's straight to prison, no more trial. That is how it functions here.
Well, Midwest, he did not jump there. He didn't jump there. They came there to kidnap, to kill him, and they kill about 20 people. So what do you expect him to do?
No, somebody stand for him at a time in Nigeria, and I think in Abaribe when they yeah. So before he decided,
I'll still love to address your questions.
Yeah, just try address that one.
Okay, so to start with, Kanu's arrest has nothing to do with trial.
Excuse me, sorry, Mr. Bunny. One man told me that I should play a short clip for you guys because it speaks to what you are discussing. So if you can permit me to play this under 1 minute clip, please. Thank you.
And I want Lagos airport to be on flames. This the perimeter fence. Go and burn down Lagos. Anybody, if you have double barrel, if you have pistol, anything you have, give it to them, let them go and kill them, penetrate the airport and set Motor Mohammed Airport on fire. Set it ablaze right now. Then the world will listen. You are dealing with animals. Fulani Janjaweed, they are animals. They do not reason. They do not reason. You don't know them. You don't know them. I mean, are they not killing people? The caller on the line, can you hear me? Yes, please. Good evening to you. Yes, go ahead.
Well, my name is Sibeverugu, calling from Lagos.
What is happening where you are?
We was at Oshoda Papa Expressway. They was shooting us there. It's 5 people that they killed this evening.
How many policemen died? I don't want to hear they kill us, they kill us. How many did you kill? How many police or army did you kill? How many?
They have burned the Lassa police station. They have burned it down. They burned the Select police station. They burned the Urile police station down.
That's for man of prestige.
Okay. MOP would say it's AI.
So hold on.
There's no bail for terrorism. There's no bail.
Let me respond. Everything he's prophesied is in our hand. That man is very visionary. He's in Nigeria.
Are we talking of prophecy here?
Prophecy here. What is prophecy? What are you talking about?
Are you missing?
The man was a visionary. He was telling about how everything that he prophesied.
It sounds like you are in America. If you are in Nigeria, I don't even know how you would be.
What is prophetic about what just happened?
Sometimes the truth hurts.
Man of prestige question, madam. Am I permitted?
Yeah.
Okay. If he said Nigeria is no good.
Thank you for asking for permission. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay. If he said Nigeria, for example, let me use our pidgin. Jaga, is not good. By this one. Now, his solution is that he want to form a country. And he said Edo is not Edo, it's Biafra land. Urobo is not Urobo land, it's Biafra land. Eko is not Biafra land. Is it not worse? He himself, is it not worse that Fulani is pointing to? This is where the reasons differs. I think so. You should elaborate on that. What is now his own solution when he was pointing to these people? Because by the way, me, I'm from Edo. 80s. Policies that were not good, musicians were singing all of them, all these tribal things. We know that Nigeria is going to have problem, and more problem is coming. So, but you should talk about the solution he was profounding, whether he was helping the situation or whether he was not even presenting himself to be dangerous than the people he's pointing to. Man of prestige, are you there, or my network is having problem?
Your network no get problem. You no get answer now. So what do you want him to say? What do you want him to say?
No, Prestige, before you go ahead, please, hold on, please, come back, please. MOP, can you tell us how did prophecy come into the equation? I'm still lost here. What are you talking about? What's prophecy?
Let's leave man of president.
Okay, I don't know. I was confused with.
Let's excuse him. Let me
Okay.
land on this. You see, arrest has nothing to do with trial. The how you are arrested, it has nothing to do. The come and face your crime. For instance, a murderer who murdered somebody, and then after murder that person went to go and stay in Ghana. If I kidnapped that guy in Ghana and I brought the guy into Nigeria, and police now got it from my hand, and then police now charged the person to court. The fact that I kidnapped is my own issue on its own. Police can even charge me for kidnapping, despite the fact that I helped them. They can charge me for kidnapping. It has nothing at all to do with trial. So how you are, and let me put it in another way, the way they will usually put it in legal palaces, how you are brought to court to come and face your trial has nothing to do with the trial. So for instance, if police handcuff you to court, which is unlawful, you can go and enforce your fundamental right against police, right against dignity and torture. But you can't come before the court and say, because you have been tortured, therefore you should not face your trial. No, you have to face your trial. So let's narrow it on the EU at grant. He was picked up somewhere in maybe Zimbabwe or Kenya or something like that. He has gone to court on that issue. In fact, the court has reprimanded the government. In fact, the court said they should pay him compensation for that. But it has nothing to do with his trial. He has enforced his rights. And the law of the land has aided him, in fact, in his favor, that you picked him wrongfully. But that does not
they say they should return him back to Kenya.
But
no, there's nothing in that judgment that said they should return him.
No. That's what they wanted. I'm not saying that's the judgment.
They are jokers now.
So I wanted to say it is today or now they are now bringing video evidence.
Yes, so let's deal with that. Let's deal with that. That's the next point I want to make. You see, when people come and say, is it today they are just, have you asked yourself in Nnamdi Kanu behavior in court? Do you know how many times Nnamdi Kanu has asked a judge to recuse themselves? Nnamdi Kanu has never presented. I don't know how much you watch Crime and Trial of the US. You will see some criminal, some suspects, they come, they'll be yelling on the judge, yelling. You still give them right. If you want to change the judge, they will change the judge. Sometimes they take them back. Sometimes they said, okay, don't allow them to enter court for now. Sometimes they allow them to go and rest for a while. Nnamdi Kanu has never for once made that trial easy even for the federal government. I'm not advocating for the federal government because I know they have their own issues too. Throughout Buhari time, Buhari just wanted to keep that guy there. We all know that. Just baba, let me rest. Let the guy stay there. I don't have his time. But during this government, he has been very evasive. He will come to court so aggressive. He will talk down on the judge. He will do this. They ask the judge to recuse himself. The judge recused himself. They sent it to the CJ. The CJ said the court did not recuse himself properly. They sent it back. The court said, okay, I'll do what's proper. They said the court cannot hear the thing again. And the court said, okay, let everything be in the limbo. So who do you blame? You blame federal government alone for that? No, I'll blame both of them. Because he didn't make himself available. At a point in time, he ran away from the government, his country escaped, but there are reasons for that. He said they wanted to kill him, to buy him. The Nigerian military said no, that he jumped bail, he breached his bail term, which is that he should not congregate people, and start congregating people. And that when they got there, he opened fire. So they had to open fire also on him. His word against the federal government word. But generally, citizens won't really trust federal government because there's nothing those one cannot do. They are the one carrying the gun. So he escaped for how many months before they took him back? So we should consider all these things when we are considering his Nnamdi Kanu trial. And then again, when you consider the crime itself, see, don't think trial is fast in all crimes. I tell people, when people come and say, oh, the trial is too long, I say, have you heard about the longest trial in the world? They don't happen in Africa. Do you think longer trials happen in Africa? Criminal trials in the world, they happen in the Western world. Most of the terrorism trial don't happen quick. And so when you ask, what is Nnamdi Kanu being tried for? I ask people, terrorism is part of it. And it's across nation. It was at a point in time in UK doing all those things. Terrorism financing is part of it. So it's not something you want to bring evidence and then you just bring it within Nigeria alone. No. There are intergovernmental bodies across borders that you have to get enough evidence from them. If you don't get enough evidence, Nnamdi Kanu case is so politicized that, and that's why I said that evidence of he just speak on radio will be very hard, because there is this public, disposition against government already on his case. So if you want to use that alone, no judge will want to really reasonably convict him on that one. But you will really get to have something very concrete to hit him. And that's why I said, for me, if I'm the Attorney General, 1 or 2 counts is okay. Just stay by that terrorism and terrorism financing, and then running of illegal radio station. Just stay on those 2 and deal with him on those 2. That's me.
The illegal
Benny, in Nigerian court system, is there a situation whereby an illegal action that was done to establish a legal grounds for court proceedings nullifies that court proceeding?
I didn't get that, Prince Daddy.
Is there in Nigeria or in any legal case, is there a way whereby an illegal action committed to establish a legal proceeding, like you explained earlier about Nnamdi Kanu being kidnapped, even though that may be illegal in itself, it does not disqualify the court from going forward?
Okay, I get your question now. No, there is none. The way you arrested somebody or the way you brought somebody before the court will not affect the person's crime and trial. It won't affect in any way at all. The only thing is that you can now go and seek redress on that alone. And then you get your compensation or whatever you get on that alone. But it won't affect your trial, because crime is crime. You have committed it before that other things happened. So it's an afterthought. It's things that happen after you have committed the crime. So it won't taint the crime at all, and it won't affect you being tried. That's the way I see it. So, and most times, I've seen new thing that is happening in Nigeria. Police will arrest and we'll call it kidnap. Sometimes I just laugh. They say, and police kidnap. Doesn't make any sense to any educated person.
Okay, let's ask the question. If you arrest somebody,
but if the crime was known to the court and was predetermined, and was known to the court that the crime was going to happen in order to bring the person to court, still that does not nullify the case in court.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't nullify the case, and it doesn't exonerate who commit that crime to bring somebody to court, because it's an action that happened independent of the crime that you have committed already. You get somebody who committed rape, for instance, somebody committed murder, for instance. Police get to the scene of crime. Then instead of them to effect arrest, they shot somebody. That police officer will be tried for murder on its own, separate from the person who committed that crime, will still come and stand his trial, because they are different crimes. Okay, so that's the way it works. Yeah, that's the way it works. Yeah, but I said I've seen something that happens now recently in our society. Police will arrest somebody and will call it kidnap. Oh, police are kidnapped. They just come and abducted. They just come and the word kidnap, well, except people use it in literal sense, police has power of arrest. And police can arrest you in several ways. Police can do a sting attack, a sting arrest, or a sting operation on you. It's still part of arrest. They have the prerogative to determine how. Police can invite you by a letter, and when you get to their office, they place you under arrest. Police may not invite you and come to your house to come and tell you.
The one that Nigerians are hammering on Benny is, they said he's supposed to be invited. Did they invited him and refused to come?
There is nothing like the argument. There is no law. There is no law that says police must send a letter to you to invite you. Even in the advanced country, police can come to your office. For instance, let's say you are running. One still happened recently that I observed. I went to take chips and fries and a chicken somewhere, being run by some Chinese guys, and those policemen came there. That they were having illegal immigrants in their office, and then they asked for their boss, and they asked for everybody's IDs. Those ones that couldn't produce their ID, they placed them under arrest and took them out. So you think police should now first send letter to the Chinese man? So how do you now get the culprit? You won't get them. And that is why the law gives police the prerogative.
Let me ask
sometimes when they use something to cover somebody's head, dragging the person, beating the person, will you call that one arrest? Because the person is not good.
I've not seen that in Nigeria. They cover somebody and be beating the person. That's in
So
foreign
you
films. I've seen that.
cover person's face, drag the
I've not seen
person.
that. I've not seen that
Oh,
in Nigeria.
So, Mr.
okay. So,
Obani, he's referring to jungle justice, right, Mr.?
Yes, but I don't see that. I don't see police doing that in Nigeria, covering somebody's face.
Oh no, they
Well,
don't do that. Not
they
police.
don't do
It's
that now.
regular civilians.
Police don't do that in Nigeria. They can put sting attack. Maybe they'll just go and then the whole place will just scatter and they just pick you. Then another thing they do in Nigeria, which is unlawful, is they don't even tell you the nature of your crime. They don't tell you what exactly they are picking you for. They just come and pick you. All those ones are unlawful. They should be able to tell you, your attention is needed and we need to pick you. Am I under arrest? Yes, you're under arrest. Okay, fine. They place you under arrest. They take you to the station. And they may choose also to send letter to you and bring you. But it's not mandatory that in all cases, they must send letter to invite you. And I've seen some lawyers also going to the media. Although many of them, I call them media advocates. They go to the media to go and be talking these things that police must give you. Which section of the law that says that police must send letter to you by all means to invite you? Yeah. Well, I'll end it on.
Well, where like here in a foreign country, for where I live here in abroad, if they can invite you, they can stop you, they can come to your working place, but your house,
yeah,
if they are to, without any warrant, that means they have to stand by the door, knock, you open for them, you can have interrogation with them, or you can choose not to open your door, and that means they have to go back. But
no, it depends. It depends. If it's a crime committed, there's what they do it here. They can break your door and enter in UK.
Let me just put it like this: I'm going somewhere. Like if someone is a suspect,
yeah,
and for any reason they want that person, it depends on the levels of the crime because they know they can get you anywhere. Sometimes so they can just decide to come to your house and ask for that very particular person.
Yes.
And maybe that person is not around. And somebody say it's not around. They will say, okay, tell him to come and to so place. They are not going to
tell you. Let me tell you the one I experienced or I saw recently in Leeds when I went to Leeds. So there was an underage that has been declared wanted, not wanted, missing. So she's an underage young girl, and she's been declared missing. So they'll be looking for her. And somebody spotted her with an aged man, and it was Friday evening with an aged man, and then they called police, and police came. They knocked the guy's house. No, the guy didn't open. They broke inside. They don't need warrant in that case. Which warrant? So you now wait till you will be giving you warrant. You don't know what the guy is doing. He may be violating the girl. You don't know anything. So this thing is not cast on stone. So when you see people saying they must send letter, they can't enter your house without warrant, I just laugh. How much of all
no,
this?
Like where I live, they can never step into your house without warrant. Like in that situation,
if you have an underage that have been declared missing and you are aged man, they won't.
And they are sure that you are inside.
My brother.
No, document matters a lot in something here. What they would do that warrant.
Let me know first. Which country?
Sweden here. That warrant.
Midwest, minor. The word is minor. They don't wait for that. If it's minor, they are coming in.
See what the warrant means. The warrant is of different category. For them to obtain a warrant within minutes, the document must be there. We not take them anything. It's just because those
see, you don't
when it comes to minor, if somebody said I spotted them,
yes,
you know what I'm saying now?
Yes.
Because indeed they have to switch into action. They are not going to go back without doing anything, and they have to have something that have to protect them again.
See, immediately, let me tell you, immediately they call their office, they give them go ahead, they break that door. The only thing they need to do is they warn you. They ensure that they warn you severally.
This is what I'm trying to say. Not that because they are just there, they will just say no. They don't act that way. That very moment, That communication you are seeing, there's an emergency one because it's
I
involved on.
know. So my
Uh-huh.
point now is this: you see, Nigerians, we in most cases, many Nigerians, they like holding the general rules. They don't like hearing the exceptions. Like when
Yeah.
Nigerians that are spoken with, when you say the exceptions, hey lawyer, you don't come again. Oh, which exception? But what makes you a lawyer or make you a person with legal mind is those exceptions. Anybody can know the general rule. So if the general rule is that you need warrant to enter my place of abode, that is where I'm living because of my privacy. That's the reason for that law, because of privacy that has to be protected. And then there's a certain time too. It's also a time meeting from 8 o'clock to 8 o'clock to I can't remember those time meeting now. You can't just enter place of abode, you have to wait and things like that. But there are exceptions. One exception is the one I've given you, the vulnerables in the society. Aged person, pregnant person, underage, minor,
Yeah.
teenagers,
Yeah.
all those things. And there are some crime too, sexual related crime, kidnapping, and those crimes that they know. If that is what they spotted, and they have every reasonable ground to believe that you're there and you're committing that crime or you're about to commit that crime, your police does not need any warrant to enter your abode, place of abode, to prevent that crime or to ensure that they bring you to book. But if you tell Nigerians, they will tell you, no, 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 why would they pick a very dark man on this thing? Why would they pick him on the street? He's a popular person. Why not let her to invite him? I'll just laugh. We will never allow police to do their work. One day we will just collapse that country on top of our own head, scatter the whole thing. Thank you, everyone.
No, the reason why people complain is very, very understandable
Hold on.
because of,
Thank you.
okay.
Thank you, everyone. Does anyone have any concluding statement they want to make?
No,
So
I
that
have to run.
we can
Thank you, guys.
adjourn.
Thank you, Choma and
Yes,
Ogbeni.
I have something to
Thank
say.
you, Babati. Yes, sir. Go ahead and say.
Nnamdi Kanu is going to pay. He's paying for what he's saying he has committed. And the
Period.
law is going to catch up with him,
Period.
regardless of whether he's fighting for Southeastern or not. He's not the first person that will fight for that region. And one day that region will get the thing that is rightfully theirs, but not Nnamdi Kanu. He is paying for the sin he has committed. Period.
Period. And I second that. Who else would like to say something before we leave? Dr. Simba, before you say I didn't let you speak. Dr. Simba, you have anything you want to say? Thank you.
Bye bye.
Okay, bye bye. Thank you, Obeni. Thank you, Owl. Thank you, Mr. Midwest. Thank you, Dr. Simba, Mr. Adewale, Prince Daddy, Baba T, and one man, and AY, everyone else that was here earlier. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you to my wonderful friends in the comment section and the super chats. I'm going to go ahead and list all the super chat we received from Ayo. Ayo is my best friend here. AB. Thank you, AB. And then my future bubble, Mr. Ja and Zola. Thanking me and Adama. Adama, thank you so much for helping me moderate earlier. Thank you so much, Adama. And then here's Ja again. Ja, you're awesome. And D2, our Spanish Latina mamacita chica. We love you. You're awesome. Thank you for contributing and, supporting the platform. Thank you so much, sis. And then we have AB again, my big head. Then we have Ola 1, Ola 2. That's another one. And then Ola for the third time. Thank you, Ola. You're awesome. Thank you so much for contributing. And last but not least, the sugar daddy of all the girls and gentlemen on the platform, Ike Ogieman. He's saying to the lovely DT, she is his soulmate. Thank you, Ike. We love you so much. You're awesome. And we're so happy that, you know, you support this platform with all your heart. You're such a wonderful man. And I also want to thank all the contributors, the sponsors. This is what I like, that, you know, even though we're all enjoying the show, we're supporting one man because one man does a good job. You know, it's not easy to, you know, put up your laptop and with your family and having to show up here to entertain all of us, and, you know, for us to have something to speak of, you know, to speak about our country and ways we can help change our, you know, country, Nigeria. So thank you, one man, and thank you to every single one of you, and especially those that click the thumbs up button, the like button. Thank you so much. And share the broadcast. May God bless you. May God bless all your family members. In Jesus' name, inshallah. All right. Bye-bye, y'all. Ta-ta.
All right. Thanks, Jeremy.
Thank you.